Welcome back, one and all. We are here for some Dota 2 action. The playoffs have begun here in CCT Season 2, and we're going to be witnessing ourselves an incredible matchup between Four Pirates and Zero Tenacity, some long-term stalwarts of the CCT series of Dota. My name is Snare, and of course, I will be joined, I will be guided, I will be brought into the heavens by my brother Wingblade. What's happening, gang?
Well, I hope I'm not bringing you into the heavens. That sounds violent. But of course, your voice will make us feel like we're in heavens there.
Yes. The voice of God coming from me right now. But of course, you're going to be the one that's guiding us, giving us the lowdown, giving us the info as the high rank player between the two of us. And before we get into the matchup and how these drafts, how the play style is going to be working out, let me just ask you: have you had a chance to witness this new CCT season? And what do you think of the new patch overall?
I've seen a few games, but I've also been camping out in the wild, so I haven't been able to see everything. Um, but from what I've seen, we had a lot of 2-0 matches. A lot of, uh, I don't know. I don't want to say stomps, but decisive victories. I'm not sure if you've been seeing the same. But I think honestly the teams are just saving the 2-1 close series for the playoffs.
Ah, I see. Saving strats for the rest of the tournament. I get it. I mean, to your point, we literally only had, I think, if I remember correctly, one game throughout the group stages that actually went into a 2-1. So everything else has just been very decisive. But now that we are in the playoffs, obviously things always get much closer, games get more intense. And even if we do
Yeah, I've never really been a Spirit player. I guess I've dabbled in Storm, but overall, they just seem like the edgy kid mid heroes. So yeah, I wish there was something else as well. I want to see like Vipers, Visages,
Oh,
and heroes like Quap and Storm. So there is a bit of variety. So you have the games where a mid hero just completely gets stomped and then tries to get back into the game. But it feels like every single mid lane these days is just the same style of hero, and both players do around equally well. Sometimes there is like a slight win, but it's never like a huge outdraft or a big rotation that changes the game. It's always like, yeah, they kind of got what they wanted from the mid lane.
yeah, I'm with you on that one. We need a shake up in the mid lane. We'll see after TI what Valve has cooking up in the lobby right now. For Pirates, they had banned out in the second phase Disruptor and the Tusk, and of course Zero Tenacity go ahead and remove the Silencer to protect the Storm Spirit. Now we have this Warlock pick. If I'm Zero Tenacity, I definitely want Gyrocopter here. Like Gyrocopter with Storm Warlock against Stormbreaker in the lane, man, that feels so good. So I think four Pirates need to be thinking about that as their four position hero.
Yeah, I'm digging it. That seems nice, but they go for a quick Void Spirit. Not something I saw coming immediately, but eh, I don't hate it.
I guess this sort of fills the niche that would have been left over with the silencer, right? You want some kind of silence against the storm spirit. Now you get it from your mid lane, and you can presumably lane well enough that you could get to that Aghanim Scepter early. And if you get the early ads, I mean, silence also is very good against the warlock, right? You jump him, you can actually kill him without having to worry about the chaos golem coming out.
Mhm. And we do get the beautiful, the illustrious little green skeleton, Pagna, the next pick for pirates.
The way you said that, do you know that song Bell Bottoms? It sounded like you were about to sing that song. Very good target for the ultimate. It's pretty much impossible to miss the ultimate now and not get multiple heroes caught in it. I am concerned that they don't My man, with the Demon's Reach facet. That's what I want to see. My man. If they play fast enough, it might not really matter in the end of the day. We shall see. And we're going to be seeing, of course, as we get into game one, Zero Tenacity versus the Four Pirates. First game of the playoffs, baby.
Yeah, let's go. These look like some interesting drafts, so we should get a good game. It is also worth mentioning that we now did get some synergy for the Grimstroke, so we can see some double dooms. And regardless of whether or not all of Four Pirates targets are the best Doom targets, getting two of them is always nice.
Yeah, that is true. Double Doom is, yeah. And I guess it's nice when there's only one spell that you have to combo with, right? So both of the players will know exactly when and where to use that. You're not going to be caught in that weird situation where you soul bind, but the worst spells come out. It's definitely going to be high impact with the Double Doom.
Yeah. And of course, Doom has a bit of percentage damage as well, which could be nice. It looks like we're not going to see
ward?
any big fights here. I think I always like deep lane wards. So nice
Honestly,
to see what the enemy support is doing for trading purposes.
Just become so accustomed to having, you know, one of the wards go mid, one of them go over the high ground spot over the rune. You know, these deep lane wards aren't as common as they used to be, but it's always nice to see.
I'm a big deep lane ward believer. Maybe that's because I'm a Dota boomer.
What do you care about lane wards? You play mid, bro. You never get to see these things anyway.
I mean, I played all the roles at some point. So I have strong opinions about everything in Dota.
I will say, your lane now mid, it's the one lane I've never even bothered to try and touch. Like the last time I actually played mid, I remember I forget the team that I was in. I was in some team, one of the local teams, and we had to play a game. Our mid player was sick, and the sub that we got couldn't play mid. So then I had to go play mid, and I used to really enjoy spamming Viper, like offlane Viper, or sometimes even carry Viper. And then I played mid. I was like, guys, don't worry, I've got the perfect hero for this. Got demolished game one. Game two, I was like, no worries, bros. I also play Razor. It's all good. How hard can it be to play Razor mid versus safe lane? And the game was even worse. And I was like, you know what? Not everything is for everybody. I see that now. I'll accept it.
Yeah, never mind.
This pleases me to no end.
That's just Dota. This game is so deep. And I guess you focus on the specific skills that you want to get super good at, instead of being a generalist that kind of sucks at everything like me.
Lol. One thing I also want to see in this game, what I hope we get to see, right? I'm hoping for that really funny moment. A Dawnbreaker comes in, you know, hoping to save somebody with Solar Guardian, immediately gets double doomed and they both die. That's going to be really funny. I'm hoping that
Yeah,
happens.
that's on my bingo card too, for sure. I hope that Mr. Morale can bring that to us.
Oh, is that what his name means?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Well, I hope he's a Kendrick Lamar fan then, in that case.
Oh, that was a juicy Fatal Bonds. Getting the entire creep wave and 2 heroes.
Hmm.
I think that's just what Warlock players want from the game. They want nothing else. In the mid lane,
Nah,
we see,
as a Warlock player, I can tell you the one thing Warlock players want more than anything is not the big Fatal Bonds. It's the moment where you get to channel the full duration of upheaval. Man, that's one of the best feelings in the world.
with the talent as well that gives attack speed.
Oh, of course, yes.
That is lovely. Especially when playing against heroes that don't have blinks and jumps. Just like seeing a Dusa walk around a team fight with 100 movement speed. That's the good stuff.
Unless she has undulates. One of the reasons I hate that facet, because I can't affect it with my Warlock anymore. Well, speaking of Warlock and them, they're on the other side of the map. Right now, we see Nefrit with Yamich here. A Bad and Grimstroke. Not a lane combo that you get to see all that often. And naturally, I would imagine that there's not really much they can do to threaten Underlord. Like, one of the reasons I really like him as a carry also is there's practically no offlane matchups that reliably beat you as a carry Underlord.
Yeah, it's so nice. If you're against a weaker hero or a melee hero, you just get your passive and just out CS them. If you're against a hero that is a bit more difficult, you just put a lot of points into Firestorm and still get your stuff. Unbeatable Snare. Why is this not the meta-defining carry?
I don't know, gang. I don't know. Hopefully, Oteka puts in his work to get closer to that mark right now.
Maybe
One
it
thing
will
about
be.
this game, though, it's like... Actually, I guarantee you at TI we're going to see a lot of carry Underlord. I guarantee you.
Okay, okay. I'm digging it.
So, very slow start so far. Mid lane, very even. Nothing really happening. Side lanes, strong heroes all across the board, so nothing really happening. This might be the most like just washy, we're just going to trade CS early game we've seen in a while, but they're going to try and trade for the life of a taker. They're trying to jump him right now. Not enough damage to kill him more. Blood grenade gets thrown forward. Nefrit, a Aphotic shield barely saves him. The blood grenade will be there. Blast from the Pugna. The final right click will chase him. Ariel gets the first blood with the Pugna in the top lane.
Usually Abaddon is quite a strong hero in these kinds of fights, but he just got clowned on. Attacker too damn strong.
Down bottom, we also have another fracas happening here as Nande almost found his life being taken away, but thankfully for him, did have the Shadow Word heal going top again. They're trying to jump Oteka. They want the Underlord and they are gonna get him. Nefrit able to kill him with a burst of the Aphotic shield. So all of a sudden, action breaking out all across the map here in game one.
Nefrit gets his due revenge. He is a good Abaddon player. I expect nothing else from him. That's rough for Mirage.
Yeah, it's completely out of mana, so can't keep the pressure up onto Malin. And already lost out on the water rune, unfortunately. So gonna be stuck without resources for a little bit. We'll see if he decides to make the trip back home or just play a little bit more carefully until the 6-minute run.
Verdanek. Just running around getting bullied by a man in a dress. That's rough.
Being bullied or the dress parts. We do see they actually do find an avalanche onto Nande. This Doom is falling very low and he's actually gonna die. But Danyek, the fact that he drew away this Warlock opened up the space for some harass from the Dawnbreaker, and then all of a sudden, between himself and Morale, they're able to find that kill.
Doom is doing really well in terms of CS, but with the Warlock being gone, he was super vulnerable, and Mr. Morale already level 5 at 5 minutes. Verdanek really doing a good job giving him the XP.
Do you think Pedanic was watching QBFY replays from last season on how to play the Tiny 4?
Perhaps. But I think there is quite a few really good Tiny 4 players. It seems to be one of these specialist heroes.
And look at him go. Here he is again. He shows up in the mid lane throughout the Avalanche, and they should be able to secure this kill onto Mirage. Literally 25 experience away from level 6, and they kill him off at the perfect moment. Shout out Pedanic on this Tiny.
Yeah, it's so painful when it happens. He was doing so well in CS too.
Game is hard. Actually, that's something we didn't really speak about. Like, is the lane supposed to go like this, where there's this much disparity in CS?
I think it is a very Storm Spirit favorite lane. So I think this is about par for the course.
Mm.
Have you played a lot of golf, Snare? You seem like the type.
Well, I haven't played that much golf, but when I was younger, me and my homies got obsessed with PGA Tour from 2005. There was this really good game, the Tiger Woods one, and I don't like playing golf, but I like playing golf games, if that makes sense.
Why don't you like playing golf?
Takes too long, dude.
That is true.
I don't have time. I can't spend the whole day playing one game, bro.
But the thing is, it's just a vehicle for yapping. That's what golf is. You just pretend you're playing sports and you're just chatting the entire time. It's lovely.
You gotta remember though, I'm South African. Here, our excuse for just yapping and drinking is cricket. So if I need to do that, I'll go play some cricket. Now we're back in the game. Top lane, because they did draw away the supports to go and get that kill in the mid lane. That meant that Oteka is completely isolated. Nefrit and Yamich take advantage of it. They find themselves yet another kill onto the Underlord.
Now Otaka needs to be a bit careful because they're really losing control of this top lane.
Yeah.
I guess it's too late to be careful.
I mean, maybe, but also, you know, I think they just need to be able to pull this lane back. I'm very uncomfortable at how far forward they are with this lane all the time.
Yeah, that is kind of a disadvantage of playing the Underlord carry, right? Always pushes the lane.
Yep. But that's why Ariel needs to be here at all times to try and help you secure things, and he's doing it now. And I think things should settle down for a little bit. I anticipate that the next big movements on the map will emerge from the mid laners.
Yeah, both of them still close to the mid lane. See if we can get any big rotations now. Void Spirit is moving top. Try to make something happen here. As the 7-minute Wisdom Rune is approaching, always a big impetus.
They're gonna try and fight here. Dawnbreaker gonna use the first ultimate of the game. She falls up, and Oteka's here as well, coming through the Dark Rift. They're going towards Nefrit. He does not have level 6, so he will not be able to survive this. He does end up dying, but at the same time, this fight not looking favorable for the rest of the Pirates. Oteka falling extremely low. He is down to his knees, and Lande will bring him down in the end. The 1-for-1 trade, but yet again, 4 Pirates are the ones that have to give up their carry player in the process. At the very least, they did. No, they didn't. Yamich also got the shrine as well.
I love how the 2 tankiest in the heroes in the game keep dying.
Lol.
Good fight for Zero Tenacity. They didn't even have to Doom because, you know, Doom hasn't skill. Okay, now he skills up Doom.
Wait, why does he have a random GG branch in his backpack?
For good luck, maybe. He doesn't want it.
That's funny. Fortunately for 4 Pirates, as we were mentioning in the course of the draft, they don't necessarily have the greatest push on the side of Zero Tenacity. So despite the fact that they lost a very significant fight, it's not going to result in them losing much map control. Takes way too long for Zero Tenacity to push at this moment in time, at least.
I think the only hero that can really push somewhat comfortably is Abaddon. That is way later, because for now he's just running around with boots.
Can they actually find this kill onto Mirage? They're trying to backstab him here, but I don't think you can pull this off right now. Squad level 7, sitting with 16 one charges, a fairy fire. If he dies, honestly, it's his own fault right now.
Mm-hmm. I hope everything is all right for the players, because we're already seeing quite a few pauses. Tends to disrupt the tempo for us and the cast, but definitely even more for the players.
Well, let's hope it's one of those situations where they're getting all the pauses out early, so we don't have to pause in the later games.
Yeah, that is how it works. True. But we are back. Do not despair.
Looks like they've also just given up on the attempt on to Mirage's life. So he'll dip back into the jungle. And he's not going to go clear out a stack. He's going to immediately smoke up. So they're going to try and make a move, hoping to find the Underlord. Unfortunately for them, Underlord is very far back right now. Ariel is the only one showing in lane. They've been bringing the Doom over for this one. So they might make a full team rotation to the top lane. They want this tower and they want it bad.
Is a Pugna defending? He's also a squishy little boy.
They commit the chaotic offering onto the poor Pugna. Had Ariel, boss. You did what you had to do, found the information for the team, and you forced out an ultimate. And I mean, for a tower that they clearly already abandoned, given how far away the Underlord was, this is probably fine for them. Not so bad.
Yeah. Ariel's like worth it. At the same time, everyone is farming on the pirates, and they're dealing significant damage to bot and mid tower.
Raj is trying to force this one through right now. He's level 8 at the moment, building into that Aghanim Scepter. And I see that the Storm Spirit is not going to be prioritizing an early BKB or Yule or anything like that. So there will be a period of time where Malin will be his greatest enemy on the map once he has the silence available.
Yeah, that is a scary timing for sure. Have you seen any like first item BKB or Yules on Storm in a while?
In games I've lost, yeah, many times.
Yeah. I feel like for Storm, we've kind of moved past, shit, someone is going for Orchid, I need to build Yules times.
Yep. Remember those days where every mid lane was basically a race to see who could get Orchid first?
Yeah. Like Quop against Storm, both having a 12-minute Orchid, one jumping the other, both getting silenced and then jumping away.
Oh, good times. Good times. Not if you're a support player in those days, you probably hated that meta, but for the rest of us, it was fun to watch.
Aren't support players just kind of little freaks who like being punished? I guess position 5 players. Position 4 players are just greedy people. They're like, I have to play support, but I don't really want to, so I'll just play my post 4.
So what you're saying is that the S in BDSM stands for support. Gotcha.
That's what it feels like.
Speaking of supports, Ariel putting pressure onto the tier 1 tower in the mid lane using the Nether Blast, forcing out the fortification. We'll see if Zero Tenacity actually want to commit for this defense. Yamich has made his way over, and they're actually going to jump in. Mirage looking towards Ariel, just wants to force him away, knows that killing him heads up is probably unlikely. But the objective has been achieved, and they even bring Nefrit over as well. Man, they really want to keep this tower healthy.
Ariel is actually quite tanky, running around with 1000 HP and a 1. Not bad.
Maybe a little bit of contest over this illusion rune. Marlin's going to be able to claim it. At the same time, Chaotic Offering gets dropped on the other side of the fight. They want to try and bring down Pedanic, and they should be able to secure his life. He goes down. Nande is able to get him because Nande also showed up for this one. So that's the second time here, Wingblade, that we've seen Zero Tenacity literally bring the entire squad to make up for their lack of overall building damage.
Yeah, fair enough. They defend their own tier 1, they get the enemy tier 1. What more could you ask for? Ooh, Underlord TP in.
He does have a Dark Rift open. Marlin gets himself silenced up, immediately dispels it with the illusion. And they're still contesting over this area. They want to make sure that this tower stays alive. And now there's going to be the route from Ortega, just to force back Mirage and Nefrit. Toss back onto SC. Pedanic has respawned. SC is going to be the first one to die. And now the Dawnbreaker comes in. Huge ultimate, stunning up onto 2. The Starbreaker also gets a double stun. Yamage going to be the first one to fall here. Nande able to at least drop the Doom onto Marlin to make sure that he doesn't go down easily. Barely escapes with his life, but they've lost both supports. Now they lose the tier 1 tower. 4 Pirates finally strike back with everything they have, and this time it's enough to win the team fight.
Ooh,
Not done yet.
do they still get Storm?
Oh my goodness, he barely has the mana to get out of here, and there's not enough mana for the Astral Step. There just has one, it just came back. Marlin though commits all of it, unable to find the kill, and now with the blood grenade dropped on top of him, he needs to find a way out of here. Has the dissimulate available. Nande rushing forward, does not have a blink dagger, so not going to be able to catch up to him for the stun. The Phantom's Embrace, make sure Marlin cannot use the dissimulate, but now onto the high ground he goes, and Marlin will get out of there.
Both mid laners living by a razor's edge.
Well, the mid laner that almost died is all right back. Mirage.
He isn't gonna be
Dude,
so
how
lucky.
does this fight happened? Oh my goodness.
Mr. Morale is running around with solar charged, so it's gonna be ready to join a fight in another 25 seconds or so. I like the way he's playing it so far, very patiently.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm not sure I like that facet, if I'm honest. I feel like if you're gonna take away cooldown reduction facets, do it for all of them, you know? Oh, you took away the talents first and foremost for the cooldowns, and then you give her a CDR facet? That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, you don't like the facet?
I just think it goes against what Dota's been trying to do for a while, you know?
I guess so. I think in terms of design, I'm not the biggest fan. But I'm not here to judge design, I'm here to judge his gameplay. And I do like his gameplay.
How far is Nande from the Radiance on the Doom? So, doesn't have a Midas. So, not the closest that we've seen. Wait, did he already buy and sell the Midas? I feel like I saw him buy the Midas earlier, didn't he?
Yeah, he was running around with the Midas for sure. Yeah, he was just waiting for the courier to arrive. Radiance coming up.
Hey.
Speaking of,
I will
Nefrit
say-
is pretty close as well.
Oh, we're playing double Radiance. Okay.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Certainly not something that you see every day. Ariel getting jumped upon right now, but like you mentioned earlier, he is quite tanky and does have the Pedanic Tiny right behind him. Not the easiest customer to bring down. They'll just let him go. I must say though, despite the fact that Zero Tenacity have collected these towers across the map, that they've been fighting a lot, they have those Midas on the Doom. The fact that the net worth is still in favor of 4 Pirates should make them very happy at this stage of the game.
Speaking of being very happy, Perdanek managed to get his Blink Dagger at a pretty good timing for a
What?
5 tiny.
What's up with this tournament and these tiny players, man?
I don't know how they do it. Agonyms for Mr. Morale as well. It's the one thing they're waiting for on 4 Pirates is Agonyms on Void Spirit. And I guess on Otaker as well.
I guess once they do have Aghanims and stuff, they want to fight, but at the same time, now we're starting to get some very good team fight damage from Zero Tenacity with all of these auras. Pedanyak getting gone upon right now. Chaotic Offering will be thrown out as well, and they even bring the Dawnbreaker in for this one. They save Pedanyak. In the meantime, want to try and chase down Yamich, jumping after him. The Grimstroke will be the one that dies here. Let's see if they can find themselves anything else. Pedanyak, Blink Dagger coming back off cooldown quite soon, but instead he decides to toss Nefrit deeper into the fray. Before the ultimate comes out, Mirage will run some interference, zipping to the far edge of the fight, bringing the Tiny very, very low. And that will dissuade 4 Pirates from chasing further. Despite the fact that they started the fight, Zero Tenacity are the ones that end up losing a hero.
Yeah, 4 Pirates is so strong right now. Without the double doom, there was just kind of no chance for Zero Tenacity to do anything. Because despite Storm having reasonable farm, everyone on 4 Pirates is just so tanky.
Yeah. It's one of the concerns we had in the draft. We'll see how Zero Tenacity decide to address it as things extend. The scary thing about it is that this is before 4 Pirates get any of their key items. We still don't have the Ags on Oteka. We still don't have the Ags on the Void Spirit. Dawnbreaker still waiting to pick up her Desolator as well. So Zero Tenacity, we need to find answers. We need to find them soon. It looks like the answers are going to be in the form of BKBs. 2 of them queued up for the Doom and the Storm Spirit. I'm not so sure that'll be sufficient. They still need a little bit more punch to come from somewhere.
Yeah, it's awkward because you need a BKB against Underlord. Otherwise, you're gonna spend the entire fight just standing still. But you also need damage to deal with Underlord. So what do you do? I feel like there is no good decision. You're screwed either way.
This was a 24 Doom, so Nande has to feel very confident about how to make this work. We'll see what he's able to accomplish as this game extends. Has his Midas back in the queue, so going to be trying to rise things up, but despite having the Rise, despite having the Midas, despite having the Devour, he's still behind a net worth on Oteka, who died, 3 times in this game already.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
But he's been really enjoying his farming time with the cleave. This is Otaka after all.
Zero Tenacity, they will now smoke up, try to get something accomplished on the map. They don't really have the greatest vision, but they are going to come across this Void Spirit. They're going on top of him, but they cannot bring him down just yet. They will find the silence of the Tiny, but what a big pit of malice coming through as the Dark Grip Oteka is here. He wants to engage this fight. They even come through with the Dawnbreaker Ultimate Mirage. He's going to end up dead. Nefrit can do nothing but watch impotently, not able to really flee himself. He'll just TP immediately away. Doesn't want this fight anymore. And now Yamich has been tossed back by Pedanyak, held in place by this Orut, and now killed off by the Void Spirit. Zero Tenacity running into problem after problem here in this early game.
I could feel the anticipation from Grimstroke trying to get that double doom out, but then we had such a beautiful Fiend's Gate rooting everyone in place. Completely disrupted the fight, and at that point it was already kind of over.
The crazy thing about that is he literally picked up that Aghanim Scepter for that root, I think like 40 seconds before that fight broke out. So they had no idea that it was available.
Yeah, just beautiful timing. And they does pick up his BKB, so hopefully that will allow them to get in some double dooms.
We haven't seen a single double doom yet. That's kind of unfortunate. See the Tormi now get claimed by the side of 4 Pirates. And it goes towards Pedanyak. Well, you know, for Zero Tenacity, the game might not have been going so well, but at least Gaben pulled through and made sure that 4 Pirates gets literally the shittiest Aghanim shot in the game for support. Good job.
Well, that helps. Big zip. Raj, not that close to BKB yet. He's gonna be vulnerable for at least another 2 or so minutes. Possibly more. Probably more.
If he dies before even being able to pick that up, then many more minutes, unfortunately.
Nefrit
Just
does have
set-
a blink, so he can be a little bit more annoying now. Always nice.
I don't know. The way that these fights have been folding out, I'm not sure the blink's gonna make that much of a difference. Because it's not like these heroes have been running away from him, right? They've been always very willing to jump headlong into you. We do see now Pedanic need to jump away here. Mirage was chasing him with the Inkswell, but doesn't connect. So unfortunately, the smoke might not yield any dividends for Zero Tenacity.
It gets his ulti popped, but no one else for 4 pirates is close.
Well, they're going to be able to finally get a Doom out onto Marlin, but he's very far away from anybody. The blink will come forward now from Nefrit. Will they be able to kill him? There's the Dawnbreaker coming through with the ultimate and a big hit onto Nande. Nande is falling very low. They do manage to kill off this Void Spirit at long last, but Nande will die for this one as well. The rest of the lineup needs to run. They're around the Twin Gate. Big Pit of Malice connect onto 2. Yamich getting thrown forward. There's going to be the Avalanche. Mirage is going to come in trying to help, but he only finds dead allies by the time he arrives. All of a sudden, he needs to leave. Manages to dodge the Starbreaker. Zips and TPs out, leaving SE, unfortunately, in the corner. 4 heroes will end up dead. Yes, they do kill the Void Spirit, but absolutely not worth in the grand scheme of things.
Feels like 4 pirates just has so many threats you need to contend with. You're like, ooh, you took out the Void Spirit, but there is still this Dawnbreaker ulti stunning you through BKB, and Underlord is still going ham, rooting all of your supports, while Tiny and Pugna are creating chaos in the fights. I don't know what you even do at this point, because everyone on 4 pirates is so strong.
And we saw a perfect illustration of what we've been talking about in that fight, right? No damage. How long it took them to kill Void Spirit. They had to commit Doom. They had to commit the Chaotic Offering. They had to commit Nefrit jumping forward just to hurt him even a little bit. And in the end, they still barely killed him. If the Pugna was there like 2 seconds earlier, I actually don't think that the Void Spirit dies in that fight.
Yeah.
Very scary times right now.
Imagine if they had a Timber. Oh, that would have been so nice.
Radiant are scanning.
Honestly, I think the Doom Abaddon combination is just not working for them. Just no damage. No one cares.
It's interesting because 4 pirates is also running double offlaners, but their offlaners do have damage, and they don't have damage on some kind of big cooldown. They can just go ham anytime.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
10k net worth lead right now for Zero Tenacity. Still not completely out of the game just yet. They haven't lost any big objectives, but now they are going to lose their carry. Here they come. Dark Rift jumping in with the Dawnbreaker ult, as well as the Tiny being their easy pickup. And now the tower's going to drop soon afterwards. And they made that look so easy.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It does feel easy at this point. I feel like there needs to be a Dawnbreaker ban next game. Because he's
Radiant's
just
bottom
doing
tower
so
is
much.
under attack.
I guess we haven't touched on that too much, but there is double global mobility for pirates.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, they're going to use some normal local mobility to drive onto Nefrit. Very quick trigger onto the ultimate. Now Yule's into the air. He's going to be held in place, dragged back in by the Aether Remnant. Nice easy kill from Mr. Morale. He is the real big stepper here in this game.
Radiant's middle
And then
tower
picks up
is under
a
attack.
shield as well, pretty close to Manta.
Radiant are scanning.
Nanda is still
Dire's
farming
top tower is under attack.
okay, but you're a Doom with Radiance, Devour, and Midas. He isn't having a great time for a Doom.
Gonna lose out on the Aegis now as well. I imagine that they give this one towards Marlin because he's the only one that can realistically die, honestly. Everybody else should be A-okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh,
Find
they
the
actually
Warlock.
jump out with the Dawnbreaker somewhere. Where did the Dawn go? They went bottom to kill the Warlock. Okay, Pedanic making sure that they can get a 2-for-1 special. The Roshan as well as a free kill on the map.
Yeah, poor Warlock, just feeling like he can finally get some farm and XP in the lane, but nah. That's not allowed.
High key, Mr. Wingblade, it would not surprise me if we reach the end of this game and it turns out Warlock has actually done some of the most damage on his team.
Probably, yeah. 'Cause I feel like none of the Z10 heroes are doing that much. The Warlock is at least clicking his spells in team fights.
Soon he'll have to click a lot more because Four Pirates already drawing the line towards the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Ariel is peppering out the damage, and now they found Nande. Beautiful 2-euro route as well. Nande, he's gonna pop the BKB. That should be able to get him out of this mess at least. But now we are down to a 7-second charge on the BKB. Only 1 kill achieved the entire time he's been able to pick up this item.
It's not great, but at least there was no Dawnbreaker ulti. So they didn't have the lockdown for him when he popped that BKB.
But now he doesn't have BKB yet. I'm not sure if he can be the one that's posting up by the tower trying to defend it. He's going to need to play extremely carefully here if he doesn't have vision of the Tiny.
Does look like Four Pirates wants to keep going with their ages.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Have to be a little bit mindful about the double doom at least.
Are scanning.
Oteka has Shivas. What? Shivas, Ags, Pipe, and a Pro Man's Shield. Woo! Good luck.
He's not taking a lot of damage, but I think he can still die.
Radiant's bottom tower
He
is
gets doomed, stunned by the Storm and the Grimstroke.
If he eats
Yeah, there
every
is
spell in the
a-
game, then he'll die.
There is a Dawnbreaker as well, so even with that jump, I think he probably lives still.
Yep. He's got a Dawn behind him, Glimmer Cape, Pugna behind him. Good luck. And they're already now trying to take the tier 3 tower. They will succeed in doing so.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Tier 3 down, and Zero Tenacity just did not feel confident jumping out of the base to try and defend that. Yes, they do have the BKB on the Storm Spirit and the Doom, but still feels very risky. So they let it go. At the same time, Four Pirates also decide not to stick around. They take down the tower, they vacate the area, and let's see if they'll be able to deal with the smoke, because it looks like Zero Tenacity wants to punish them on the retreat.
Radiant's
Feels like a
top tower
desperation smoke, and Perdanic is gonna break it.
Oh my god, what a player. Dude, he knew exactly where they were. That was actually amazing to see.
These tiny support players are so damn cheeky. Pallet now with a gem and a DD.
You do realize we're doing Passion UA later today as well, right? So it's not the last tiny support you're going to see today.
Yeah, I love that we get more Passion UA. Always a highlight of CCT for me.
Mm-hmm. Aegis expiring in 80 seconds. So they're going to smoke up, try to get something going. They draw the line towards the top side of the map.
Radiant's bottom barracks
Perhaps
is
they
under
can find a
attack.
kill and then take the Twin Gates and bring down the Tormy. We shall see. These heroes are hiding right now, Nande and Yamich. But they might still get caught out here. Man, they're so close. Look at that scan. Literally units away from them. But now that they see the Doom show, they might be in trouble here. They're trying to TP out. Nande's gone. But unfortunately, Yamich unable to follow. He'll have to take the long route back into the game through the fountain.
On the bright side, by the time that Four Pirates reaches your tier 2, you're back alive.
Or maybe not, because they're gonna Dark Rift bottom. They're coming for Nefrit. They want to try and find this Abaddon. They've already managed to bring down the Warlock. Aether Remnant pulling Nefrit back in. He will pop his ultimate Yules into the air. He's got nowhere to go. Beautiful blink away though. They weren't able to damage him in time.
Radiant's bottom
So he will end up living. But maybe the towers will not. Without either of these two supports, looks like they are going to be able to crack the first lane of barracks here on the bottom side of the map.
Donald, he is still up somehow. You can't even really punish this. I love how attacker leaves the Rex alive, but carefully CS's every creep. That's a carry player for you.
Priorities, brother. He now is BKB as well. Okay, let's he's not gonna die again this game, is he?
No. I wouldn't expect him to. Like maybe if he was a different carry, there is a few in the CCT that would still be able to die here, but not the attacker.
I mean, you know, if this was Munkushi, we'd be having a very different conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
Nefrit in a very precarious spot right now. Marlon is right in front of him. There's going to be the root on top of his face, but he's baiting. The team is right behind him, ready to re-engage here. They're looking for the jump forward. The Ink Sword's already been used up, and now they get the silence out onto Marlon, but there's going to be a huge Dawnbreaker out onto 5 heroes. Big Fiend's Gate as well. Nande is already being forced out of the fight. He needs to run, but he's already going to die here. Oh no, he barely survives. Nande still trying to walk away. In the meantime, though, Taker is just cleaning up on the backline, putting out the damage. Ariel finds himself a triple kill. The GG is called. Zero Tenacity throw in the towel. Game 1 goes the way of the 4 Pirates. And Mr. Morale really is the big stepper, ending the game with a big ultimate, the Solar Guardian of his lifetime.
Yeah, Void Spirit just runs in no fear. Just pops his Manta,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
save your visage.
My end comes at a price. You are wrong. Flames have come and gone.
whatever adjective you want. You're being cowards, but no, you're trying to win. Do the right thing. And then, of course, for four pirates, very similar bands to game one. There's no Beastmaster, no Shadow Fiend, no Leshrac, no Batrider. So the heroes that are left in the pool that were banned last time, Marcy's in the pool, Queen of Pain is still in the pool. What else is remaining? What else was banned phase one last time?
I never pay attention to first phase bans. But I'll They pick up Axe. Surprised the hero made it this far. Game, but is 4 Pirates gonna think of it? Probably not, because it's not that popular right now.
I like that idea a lot, though. They also don't really have that much magic damage on the side of Zero Tenacity, so you're pretty much immortal when you're in the ultimate.
We'll see. Zero Tenacity. What are they gonna pick here? They have their carry, have their mid, and their support, so they definitely need an offlaner. And I think they need a stun. They need it badly.
So what are you thinking? Some Centaur, some Tide Hunter, these kind of heroes?
I think a Venge would be nice. Venge offlane.
I could
Then
get
you
that
have
revenge.
double ranged. You can kind of... Oh, okay. That works too. I was gonna say you need a hero that also doesn't really care about getting displaced and can put on a lot of pressure. Undying definitely fits that description.
Question, mechanics question. If I'm inside the Disruptor Static Storm and Undying is behind me, if he drops the Tombstone inside the Static Storm, can I still be entombed? Or do, does that interaction work, or does the Undying not have the ability to do so?
I think you can get in, no problem.
That's my natural instinct, but we'll see. Gyrocopter again, baby. Or actually, you know, be really sick right here. Remember, we need someone that's going to deal with heals, output a large amount of damage, kill these people in very short amount of time inside the Static Storm, the Call, or whatever. You know what I'm going to say, baby? Give me some Drow Ranger. This could be the game at last.
No, it's a prophet. It's a non-day hero. Makes sense. I would have quite liked the alchemist too. I think that would have been fun, just to see him farm the zombies. But also it would have been pretty terrible. So I'm glad we didn't see that, and instead we see a prophet who keeps getting nerfed, but it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
He's just here to stay. And I'm all here for it. I really like Nature's Prophet.
It's one of those heroes that's like, it's hard to hate, even when it's doing really well and you're very upset about it. There's just still something about the hero, you know, where you're like, at least the person has to still pay attention to the map, you know, they have to itemize correctly. You lower bracket have to try and make a miracle run to have a hope of winning this season. So let's see how it all pans out. Game 2, just want it to be more competitive than game 1. That's all I ask.
Yeah. Let's see. We are in. We have some interesting matchups. We have some cool teams. We have some cool Dota. Let's see if we can get some nice level 1 action as well at the runes. Probably not, but every single game we load in, I'm like, this is the one where we get that big fight.
Oh boy.
Well, the one change that we've already had from game 1 is we're not seeing any deep lane wards. We'll see the late smoke from Zero Tenacity. Late smoke as well, immediately countered out by the 4 pirates. So this could be the time. You're about to get your wish, Wingblade.
30 seconds to battle.
No, it never happens. Nothing ever happens, man. Don't give me hope. 5 branch build for...
Well, Mr.
Alan.
Morale actually has his smoke broken. Oh, okay. But they can't really catch him. He's like just on the far edge of the range. Maybe, okay, SC could hit him with the blood grenade. If he gets hit with that one blood grenade, followed up by Yamich's blood grenade, maybe Nande can close the gap, hit him with the Dragon Tail stun. But then also I don't want to have to show up in lane having leveled up Dragon Tail. So I think they just probably let him go.
Even with the Dragon Tail, I think there is a decent chance that he survives, because he's running around with 3 rings of protection and a branch. And he can also just battle hunger the DK. to go faster. He's fine. He's damn fine as well. Look at his picture.
Okay, that is a really sick mask. I like that a lot. I still don't. It's still very unfortunate that the easy showcase mode was taken away, but this looks super sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I missed that. Just accidentally clicking it in the middle of a team fight.
Nah, the real classic is when you're playing Dire side and you accidentally TP to like the random side of the map when you're in
Yeah.
the middle of a fight. That's the worst.
Or as Dire, you're trying to like as Radiant, you're trying to run back to base and then you suddenly run towards the enemy because you clicked on the minimap.
Mm-hmm. Fun game, this one. Very does not fray on our sanity whatsoever.
Nah, it's all good. I've never dreamed about Dota. That would be weird.
I've never dreamed about Dota, but I've always had nightmares about this game, you know?
Feels bad, man. Let's see if Void Spirit is actually gonna win the mid again. I think he should. I think this is a good matchup, but of course, anything can happen. And with anything, I mean not that much, because mid heroes just get their bottles and then infinite water runes, so... But you know what I mean.
You know, honestly, I can't wait for Kez to be added. I want to see how the mid pros play with the hero mid. That's going to be some very fun matchups.
You think he's actually gonna be picked though?
Yeah, Kez is in a not as great as he was when he was released, but I think it's viable mid.
Yeah, okay. I agree that it would be very fun to see, and hopefully it can shake some things up.
See here in the top lane, Pedanic already getting himself off to a good start, taking out SE's courier, making space in the lane, gonna drag a creep wave to make sure that the Axe can farm this uncontested. I mean, at some point, Axe will not feel very comfortable being in this lane, so Pedanic making sure to just bridge the gap before that happens.
Mirage already kind of low. Got punched quite a few times, but is still doing okay in terms of CS. Maybe even better than okay, because at this point you're kind of expected to lose against the melee hero at levels 1 and 2.
Like you said, they're just gonna do the trade of water runes. Boring ass lane these days. Nothing fun happens. CS-wise, though, it's looking pretty decent for Zero Tenacity. All of their cores are getting their CS. Axe is being muscled out of this lane. They're actually doing a really good job. I think SC needs to be credited quite highly for making sure that the lane equilibrium is never favorable for this Axe and punishing him whenever he approaches in an uncomfortable spot.
You would expect the ancient DK to do pretty well here. Because while DK is not a good hero against Axe, just having a ranged hero do some harassing is really nice. I do think that DK needs to be a little bit careful of Tusk and Axe when they hit level 3. For now, he's more than fine.
How are things looking on the other side of the map with our offlane Undying? He's chilling, you know, decent amount of CS. He's out CSing the Nature's Prophet. They don't, I mean, disrupted Nature's Prophet. It's a strong lane to secure the Nature's Prophet farm, but you don't really expect to die as Undying here, you know? Should be able to just hang out in the lane as long as you want.
Yeah, agreed. He should be fine. I don't expect them to get kills either, but they should trade farm just fine.
And Monday is farming like a boss. Jeez. Raj actually going to be in some trouble here. Aether Remnant connects. There's going to be the ice shots. Blood Grenade drop through as well, and they find the first blood. That's even better than a CS advantage, baby. Getting the free kill, getting the gold, and then putting out the tips as well. That's some BM. You love to see it.
Yeah, really nice no scope remnant there. Still small gold lead for Zero Tenacity on account of their CS in the top lane.
Hmm.
It's not
They
the
did
end of the
manage to
world.
destroy the tombstone down bottom, so that gave some extra gold to our taker as well. So yeah, you're right. That's okay.
Some solid money there.
Nande is going for the Mickey build on his DK, starting out with the omelets as his initial item. All right, so he's still going to be active, but definitely doesn't want to be overly active. He's going to leave the front line of the fight to the puck, I imagine.
Man, I love Armlet. Such a fun item.
Axe, is he in trouble here? They have blood grenades and they're going to throw one out. Axe slowed down to a crawl. Early on in the game, we didn't think they had the damage to kill him, but this time it is not a problem. Nande able to bring him down. You're already out CSing him. Now you have a kill on top of him as well.
Tried to go for the cheeky creep cuts, but Zero Tenacity was anticipating them. I think Perdanic needs to be the one pulling the creeps away.
Definitely. Wait, I'm curious. What other heroes do you buy armored on except when you're playing Husker?
I used to buy it on PA when she had the built-in
Oh my
lifesteal
God.
with her jump. Because it's one of those heroes who keeps going in and out of fights, right? And
my
she
God.
tends to struggle with getting bursted. Armlet is pretty close in amount of damage to Desolator. So if you're gonna fight a lot early, you just buy an Armlet. But this hasn't worked for a long time, and even when it kind of worked, it didn't really work. But it was fun.
Oh my! You're giving me grief for not leveling Hook and you're buying Omelette on PA. What the hell is happening, bro?
Yeah,
How
you
are we
know,
the ones on the mic with our ideas about Dota?
it's a thin line between genius and griefing. I think in our case, it's mostly griefing, but we're having a good time.
Well, right now, Yamich is not having a good time. He got dove upon by Marlin and killed off. SC now also in danger, even with the heals going, still falling very low. Thankfully, with the help of Mirage, they're able to kill him off. Marlin takes out the courier as well. So we end this fracas with it being a 1-for-1 trade, but in the grand scheme of things, does seem like 4 pirates are happier with the exchange.
Yeah, I love how they just turned around and started punching. 2v3
Speaking of
doesn't
punching,
matter.
look in the river. Oteka TP'd in to try and steal away the double damage rune, but actually almost lost his life. Mirage had to back off once he saw allies streaming in, but could have actually very easily had the first death of our Nature's Prophet here. And Oteka still being chased. Mirage even drops down the Observer Ward, but just barely misses him. We'll have to settle instead for getting Pedanic, who got scouted out by the Hellbear Smasher and now killed off. And oh no, Oteka! He showed back up. He's still here. Wait, what is he doing? There's the amplified damage rune from Mirage. There's the right clicks, and there's the kill. Marlin's gonna come in looking for some revenge, but Mirage able to get away with that illusory orb. At the same time, look at this. Yamish getting the connection out onto Ariel. He's gonna try to keep himself alive by dropping the kinetic field, but it will not matter. Yamish and the boys cleaning house, baby.
Okay. 4 pirates just donating a few kills to keep this interesting. Huh.
Very strange fight. Very strange fight. Yeah. I'm with you, bro. Top lane. As they're gonna TP in onto Nande. Oteka is here. Nande is fairly tanky though, and they haven't been able to bring him down just yet. He will get glimpsed, and the snowball will also try to chase him. Nobody's coming to save his life, and they should be able to secure that kill.
Look at Mr. Morale's items. He has 4 rings of protection, face boots, and a chainmail. Man just likes his armor. What can you say?
Honestly, these games have been... Itemization has been some of the greatest things, you know. We got to see a Doom carrying a random branch in his inventory backpack for half the game 1. Now we're seeing the overcharged armor axe. Man, Dota's such a fun game.
You get double value with the armor. Also damage for battle hunger. Pretty cool.
See now, Tiawan Tower being sieged upon.
bluest looking green dragon I've ever seen.
That is a very blue dragon. Yeah, that's a very... That looks like Winter Wyvern, honestly.
Yeah, what the hell is this? So the itemization is nice, but the cosmetic items are just bullshit. Well, please fix.
Bliss fix. Bliss Volvo. Well, definitely, we're still very close in this game. 4 Pirates do carry the net worth advantage, but it's not a perfect scenario. Do see Ariel committing the glimpse down bottom to keep himself alive, but I think a fight might break out over this bounty top. Mirage is here, he sees Pedanic, and SC also sees the axe. They get the slow out, Hellbear Smasher putting in the pressure onto Mr. Morale. Here comes Nande's DK form just ended, but they still have the Dream Coil, they have the Breathe Fire, they find the axe. Next on the chopping block is Pedanic. He'll buy some time, maybe hoping for a cheeky little deny, but Mirage says no. Killing spree for the puck. Another skirmish, one for Zero Tenacity. Mid lane though, is Nefrit really gonna try and chase this? Wanted to go after Marlin, but Marlin just TP's out. Got the free kill onto the Dark Willow. At the end of the day though, Zero Tenacity get another kill, and they defend the tier 1 tower mid too.
Yeah, so no amount of armor is enough for Mr. Morale to survive these attempts, and Otaker is in a precarious position.
Wait,
He's gonna
what?
be
They
fine.
stopped chasing him?
They don't know where he is. Otaker has his dancing shoes on.
Got them new J's. I mean, to be fair, it was nighttime, so literally the
Mirage.
perfect time for him to get out. Mirage getting dove upon middle, but they just do not have the lockdown for him at this stage. No Aghanim Scepter just yet on Marlin. And it's going to take a while for him to get it. He's building the Spirit Vessel first, concerned with the heals of the Ench and the DK. What do you think about this item route for Marlin here?
I think it's alright. Like, the Aghanims is mostly to deal with the puck. Vessel deals with the Ench, the DK, and the Undying. So I think you have tools to deal with the puck with the Static Storm.
Unfortunate that they didn't just pick Drow to buy Skadi, but this comes faster. Mid lane, Mirage taking quite a bit of damage, but also turning it around onto Marlin. They actually might try to kill him. Mirage, very low, dies after the Astral Step of Marlin. Otaka shows up as well to supply some additional damage towards Marlin Yamich. Nefrit, though, drops in the Tombstone, forcing all of these heroes to try and retreat. And Otaka is in an awkward position. Beautiful sprout from him to create some distance. Still being chased, though. They are running after him. They want him. Bramble Maze doesn't connect. There's no Blink Dagger on the DK. Otaka might just get out of here. This is daylight robbery. Don't allow this to happen. But Zero Tenacity can't catch up. He's fine.
And Mr. Morale, he doesn't care. He could have assisted, but he was just farming. He was like, yeah, whatever, bro. I don't care. Nefrit is getting somewhat low, and there is a Static Storm.
He's actually dead. They dive upon him. There's the Static Storm you mentioned, and also Yamich TP'd in to try and save his life, but only TP's in to his immediate death. 2 kills middle. Ceaseless Dirge brings back the Undying, but things are starting to fall apart, Wingblade. What the hell is happening?
This is very awkward. It feels like Zero Tenacity just isn't playing as sharply as 4 Pirates, and the mistakes they're making are way more costly. Mirage is still having a good game, I guess. So once he gets the Witchblade, he's gonna be able to make some more stuff happen. But even then, it's gonna be a while until he can really be a threat on the map, because this is just not a great puck game, and he needs a defensive item.
On the bright side, though, he has increased his kill contribution by 600% in this game, so that's something.
Decent, decent.
And they still aren't really losing that many towers. They've only lost the 1 tier 1 tower, but in a game when you're playing up against a Nature's Prophet, your tier 1 tower still being practically full HP, your bottom tower where the Nature's Prophet was at being actually full HP, I think you're still okay with this. And you know, you were mentioning that Witchblade. One of the things about this puck, And I like this itemization instead of going for blink. He realizes that he's going to need to scale in damage. So once we get to like some Parasma levels, we will start to see Mirage really putting in the hurt, even in situations where Nande can't do it.
At some point, they should have enough damage, but that's still quite far away. And it's not as spectacular as last game, but the 4 Pirates heroes are still kind of difficult to take down.
The line has been drawn. They are coming for Nefrit's head right now with this 3-hero smoke. And they're going to come across him just as he retreats. Oh, man. That read from Nefrit. The team is coming in as well. They know that a fight might be breaking out here. And they're all perfectly positioned. Smokes will break. Coming out onto the Dawnbreaker. Beautiful Bramble Maze into a Terrorize for 3. Tombstone is there as well. And they drop the 2-hero Dream Coil. They really want this kill onto Marlin. Will this Void Spirit die? Yes, he will. At the same time, time is being bought by the Tusk, hoping to at least bring down damage, but will be unable to do so. Ariel, at the very least, was able to TP out to safety. But Zero Tenacity, the read was strong. Very highly deployed, defends the towers, gets them kills, and keeps them in this game.
And such a gorgeous Bramble Maze into Terrorize. Game-winning stuff. Ariel is gonna live, no follow-up to the Static Storm. Quite nice nonetheless.
Mirage will get jumped on by Marlin as Marlin respawns, but we still have the Illusory Orb. Dawn's away. Mirage is all safe. Everything's Gucci.
Yeah, Arcane Rune Puck. Good luck killing that. But there is a blink on Mr. Morale. He has Blink Blade Mail, 15 minutes. He's gonna be a big threat on the map now.
Link, Blade Mail, Occult Bracelet. Sweet. I wouldn't be too surprised if him and Pedaniak try to make something happen right now. They're actually gonna come across SE here, but this is an inch that does have a point into the Untouchable, so she's not an easy customer. At the same time, they have found the Tusk. Tusk snowballing away. Should definitely die here.
Monday has Armlet plus Mask of Madness, so solid amount of damage if he gets to click people.
The one lament I have about this build from the DK, because he doesn't have Blink, it would be very nice if somebody else on the team had a Force Staff to provide some additional mobility, but does mean that they're going to have to be very careful about how they construct their fight so that Nande can come in and put in that right-click damage. But I suppose as long as you just tell Yamich, bro, just constantly get 3-hero Brambles, you've got no problem.
Yeah, that would be nice. Verdanake, not as quick as of a Blink Dagger this game. Guess it's less of a focus anyway.
They might be trying to focus Nefrit though. He has a Tombstone drop down, but here comes the Axe, getting a nice jump on top of him. Mr. Morale will cop him in half. Big kill being picked up, and now they can go ahead and steal some of these Ancients. Need to deal with the Tombstone first. Nefrit zombies are doing quite a lot, but not enough in the end. Lots of free gold about to flow into the 4 Pirates coffers, but Zero Tenacity doesn't want to let it happen. They want to fight this. Going back in onto Mr. Morale. Terrorize not even needed. Just kill him off with the Bedlam heads up. They will be able to get a glimpse back onto the Enchantress. Static Storm, as well as the Ice Shorts, trying to block these heroes in. Unfortunately, Mirage able to jump over with the Illusory Orb. And they find the secondary kill. So they get to defend their Ancients, pick up some of the farm, get some kills, finish off the Blink on the puck. Zero Tenacity's fortunes are changing here in Game 2, Wingblade.
Yeah, 4 Pirates got a bit ahead of themselves there. And Zero Tenacity definitely looks better.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And you did predict that Zero Tenacity would have this one, so must be feeling good.
I've been in this position too many times where it's looking good and then it all goes to hell. So I'm still gonna be, I'll still withhold judgments. I still think they're gonna win, but it's a lot of game to go. Mid lane, Nice jump and from the axe. They jump onto Yamish. They're able to get the immediate kill. Nefrit, though, drop down the Tombstone. And with the Dream Coil in tandem, they're putting in a lot of pressure onto the axe and the Void Spirit. This Tombstone just will not be destroyed. It's standing strong, standing firm. Marlin is able to get away on the sliver of HP, but gets chased by Mirage, killed off. Pedania gets walked down by the Undying. Zero Tenacity, yet again, responding in immaculate fashion to the aggression of the four pirates.
Yeah, these early fights against an Undying with this facet, not great. It was a decent initiation, but they didn't manage to kill the targets that actually matter, and Mirage takes down Attacker as well.
What a player. What a player.
Radiant's top tower is under
Well, you know what, Wingblade, never mind. Yeah, I'm feeling really good right now, man. I told you. Zero Tenacity have got this. Easy game.
Too damn strong. We knew it all along.
Now they're finally having their own ancients being stolen, but this time around, Zero Tenacity do it in a much more risk-free environment. Axe is still going to try and chase them down. They're going on to SC here. They have everybody nearby. They will glimpse back the Enchantress as well, but here's Yamich, the Bramble Maze with the Terrorize on the two, throwing them back in the meantime. Look at Nande closing in on the backlines, already killed off Ariel, going towards Pedanic. They do manage to kill off this Enchantress, but this is not an easy fight that they were hoping for. Pedanic will die now. It's a double kill for the DK. Nande, unfortunately, now on half HP, being dragged into the middle of the fight. He's still alive, though. On the other side, they have killed off Mr. Morale. Ortega is now very isolated. Dragon Tail stuns him up. Nande breathes fire down his throat. It's a triple kill for the Dragon Knight. And yet again, four pirates stop the fight, but Zero Tenacity are always ending it here in game 2.
Yeah, four pirates just lost the fight against the Undying. And they were like, let's do it again. I'm sure this time it will work. And they get wiped all the same. I think four pirates really needs to change their approach.
Holy beast. Mirage already has his Parasma. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's looking very good now. Because this is a point where, yes, you are still vulnerable to Static Storm, but also you can just kill the Disruptor if you get on top of him.
Momentum now taken away as well. They are in rare form right now. 9k net worth lead, even greater than the one we saw in game 1. And Pedanic could be in some danger here. He's forced to try and snowball towards the puck, and we know what that means. His life is forfeit. No way out of this one, buddy. He will end up dead. Wicked 6 streak from Mirage. My man is out here. 18 kill involvements. You know, nearly 2,000% increase from his effectiveness in game 1. You'll love to see it.
Yeah,
Dire are scanning.
he's back. Let's see if they can find more here. There is a coil.
Radiant
They find
are
it on
scanning.
Malin. He's gonna be in trouble, I think. Even with all his tankiness.
There's going to be a Dream Coil now coming in from the puck. They want to try and pursue this fight. Marlin is in trouble. Fear is going to be there from the Terrorized. Bedlam damage is going to be there. At the same time, there is going to be a call out onto the puck, but he's not really even threatened right now. Here comes Nefrit throwing in the damage, killing off the axe. Ortega thought he could maybe 1v1 Mirage. Turns out that he is going to be proven very, very wrong. 4 heroes have now fallen. Zero Tenacity yet again take a big fight. And the crazy part about this, they didn't even have the whole team there. The DK and them was soloing Roche. Undying wasn't there, DK wasn't there, and they still got demolished in the end.
Yeah, four pirates is crumbling.
Radiant's bottom
The
tower
fights
is
they're
under attack.
taking defy explanation. And Zero Tenacity is just autopiloting
Radiant's
here.
middle tower is under attack.
They can just do whatever.
Yep. Mr. Wingblade, trivia
Radiant's
question.
middle tower has fallen.
Including this game, on this patch, there have been 160 Parasmas bought on puck in all professional games. Out of that 160, where do you think the timing for this Parasma lies?
I think it's a 12.
Radiant's
It's
bottom
at
tower
5,
is under
bro.
attack.
It's at 5.
Top 5 fastest Parasmas all time. And look at him go. They try to gank him. Void Spirit plus Disruptor. He just gets away with this haste rune. He's still going. Ortega trying to bring him down here. Blink Daggers just come back off cooldown. He blinks into the trees. He TPs out and he's gone.
Oh.
Yo, you might not even have feet on the puck, but you still got those J's on. What a juke from him.
And Mr. Morale would have been nice to have there. They clearly needed all 5 heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Mr. Morale, we'll see if he's going to escape from this because he's being closed in on right now. There's 3 heroes. Now it's 4. He's already at half HP. Look how quickly he is dying. This Parasma with the Aghanim Shah just putting in so much work for Mirage.
And Nefrit is even going for a blink. He's like, you can't kill me anyway, so I'm just gonna be faster.
$16K net worth lead. 4 Pirates were feeling very confident heading into this game, but here they are, having to think about how to defend their high ground against an Aegis, Dragon Knight, but Crystallis, a Brigand's Blade, Mask of Madness, BKB, Armlets. Good luck, have fun. Good luck. At 24 minutes, basically impossible to kill him.
And he has Daedalus Gold now. Could bring that up with the career. Like, even if he gets jumped by Axe with Blade Mail, it's gonna be the Axe dying.
Yep. He understands how strong he is right now, and that's why they're just charging onto a second lane of barracks. Still have about 10 seconds left before the DK form expires, and now that they have drawn the fortification, they will retreat. He has his Aidless delivered, and they'll just reset, wait for the next DK form. Good grief, they are super far ahead right now. And the scary thing about this is, you would think to yourself, me, BKBs, but Marlon, not going to have a BKB anytime soon. Ortega's not going to have a BKB anytime soon. The same is true for the Axe. Now they just casually are just killing off the Tusk. Marlon did get to survive and TP'd out, but every single time one of these cores does live, always comes at the cost of a support.
Prophet, I don't see him being able to kill everyone on Zero Tenacity because the Axe and the Void Spirit, they are contributing, but they don't really have that much damage.
Here they come. Looking for the second lane. The puck is just zoning back the rest of the team, creating space for Nande. So the tier 3 tower is gone. Range racks very quickly destroyed. And now oh my goodness, Disruptor. Way too close. Was trying to go for a cheeky play. Maybe set up a Static Storm for a big call, but just ends up sacrificing his life. So that's the second lane gone. And the rest of the heroes are smoked, but they literally don't know what to do here, Wingblade.
Yeah, what do you do about this DK? Now he's gonna go back. 25 seconds for Aegis, so they will just chill, enjoy their 2 Rex advantage, and then see where to go from there.
Is there anything that you can buy on this Nature's Prophet to make it a little bit easier, or anything that's going to come reasonably soon? Like, should he still be angling for the BKB, or do you think maybe pivot towards like a Crystallis or something?
I think he needs the BKB to not immediately die against the puck. But he needs both, and he needs more. Even with BKB Daedalus right now, I don't think he can do much against DK.
Unfortunately, Ortega, you have been diagnosed, my friend, with the most annoying disease to have as a carry player. 1 more item syndrome. That's where you are right now, brother.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say you got the worst illness for a carry player, which is being poor.
He's a carry player, he can't be poor. The game won't allow it.
I should tell that to the carries in my pubs.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Honestly, as a carry player, the one thing I'm very glad about in Dota is that you can't see each other's net worth in the game. I would have been flamed so many times by my team. Be like, what the hell, bro? Where's your money?
Middle tower is under attack.
Because at least you know your teammates are stupid enough to not be able to do math and do the calculations themselves.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant
I love
are
how
scanning.
Four Pirates was just standing on the high ground, waiting for Zero Tenacity to come up, and Zero Tenacity was like, "No, we're just gonna kill your buildings. Who cares about the high ground?"
They're here to win the game, brother. Now here they are. DK posted up solo on the high ground, pushing the tier 3. The rest of his team smoked up behind him. Void Spirit will break the Enchantress smoke, and now they jump in for the fight, but they find Nefrit first. Maybe the worst person to find at the beginning of the engagement. Dreamcoil will connect out, but at the same time, look at Mr. Morano! Getting shredded by Nande, and now they also find the stun onto Marlin. Dragon Tail stun will be there as well. They bring down the Void Spirit. 3 heroes have fallen. They buy back on Mr. Morales. They buy back on this Void Spirit. But how much of a difference will it make? At the very least, Nande's ultimate will expire, so no longer have to worry about this massive transformed dragon. But you are now 2 buybacks in. They're going on to Mirage, hoping for this kill, but Mirage has BKB, just turns right on top of them with the DK. They get a die back out onto the axe. Ortega's gonna die on the high ground with nobody to help him, and GG will be called. Wingblade, we are going to game 3 between 4 Pirates and Zero Tenacity because Z10, they wouldn't go out like punks. They showed up in game 2, demonstrating why they belong in the playoffs.
Hell yes. What we said before, right? They saved all their 2-0 stomps for the group stage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Top scan.
Feel the axe of
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Never.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think works really well. I'm curious to see if they're gonna go for it. I still think for them to read, which they never do.
But they never read. Exactly. Or probably presumably wants a mid hero. So as the mid player between us, who would you want to play mid? Well, we get the answer now. Gonna be the DK. Well, they're still actually keeping the flex open. We could have the Edge DK lane again, or we could have Edge Shadow Fiend. I think they're just waiting to see what the final pick is gonna be.
I think both do well against Quop, but I think SF does better. Because if Quop goes for the full-on dagger build, she can actually box you out of lane as a DK. The Clinks or Pirates.
Okay.
They're pulling
Okay.
some interesting drafts out of the hat. But that works against Enigma too, potentially.
Potentially. Clinks. I haven't. Yo, when was the last time I even saw a Clinks? Like even in my pubs, I barely see this hero. It's a very off-kilter hero. Not everybody picks him nowadays. Obviously, you do have the strafe. You can get rid of some of these icons in the lane. Later on, you do get the skeleton walk, so you can move around more freely. It's the big damage that they needed to pair up with the slaughter because they did need some kind of massive physical damage output. I'm not sure, if I'm honest, what to think of the hero. I just haven't seen him in so long. It's been like what, at least 4 or 5 metas since we've seen Troll being picked whatsoever. So I actually have no idea. Have you encountered this hero recently, and what do you think of him?
Lynx or Troll?
Links.
Lynx. I kind of like him. He is kind of a specialist hero where he plays quite differently to other carries. But he works really well if you can play aggressively, because he just has a lot of damage really early. And he has decent lane sustain now as well with the Death Pact, so I think he's a hero that hasn't been explored enough. Because I think in certain games he can work really well. I am a bit worried about him just getting jumped by Tusk and just getting killed, because he is still, despite having Death Pact earlier, a really squishy, really vulnerable hero in lane if people can actually run at you and you don't have that buffer between you and the enemy.
And it's not like the old days either, right? Because they moved around the Death Pact and the Skeleton Walk. You know, early on you're actually much more vulnerable because if they actually do get on top of you, there's no way out, no quick thing you can do. So I'm
My little skeleton boys. This time, no Pugna, but there is still a little skeleton boy in Clink, so I'm going with the Pirates. I think Zero Tenacity's draft is really scary. Ugh, but, you know, I have to stick with my guts. Because, like Undying says, no brains here.
My mom would be very happy with right now. There's a local football team called Orlando Pirates, one of the biggest clubs in the country, and she's a die-hard Pirates fan. So if she's hearing you say, "Gotta back the Pirates," she'd be very happy.
But Orlando, is there a place in South Africa called Orlando too?
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
We actually have a lot of places here that like are stolen from elsewhere. We have in Orlando, we have a Paris, you know, those kind of things.
I mean, I'm sure most of the US places are stolen from somewhere as well.
I mean, there's literally a city in America called Palestine. You know, tells you everything
Yeah.
you need to know.
They're like, let's just pick some cool stuff that we've seen elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we are seeing some smokes and we could see some contests, but I doubt we will see any big kills.
Just
Gonna
a
be the
regular
classic.
2-2 trade.
Yep. But Blinks is leading in CS.
Death factor and Eidolon.
Hell yes.
Oh,
That's
so
cash
funny.
money. Gotta respect the dough.
Uh-huh. Honestly, it would be the greatest thing in the world to me, Wingblade, if we discover during this game that Clinks can act as somewhat of a lane counter to Enigma because of Death Pact. That would be the most hilarious thing, but I doubt it given the cooldowns, but it would be really great to see.
I mean, it takes care of one every time at least, for free. So it's like a mini Devourer, right?
Hmm.
It's not bad. It's like make the strongest spell at this stage of the game 1/3 weaker and gives you some money on top.
The crazy thing about it is that we're not even joking. You know, in Dota, these slight advantages actually make such a huge cascading difference down the line. So we shall
Yeah.
see.
And it's also, you can use Death Pact without pushing the lane, which is nice. Ooh, Nefrit?
Yeah.
Nefrit?
In
Just gets
trouble,
punched.
Nefrit is going to end up getting dove upon and killed, but Danyik with the Undying showing up, finding the kill. What a player. And dare I say it, is this lane going to work out for them in this fashion? Is this always going to be like this? That was really fun.
Who cares about the Eidolons when you can just punch? Nefrit already taking quite a bit of damage now, having to spend the mana on his Q.
Speaking of mana, that is one of the things about Clinks that's always been very good. His mana cost for his spells are so low that you can, as like most carry players don't have mana costs this low for the impact that he gave you in the lane. So he really gets a big output just by being level 2.
That is true. But he's also very dumb, Clinks, as a hero. So he doesn't have that much to work with. So it's nice that it's low.
Other side of the map, we do see Nande still farming away. SC yet again just trying to make sure that this lane is as good for him as possible. But this time around, there is a Slaughter in lane, not an Axe, so not as necessary to keep dragging out the creep waves. Slaughter can take care of himself. And we see that by him being the CS leader at the moment.
Oh, Malin. Doesn't have Blink?
Malin dead, huh?
Yeah.
Whoa, we don't really get solo kills in these lanes anymore, Wingblade. And he got it, de-wards the ward as well. And he still has so much HP and mana. What a player Mirage is.
Yeah, that is why playing co-op against SF is so difficult. You need your damage spells to be able to contest with him. But both of your damage spells are really low range. So you either get Blink and you don't have enough damage to actually fight SF, or you don't get Blink and this happens because every
Holy
time you
base.
try to walk close, you just
He's
get
actually
double
going to kill him
raised.
again. He might kill him again. Mirage fighting against Marlin. He does get the kill. Dies in the process, though. So he died first. More of the experience goes the way of Marlin. The gold
But no
exchange
TP.
is... yeah, no TP. But he does have Blink, though. He does have 1 point Blink, so it's not so bad.
He does have Blink now, so he's going to be able to get back to lane a little bit faster. It's not the end of the world.
Zero Tenacity. Looking solid in that mid lane. CS also very favorable towards the Shadow Fiend. And here on top, Nande not really being stopped whatsoever. Sure, he's not containing the Slaughter either. Kind of something you expect given the lane dynamics, but overall, they should be extremely happy with how this is working out.
I love how Nande and Mr. Morale are just farming and Arya and Se are just having their little mini game trading. Poor Malin. Not having a great time right now. 22-7 against 13-1, and that tip comes out. The mind is broken.
That was savage. I don't know if that was necessary. That was savage from Mirage. Doubling him in CS, and then you kill him, and then you tip him also. Damn. This game is tough.
This is a Willow in trouble.
She's got brambles. She should be fine-ish. Let's see. SE, yeah, can't catch up. Should be fine.
No fancy footwork from the Centaur, unfortunately. Love it.
Mirage, come on, bro. Mirage, come on, bro. Dog, we get it, you're winning, but relax, man.
This is classic SF gameplay. You feel so good about yourself and then you die 3 times in a row and lose.
They take a healthy heap of damage now. They might want to pressure onto one of these heroes. Ariel is scouted, gets stunned out right now by the Centaur Conqueror. And they will drop down the stun as soon as the Curse Crown activates. SC is like, yeah, I don't really want to be here anymore. It's all good. Mirage is like, I need some heals, baby. Come be my mobile bottle. And SC will happily oblige.
6-minute rune. Going the way of Malin at least.
They actually get the Centaur Conqueror stun out onto Ariel. This time there's... What? Ariel's actually out. Very nicely done. They dodged the damage quite nicely. Didn't spend too much time in the stun, and Mirage was too far away to land all 3 razors. So Ariel will live. Just chilling. And the big thing that did is that Mirage spent actually quite a lot of time away from the wave, giving Marlon an opportunity to catch up in the CS department.
Throwing out these big daggers as well with the arcane rune.
Top lane. They might try to get a kill here onto Mr. Morale, but not enough lockdown onto the Slaughter. SC is gonna look around the corners, but only now do you see the Slaughter. Slaughter, still dangerous hero, gets the stun out. There's no level 6 for either of these heroes, so that means the Slaughter should be favored in this exchange. Indeed, SE will be the one that ends up falling. Mr. Morale corrects his first kill of the game.
Nice one. Verdanek doing some stacking at the same time, or at least scouting the stacks. And the Klinks is doing super well. Otaker getting the better of this Enigma in lane. Everything
He actually might
going
find a kill
according
here
to
as
plan.
well. He sees Mirage, gonna just try and steal away some of this farm. Pedanyek shows up as well. Tar bomb thrown onto Yamich. The Tusk has to TP out now, and there's no way to interrupt it. And it's too soon for Klinks to have the strafe available, so he gets out.
Zench is under the tower and relatively tanky. I don't think she's
Doing his
making it out.
best to try and take down the tombstone. Hey, did get the
Gets it.
tombstone.
Worth
Died
it.
in the honestly worth, 100% worth.
Trade yourself for a tombstone and force out the sonic wave? Hell yes.
Zero Tenacity now have the Shadow Fiend posted up around the bottom side of the map, hoping for some kind of gank. Unfortunately, doesn't end up panning out that way. The Undying breaks that movement. Mirage now going to be bounced back into the triangle. Try and farm there. I'm very curious about the build on a Taker. I know you always go Desolator, but I wonder what the next item is. He's so far got queued up Deso and the D-Lance, but are we going to go for the Chrysalis here? Are we looking towards MKB, which I've seen on this hero before? Time will tell.
Time will tell. It's not the most attractive BKB game, but you're gonna have to buy it at some point. Always feels bad when you have to buy it, but it's not that great.
We'll see if he gets there faster, because now he shows up to the top lane. They get the amp damage out onto Nande, force him back a little bit. Unfortunately, Not enough damage just yet. So they've zoned him out. And Ench is a really effective defender of a tier 1 tower by herself. Very difficult to get past her once she has a point and untouchable. She doesn't even have it yet, but just by sitting with the Marsh Mage, you can keep this wave as pushed out as possible. And now they maybe might even go for a straight up kill onto the Slaughter. Blood Grenade dropped on top of him. Yamich makes it a rotation too. So they will find the Slaughter kill. They might want to lead for more. Mirage with the Requiem able to cancel out the TP of Ariel. And finding the second one. Zero Tenacity show up in numbers to the top lane and find a very good set of kills.
Very nice indeed. Well, and tanking some raises as well. Is gonna find the run. Invis for him. Tried to go for a rotation with that, but it's honestly not the best rune on Quap.
You know, I'm looking at this Enigma, right? And we keep... One of the things about Enigma, because he's always one of those heroes that, like, he's super strong, he gets picked, but for whatever reason, he just slips your attention in the draft. But one of the best things about him is that you can have these kind of games where the enemy carry is laning better against you, even if they kill you, and you still readily and easily recover throughout the game. And that's what Nefert is doing right now. You know, his net worth, he's almost caught up to the Clinks who was bodying him in lane.
Yeah, and people are gonna have to keep responding to him, otherwise he's gonna take all of your towers. Maybe they can actually find a kill. They just are satisfied with the creeps, but the tower does still fall.
Isn't that crazy that the guy who died first in the game is also the first one to take a tower? Wild stuff.
Just Enigma things.
Just Enigma things. Well, they're gonna try and kill him now. They smoke up at 3. Mr. Morale, Pedanic, and Oteka wanting to try and get some positive beat on him, but they don't really have the greatest vision in the world right now. So, because they failed to find somebody bottom, they're gonna try come towards mid. SE is showing, so Enchantress... Well, somebody has to die, brother. Oh, they actually might get both. Yamich gets stunned, but he gets immediately a snowball onto a taker. Nande with the breathe fire able to get the kill. Black Hole is committed, connecting in only onto Pedanic, but it will still succeed in getting them a secondary kill. Now the rest of the 4 pirates need to run away. Marlin at least does have the blink, so he should be able to get out, and the Slaughter has a blink dagger. Nonetheless, though, Zero Tenacity, big response middle. And yet again, they're the ones that come out the better from this exchange.
Yeah, no idea how. With the Tombstone, the early strength of the Slaughter clings, it still wasn't enough. Oh, this Willow.
Now she should be fine. Drops the Curse Crown back onto Nande. He retreats. Stuns him in the end, but whatever. The mobile healing salve is here. Gonna get it back all his HP. It's all good.
And they're going for the same build, looks like. He doesn't really need a blink in this game anyway. Needs the damage and tankiness to actually fight.
The 2k gold lead for Zero Tenacity. Nothing too crazy at the moment. Still have a lot of gameplay to go. And especially, we still have a lot of time before we really see the strength of this Clinks once he picks up his Desolator. I think that's when we really start to get a sense of how strong 4 pirates actually are. Because like you said, that last fight, the strength of just having the amplified damage with Clinks wasn't enough. Definitely going to need the Deso before they fight again.
Yeah, but then we're also going to see some big items coming up for Zero Tenacity. I think Otaker should try to keep playing active.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
They're trying to do so top, but unfortunately there's already a sentry ward that got plopped down right now by SE. So they're aware of exactly what the Clinks is trying to accomplish here. And honestly, they don't really care about the tower, right? This is like, what, the 3rd push we've seen from 4 pirates to try and claim tier 1 top. All of the previous attempts failed. Even if they succeed now, if it's just Enchantress here defending this, seems like a very good use of your time overall.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, mid lane.
Marlin.
Ooh. The blink allowing the Queen of
Hello?
Pain to
He
dodge
doesn't
the
have-
Requiem, but might still end up dead. No, it was a bait. They brought in Mr. Morale, came through with the stun and the amplified damage. And now it's your turn, brother. Eat that tip, Mirage. You got outplayed, sir.
I was like, oh,
Radiant's
Bob doesn't have
bottom
blink.
tower
What
is
is she
under
gonna do?
attack.
But then the blink in told me everything I needed to know. Attacker
The scary thing
almost
about
has
these
the
kind of
death cell.
kills-
Of course,
Dire's
Klinks
middle tower
doesn't
is
really
under
farm that fast generally, so this is a pretty decent timing.
I'm actually curious how many Clinks games have even been in total, but how many of them bought so let's check.
I think it has to be at least 60%.
Okay, so on this patch, there have only been 11 games with Clinks who bought Deso. And right now, at the pace we're on, we're going to be number 10 or 11 in terms of the
Ooh.
timing.
That's not great.
Radiant's middle tower.
It'll help if they get the tower and potentially a kill, but they'll settle for the tower. They've already experienced how difficult it is to kill SC. And honestly, this Enchantress has done her job to perfection. The amount of time she's kept the tower alive, honestly, biggest belief. Really good stuff from her.
Almost level 10 as well. Insane. We see other supports running around at like level 8, level 7.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
She's like the same level as the Enigma almost. That's crazy. She's actually, until literally 10 seconds ago, she was the same level as the Clinks.
Seems good.
Mid lane, she might
good
die
amount
here,
of
though.
damage.
They jump upon her with this slaughter. Black Hole is committed, connecting in onto the slaughter, but where's the follow-up damage? It's just not there. SC has been isolated within the river. They're jumping after him with Marlin. Marlin now immediately getting snowballed back towards her. She is in trouble, and the Queen of Pain is gone. Mr. Morale doing his best, laying out the damage onto Mirage. Or Taker wants to try and finish off this Shadow Fiend, but the Shadow Fiend, though he does eventually die, will take the Clinks with him into the afterlife. It's a double kill for Nefrit. Ariel denied a route of escape by the Ice Shards, will be killed off as well. And Wingblade, I'm getting a serious sense of deja vu. 4 pirates start the fight, but they end up getting demolished during the engagement.
Yep.
Radiant structures are
And I've been around for a while, Snare. I've seen many things, but I still don't understand why they tried to focus Ench there.
Radiant's middle
They
tower
used so many spells, so
Radiant's
much
middle
time
tower has fallen.
just to deal damage to a hero that doesn't kill her. And also, she doesn't even do that much in fights.
Are scattered.
I don't get it.
Hey man, it's frustration. It's tough. This Ench has been stymieing your progress for the last 18 minutes of the game. You're just like, I just want to see her gone, bro. What the hell? But when that happens, you overcommit, you get hard punished. Now you've lost your tier 1 tower top, you've lost your tier 1 tower mid, you lost so many heroes, and more importantly, you gave so much gold to Nande. We've already seen what he can do when his DK is overfarmed, and now we also find themselves a kill, at least on the Shadow Fiend. You got something. Caught him with his pants down. He wasn't really expecting that kind of jump. Almost cost you the life of your slaughter, but definitely worth it to make that play happen.
Yeah. Was a very close fight still, but Mr. Morale keeps the hopes alive. Shame there was no tip.
Four-Halet net worth lead for Zero Tenacity.
Dire's middle
Thankfully,
tower
like you
is
were
under
mentioning
attack.
earlier, this game is much closer to the previous ones. Both game 1 and game 2, it was pretty apparent at this stage of the game who was going to win. But now it's still very much up in the air.
I could see Nande being a big problem though. Mostly physical damage, and that is what Dragonite enjoys playing against.
Attack.
Hmm.
Maybe with the Deso and the Amplify, they have enough to take him down.
Also, unlike in the previous game, they don't have any vessel buyers. I mean, Undying can buy one, but playing from support takes a while to approach that point.
Mhm.
Actually, I'm curious. What do you think? Can Clinks Skadi?
I think he can, yeah. I think you probably want more damage though.
Well, he's gonna get at least a kill here onto this Enigma. Nice and free, even a black hole committed, and they kill off an ancient black dragon. That's very good stuff. Lots of commitment
feels
for
good.
nothing from the side of Zero Tenacity. They might still go for more. For Pirates, they were thinking about it, but Mr. Morale decides, you know what, guys, let's just back off. We already got a massive boon here, so instead, the line is drawn directly towards the Roshan pit.
Good call from 4 Pirates. They get that big pick off. And they take Roche really quickly. DK form will expire. They still need to be careful about this. I think they can do it.
Well, they're gonna jump up, they get the stun out. There's Nande. Nande gets saved by a snowball. It dodges the sonic wave. The Undying is already dead. Big terrorize though, under 2. And look at Nande falling and folding. Yame is trying to get himself out of here as he's been hit with the amplifier as well. Ariel able to bring his life down. And now they get the additional stun onto SC. This Enchantress, last time around, she had allies all around her. This time, she's all alone. And so she will eventually die. Satisfaction from the slaughter. A team fight win for the 4 Pirates. And the approach for Roshan still available, although the big man has made his way to the other pit. So perhaps they won't be able to do that anymore. They'll just have to be content with winning the fight and now making a move towards the Tormentor.
I don't fully understand why Zero Tenacity still tried to fight there. I guess they feel stronger, but without their cooldowns, without their entire lineup, it was kind of doomed from the start, despite the beautiful save by Yamich on the Sonic Wave.
Unlike game 1 for 4 Pirates, there's literally no bad hero to have the Aghanim shot on here. We'll go towards the Tank Willow. This is actually really good for this game. Like when you're playing against Enigma, who you know for a fact is not going to be buying BKB early on, having those additional brambles makes such a big difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Willow's so annoying to deal with. Nefrit's going for a Crimson Guard, but I'm not even sure if that's gonna do too much. I guess it is nice to have.
BKB now complete for the slaughter. It's a 1k network lead for the 4 Pirates overall. And they will get into the Roshan pit. Obviously, Zero Tenacity know about this. They had a Wildwing Ripper posted up in the pit. But whether they can fight this without Black Hole, I don't think so. And that spell is still on cooldown for another 20 seconds. Just gotta have to let this Aegis go.
Quick, safe, and easy Roche. I go to Malin. Makes sense. Doesn't have BKB anytime soon. Isn't that tanky, but is gonna be blinking in.
Actually, she just got a massive upgrade in her potential, right? Aegis plus Aghanims arriving literally at the same time. This screams, let's go do something, let's go fight. And also, they have so much minus armor now. They even picked up a Solar Crest on this Undying. So you have Solar Crest plus the Slaughter. Man, even DK is going to start to feel this damage even more.
Hope everything is alright with the players.
While we're paused, let me ask you, have you played any cool new games that aren't Dota?
I do like my TFT, Teamfight Tactics. I really liked Underlords as well, but they stopped updating it, so that's a bit of a shame. Because I'm making my own board game loosely inspired by Auto Battler mechanic, so I'm doing some research.
Okay. Speaking of Auto Battler mechanics, there's a custom game here in Dota. You know Ability Arena? Sunsfan and the boys put that together. I think it was last week or the week before. I cracked top 400 in that game. I was very, very proud of myself.
Nice. The custom game scene is a dedicated community still. I was gonna ask when we're gonna get the next Dota, but I guess that was Dota Auto Chess, which spawned an entire genre.
Well, technically, the new Dota was when they added the much bigger map. I feel like it's honestly Dota 3 right now.
Fair enough. Dota 3. They can't call it that, of course. They
No,
don't
no, no.
count the 3.
Dota 4 is gonna come before Dota 3.
Oh, throwing out those daggers feels so good with the Aghanims.
Nande eating a lot of damage here, and they actually might turn and fight this. Look at the damage they're putting in onto Mullen. They are able to crack the Aegis very quickly. Let's see if they still feel confident about the subsequent fight. The Queen blinked in extremely aggressively. Marlin is in such an awkward position. Ice shards will not connect, and they weren't able to find the Requiem. I guarantee you, Inkblade, they did not expect Marlin to blink that aggressively. They were just as surprised as we were to see that.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Mullen feeling himself, but did lose his Aegis and used his Sonic Wave for little effect. At least Dragon Form was used as well.
But this dragon is getting scary, man. Chrysalis, BKB, Omelette, Mask of Madness, yet again found himself a Brigand's Blade. And even scarier is eventually, not now, but eventually, this Enigma will have BKB, will have at least a Blink Dagger or something like that. And we've already seen them struggle to deal with the Black Hole. So they need to keep the tempo up. And they agree. They smoke immediately. They want to try and make a fight happen. Despite not having the Aegis, they know that this game doesn't really get much easier for them as time goes on. Time to strike while the iron is hot.
Big smoke coming out. This is gonna be a Skadi for Otaker next. So that answers your question.
Is it okay that I sometimes feel how do I phrase it? That whenever I see carry players build the build that I think is the optimal build, is it okay that I get a bit arrogant about it, despite not being as good as them at Dota? Being like, I sort of understand how to play carry.
No, you're a carry player. You're gonna be feeling arrogant no matter what happens.
Facts.
It's like if they build something else, you have the arrogance of knowing that your item build was better.
I mean, that's
So,
true.
it's a win-win.
Half the time, post game, I'm always like, why did the guy build this item? He should have done this and this. So that's true.
Yep.
That's true. Well, thankfully, Oteka is on the right page. I think Scotty is incredible for this game. They're going to get the tier 1 tower bottom, but Zero Tenacity, they know that this push is coming, so they smoke up. They want to try and maybe force a fight, and this could be a good time. The Slaughter just twin gated away. He's not available for this, but unfortunately for them, 4 Pirates are not going to eat the bait. Playing extremely conservatively. They didn't even push it themselves. They mounted the ghost push, got the tower, and they're out immediately.
Spot damage.
We'll get ice shotted. Nande does manage to find the stun onto a taker, doing quite a bit of damage. Gets pushed away by the Sonic Wave. And the Slinks just death packs one of the Skelly boys. Should be all good. Now though, they have committed the DK ultimate, so they want to find something to do with this. They're going to go towards bottom. We'll see if 4 Pirates want to try and stop them from taking the tower.
I think they probably just let this go. Zero Tenacity being so entrenched in the bottom lane already. Good vision, DK form up, Crimson Guard as well. Would much rather just trade. That's what they do.
So we're just going to trade tier 2s, it seems, but they actually popped the fortification. They're not coming back for this. They're trying to frustrate them, and in the meantime, they're already beating onto the tier 3 tower. Skelly boys have been dropped. They're putting the pressure out. It's down to half HP already. This is really good stuff from 4 Pirates. And Zero Tenacity coming in to mount a response here. And unfortunately, as they arrive, everybody from 4 Pirates vacates the area.
Skadi is almost up for Otaker. I think it's mostly the slow and the anti-heal that matter, because I think he's still going to be very squishy. But it helps a bit.
Some HP, some armor. It also fixes some of the problem you were mentioning earlier with him being an idiot as a hero. Oh. I actually do think this item is a little bit overtuned. Like, Like, I get it, you nerfed it by making the build-up much more expensive. But good God, guys, 35 attributes, come on. Let's be serious. That's a ridiculous number.
Yeah. Give me a lot of everything, please. Thank you.
I feel like 20 was fair. It's like, it's very expensive, but, you know, the spread is okay. 35! Good God. D10 smoke
Big
up right now.
smoke. Can they find someone?
Dying will break the smoke, and he's not the person you want to find first. They will be able to kill him quite easily, but whatever. I don't think Fire Pirates cares. They don't manage to catch out Ariel either. We'll just Shadow Realm TP out. The Queen of Pain blinked south. Not worth at the end of the day for Z10.
Amazing that Marlon is just running around with 1700 HP right now. He's so squishy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
No BKB, no Lincolns. Nobody on the team has a Lotus Orb or anything. He's just chilling.
He's just raw dog and Dota.
Exactly. At the very least, there will be an ACA arriving soon for the Slaughter, so she will receive some additional armor from that. And speaking of Slaughter, they kill off Marlin. Oh my goodness. Okay, too squishy, too squishy, too squishy. Never mind, never mind, never mind. This is where she's obviously not playing carry, but if a carry player died like that, you immediately Q BKB.
Yep. Yeah, this is why raw dogging Dota is not a good idea, people.
They might still try to do something cheeky here. Slaughter is in the mix with the AC, would love to be able to reveal it on somebody. And they see Nande and the gang. They have quite a bit of damage, but it's still a very risky fight playing this 4 versus 5. And you can almost sense the argument happening within the team about whether we go or not. They decided to wait. Queen of Pain is about to respawn. We'll see if they wait for her to TP in first before they decide to pursue this fight. And she's on the way. Smoke broken right now by the DK, but DK also doesn't have his ultimate anymore. However, Zero Tenacity do have the high ground advantage. This is a hard fight to take. Slaughter, though, still blinks in, blind, able to get the connection onto Nande, but not much more. SC is going to be the next one on the dropping block here. And with the Bedlam right around him, they will be able to bring down this Ench. They're going for more. Mr. Morale, blink up in a second. It's available once more. They actually go directly onto the Queen of Pain with Mirage as well. Having the Requiem from down south. They get the connection. Queen of Pain is gone. So is Pedanic. Mr. Morale at least trying to get some revenge by grabbing Yamich in the process. Will be able to succeed in doing so, but the question is, does he get out? Here's a black hole coming in from Nefrit. It connects onto the Slaughter. The Clinks try to help him out, put in quite a lot of damage, but it's not enough. The kills haven't happened just yet. Now Nande trying to close in onto Oteka, and with the help of Mirage, they get both him and Ariel in the corner of the fight. Yet again, we see that Zero Tenacity invite the aggression, invite the pressure, and end up completely demolishing 4 pirates in the process.
Yeah, I wonder what would have happened in that fight if there was a quap. She got blown up again, just completely by the Shadow Fiend, who did get an Invis rune, which was a bit lucky. Just really well fought by Zero Tenacity. I didn't feel like they were stronger in that fight, but they just played better.
Very good movement. I also like how they Delta split themselves. Like, both Slaughter as well as the Queen of Pain were in, like, what do we do? There's one person we have to attack on the one side, but we want multiple heroes to get multi-sonic waves. The Undying didn't really get a great tombstone off. Didn't see a great terrorize emerge in that fight. Yes, the Bedlam was nice to get the initial kill onto the Ench, but yeah, you're right. CC is just playing better right now.
Marlin got a casual plate mill, but he just needs a BKB.
To be fair, he did Q BKB. You know, for carry players, it takes 2 deaths. So for 1 death as a carry player before you Q BKB. For mid players, it's like 2. So
Yeah, but does this count? He's like, yeah, I'm getting a BKB after I finish my Sanj and Kaya and my Shivas, which is still like 4,000 gold away at least. I don't think it counts.
Radiant are
It's the
scanning.
thought that counts. He at least queued it. Whether he buys it or not is irrelevant. As long as he queued it up, that's what matters in the end. We do see now on the high ground, Zero Tenacity. For once, they're the ones engaging this fight. Let's see what they can find here. They're having a hard time with lockdown. They do get the Dragon Tail stun out onto the Clinks. Sonic Wave. Oh no, whose Yule Scepter was that? It makes the SF dodge all the damage from the Sonic Wave. BKB activated by Nande. He just wants to get out of the fight right now. Slaughter will be right-click down within the river, able to just barely skirt away. Dark Willow not so lucky, but now there's no BKB available for the DK, so Taker able to find the right clicks, bringing down the DK. The connection onto Mirage. Mirage does get the kill onto the Slaughter, but Marlin makes sure to get revenge, finishing him off, finding the kill, winning the engagement, and opening up the path to Roshan for the 4 Pirates.
Undying did so much work in that team fight, just slowing everyone to a crawl. This is exactly the kind of fights that he wants to take.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hacker not enjoying himself right now. Getting punched by the big man with no support. His mid laner went to farm a lane.
Use
To
Pedania
be
came
fair-
back with the Solar Crest.
Pop doesn't do that much against Roche. It is acceptable.
But what if I need moral support, bro?
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
I was afraid that the Malin was gonna take the Aegis. Put in none of the effort. Get all of the rewards. But no. They recognize now that Klinks is the big carry.
We're also starting to see slowly but surely the impact that the Skadi is having. Because not just about like the heal reduction onto the DK and the Ench, but this Enigma, his creeps, like, there's just no tankability. It feels like they doesn't have all of these aura items with how much damage is emerging from the Slinks.
And this is before he even has any big damage items aside from the Deso. Just wait until he has like a Daedalus.
Aiki, I want to download this replay. Maybe I should play some Klinks, man.
I think it's a fun hero to play for sure. Don't expect good results with your first few games because it plays so differently to other carries, I think.
Haste.
The phrase, don't expect good results, that's pretty much what everybody says when they have to queue with me. They're like, damn it, okay, what's going to happen today?
But the vibes will be good. That's the most
The
important
vibes will be
thing.
good. The vibes will be good. I cannot guarantee you're going to win a game when you play with me, but I guarantee you will have some fun.
I guarantee that I will have some fun when you play with me. I cannot promise anything for anyone else, but I'll have a good time.
Dire are scanning.
Z10 smoking up right now. Unfortunately, they don't really have any good vision on the map. Like, just look at how blind they are. They literally have 2 wards plopped out. One of them extremely defensive. One of them, like, deeper next to the Roshan pit. But nothing that's going to really give them advanced access onto the enemy side of the map.
Tower is under attack.
Nande does have his Daedalus ready. Approaching 6 slots. They're like the discount 6 slots.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Marlin is also getting closer. That BKB will eventually arrive. We pretty much have the Kaya Sanj now.
Under attack.
So with SMK being available, it's not. Oh, never mind. She changed. Oh no, she put it back. She put it back. Okay.
Are fortified.
Changed it for Octarine. Put the BKB back. I like to see
Is
that.
under attack.
Team is like, Marlin, please. Attacker having
by
a great
BKB,
time
bro.
with this tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
18 stacks on the Deso.
There's the SNK for the Quap. And the CR3 tower being gone. They just have to wait out the DK form from Nande. It's about to expire in about 5 seconds. then we should be seeing 4 Pirates mounting the secondary push. And Mirage is desperately farming, hoping to get close to the refresher. Does at least have the BKB, but still needs a little bit more. And they don't feel confident enough to fight. They're just going to let the entire lane of racks go, and it goes very, very quickly thanks to the flinks.
Yeah, this game, Four Pirates definitely not lacking in push. Zero Tenacity needs to do something soon. They may just lose 2 sets of racks for free.
Man, the longer this game goes, the more, in retrospect, Nefrit should really have bought the blink earlier on the Enigma.
Probably Link BKB would have been so nice.
Yeah.
I don't feel like the Crimson Guard has done that much.
You're kinder than me. I think it's done nothing. But now Mirage is going to do something onto Pedanic. Yamich opened him up, but at the same time, look at the counter move. Nande trying to help get brought down by Oteka. Oteka able to dodge the black hole with a Hurricane Pike. Gets himself forward. They kill the DK off. The black hole does nothing, but Nefrit dies soon afterwards. And in the blink of an eye, 4 heroes are gone. That fight, that one touch of the Hurricane Pike is the difference between winning this game and finding your Clinks dead. But Oteka made that difference happen. What an activation.
Yeah, beautifully played. And Four Pirates, they're just so strong right now. It feels like the only hero who can do something on Zero Tenacity is SF when he uses his ulti, and then DK. And then all of the rest of the heroes don't really do that much. And Four Pirates like, okay, let's go Throne.
I mean, why not?
The buyback
So much stronger than them right now.
That's one. There is no form and there is no black hole, so Four Pirates isn't even going back.
What can Zero Tenacity do about this? The throne is exposed. The damage is coming from Oteka. Slaughter finding the nullifier out onto Mirage. Mirage does get the Requiem out, almost killing off the Slaughter on the process. But Slaughter will still heal up. And in the meantime, Oteka is just hitting the building, hitting the throne, winning the game. GG, well played. 4 Pirates will proceed through the upper bracket. What a game from them here.
That certainly escalated quickly. Of course, they were winning for a while, but then one big fight and they're like, okay, let's go Throne. They call it. No more patience. And they just take it. What a game from Four Pirates, but definitely the closest one in this series, luckily.
I mean, even the kills, right? 22 to 21, very close in the kill department. Yes, obviously, they won the game. They had a massive gold lead at the end. But for most of the game, definitely the shallowest gold lead we've seen on either side for these two teams. I mean, even looking at the damage numbers, much more spread out, much more even, much more like, this is a nice, clean game. I will say, though, I will say, Mirage definitely regrets those tips in this game
Yep.
because Marlin styled on him as the game started expanding longer and longer.
Yeah, for sure. But that's part of playing mid, you need that hyper confidence or you won't make it. I think being a bit cocky as a mid player, it's necessary.
So now that we do have a victor in the form of 4 Pirates, and they'll be proceeding in the upper half of this bracket right now as Zero Tenacity drops into the lower bracket, I need from you a series MVP. Who impressed you the most over the course of these last 3 games?
I think for me it's probably Mr. Morale. I think his first and his third game are really good. Like this game as Slardar was insane. Like he has the least deaths in the game shared with some other people. He got the solo kill on the snowballing Shadow Fiend, and just him dancing in and out of fights was really good. His second game wasn't that great. I felt like he could have joined his team a little bit more. But mistakes happen to everyone.
Mistakes do happen, and of course, this time around, maybe the mistake was allowing him as much free reign as he did in the game. But of course, he rewarded his team for giving him that space by grabbing them the see. Well, we're probably also going to see Tiny. Well, no, we're not going to see Tiny. You see, Team Next Level have done their research. They understand that giving QBFY Tiny is a recipe for disaster. First overall ban in the game comes onto that hero. They remove the Nature's Prophet, the Queen of Pain, and the Batrider. And then Passion UA have gone ahead and taken out Dazzle, Marcy, as well as the Dawnbreaker. And they will open up proceedings with the Shadow Fiend. So do you think we're going to be seeing this mid again? Or is it more likely to be the crystallized hero for Passion UA?
I think it's more likely to be a crystallized hero. I think Shadowfiend mid is really specifically tailored to go up against Queen of Pain. I think against most mid heroes, he's just not as effective.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Here's another hero who, over time, has found his role being consigned away from the mid lane and more put in the offlane position. In fact, you know, we're talking about Clinks in Game 3 and how I haven't really seen that hero all that much. But Pangolier, I think in terms of the fall-off, there was a point like, let's say, January, right? If you're playing Dota in January, every single game you play had a Pangolier inside it. What's happened to my boy? Why is he very rarely being featured nowadays, both in pubs and in the pro scene? Kind of drops that, like, if we go back in the eras of Dota, Goblak would come up with a drop like this, you know, with these two supports together. A lot of you kids in the
off lane like we expect to. Maybe they're just so scared of a Beastmaster and a Lycan that they just want to make sure, even though they expect it to go off lane anyway.
Hmm.
But no
Can you wait?
surprises here.
Yep.
Void Spirit against the puck again, very good matchup.
They have so much control on Passion Way. Nick stun, Disruptor ulti, Primal ulti, Void Spirits with the Aether Remnants. This is
a Meepo game. Let's go.
Yo, Meepo would actually own this game. Actually, yo, do they have a Meepo player on Team Next Level?
I seen your white play it? I don't think so. No, I don't think they've played a lot of Meepo. But I'll briefly verify that.
Oh,
Let's go for Luna, another weird hero.
How do you feel about it? I have a lot of thoughts about this thing, but how do you feel about it, just like at first glance?
I haven't seen this hero for so long, but I think it's a bad matchup into Shadow Fiends. So
Yeah.
I really don't know, but it doesn't look great to me.
Whoa, we're getting something different here. It looks like they were correct, Team Next Level. Primal Beast is going mid for Moonlight. We have Bachuk playing the Void Spirit in the off lane. Okay.
Okay.
We see you, we see you, we
That
see you.
is so strange. I guess they don't want to play Primal Beast into Clockwork, but I think Valkyrie into Puck is such a nice matchup. But I guess Primal Beast can do well against Puck too. Yeah.
I think also maybe part of the rationale here is that honestly, high key playing Primal into Lunar Clock, impossible matchup. There's nothing you can do. Both of them have interrupt mechanics, both of them have decent damage that you can't really do much about. You don't really get too much benefit out of the up row in that lane because there's so much magic damage that the armor doesn't really matter all that much. So I can understand wanting to dodge that lane. It would be very scary playing into Lunar Clock. So I can see the rationale there, and I suppose that Void Spirit with Dissimulate, you can always escape. It's not like when you try to onslaught, you can still be interrupted. There's literally nothing they can do to get you caught if you're dissimulating. It allows you to get out of the clockwork cards as well. So I can understand some of this rationale, although I'm not sure what the build is going to be if he's playing from the offlane.
Yeah, fair enough. You make some good points. See if the Void Spirit does any better. And of course, it is Bachuk. So we have high expectations. Of course, we didn't get to see Passion UA play at this tournament because CCT finally put some respect on their name and invited them straight into the playoffs.
Oh, man. Isn't it kind of crazy how long it took Passion UA to get a direct playoff invite?
But at the same time, you know they're going to make it into the playoffs anyway, so...
Yeah.
But I think they deserve it. After getting second place twice, they have proven themselves to be worthy.
And most importantly, they have the making casters smile blessing upon them. That's the most important thing.
Yep. And hopefully the people at home as well. It's like, if I saw this draft, I would expect that we're playing on a different patch. For both teams, actually. Ooh,
oh
no, UI.
Mid lane, UI. He
No
ran
glimpse.
headlong into all of these heroes, but not only is there no glimpse, you know, we were talking about this in game 3 of the previous series, when Marlin just blinked raw into so many heroes and didn't die. That's the same situation. There's no way that you're expecting 3 horn enemy carries walking up alone on the high ground. There's no way they thought that was going to happen.
Yeah. UI gets away with, well, not murder, but trespassing. Which I think is fair. You should be able to get away with trespassing.
You know, they punched them a little bit, pushed them around, let him know, hey, you're not welcome here, brother. And he was like, okay, I'll leave.
The battle begins.
But he might be out-traded for this bounty rune, and indeed he will be. So, ends up being a 2-2 trade in the end.
Getting bullied already.
Dude,
Or
look top. What the hell is
Crystallize.
this? What? Dude, the lane hasn't started, guys. Let me block a little bit. Let me play some Dota. Come on.
He's getting pronounced already.
God, bro. But this man right here is going to be the one to watch. The offlane void spirit for Bachuk. Very curious to see what the build-up is going to be from him.
It looks like he had an urn in his quick buy. I've seen him do that before on offlane void.
On the other side of the map, as we said, Crystallize started off in a bit of a rough spot, but should still be able to find CS in this lane. They will be harassed, of course, going towards Cracker, but as long as they get to the point where they have a point into Glimpse, they should be A-okay in this lane.
Moonlight just having some fun in the mid lane, stomping around. I feel like Primal Beast is one of the most fun mid heroes to play. You just don't care.
Obviously going to have some struggles in the CS department because he is playing up against the puck, but should be fine.
Kill
He's
Race
just
is
chilling.
a very good puck player.
Yeah.
Moonlight's getting a little bit low. Should be fine for now, but has to be careful. Orb in 3 seconds. Dual race. Oh, misses uphill.
Ooh. Had that connected, that might have been an opportunity, but like you said, it's a swing and a miss. Let's see, will the Lucio all bounce back onto him? No, it will not. He's just gonna go back and collect the water rune. Hopefully he can see if he's gonna be able to grab both away from Moonlight. I mean, that could be a big deal, but Moonlight's gonna try charge. Okay, he's got it. He's cool.
Ooh, Fernandes. Kraker.
Is there a point into Glimpse? Yes, there is. So this could be a death onto Fernandes. Crystallize recognizes this and trying to chase him down. Cracker was coming back, but he retreated too far away, so was no longer in range to throw out the Glimpse. A little bit unfortunate there for Cracker. That could have been an actual potential kill if he was a little bit braver.
Yeah, but the green man too fast. He also could have skilled up kinetic field. I think that would have been a kill too. But alas, no ifs and buts.
To be fair, scaling up kinetic field at level 2 feels miserable when you're playing Disruptor, so I understand.
Fair enough. Moonlight. He's a tanky boy. And a fearless boy.
Radiant's courier has been
So far, though, the CS advantage is firmly in the favor of Team Next Level. Look at bottom in particular. Bachuk is actually about to die potentially. Flaco putting in a lot of pressure. Beautiful impale coming in from the Nyx Assassin. And now potentially going forward. No. He decides to retreat. But Bachuk only has 5 CS in the game so far. He is getting demolished in the lane. They're about to maybe find a kill onto QBFY. Your Y pops the wand, gets the first blood. Bachuk hoping for some revenge onto Flaco, but he's caught within the cogs. Cannot get anywhere beyond the expanded armature.
I think there is a technical term for this. It's Peppa Hands. No CS, no kills, no money.
Bro,
Hitting a
level
bit
3.
too close to home for me.
Yeah, this Void Spirit is struggling right now. I mean, I already knew that the Luna top lane was going to demolish her Primal, but I didn't think they'd demolish a Void Spirit like this. He's been able to use the Dissimulate just to stay alive, but zero offensive pressure coming out from this lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Even
the
Crystallize
CS.
is not doing well here top.
Yeah.
16-0 against the 20-11 Pangolier. How is
Wow.
Pango winning against SF? What did I miss there?
Hey, you're the smart one. I'm trying to ask you. And Crystallize actually might be in danger here, getting zoned back to the tier 1 tower. How did this happen? You're the smart one. You have like 20 million more MMR than me. Figure it out. What happened?
I think Crystallize tends to defy rational explanations. We've seen him do the craziest things both ways.
That's true.
Dire's bottom tower is
That is definitely true. Now we see more pressure being applied towards Crystallize. They're forced to deploy the Glimpse Black so that Norma can't kill him. But when you're in lanes like this, when you're playing with SF Disruptor, honestly, I'm just unhappy. If I'm looking at my SF Disruptor lane and they're glimpsing defensively, I'm like, what is happening? Y'all should be able to at least have killed the Pugna once by now.
Mm-hmm. The no boots Pugna. He's still a fast little fella. Of course.
Do see Moonlight going top for his first big rotation. Oh, doesn't even need to go far. Norma literally just walked towards him. Thanks, buddy. Didn't have to waste my time. Didn't have to go too far forward. We still chilling. I can maybe even contest. Okay, he's not going to contest for the power rune. But still, nice.
Nice freebie. Helps him get back on track because he was losing mid quite badly. Blacko. QBFY. They're blowing each other a kiss.
UBFY is also really struggling with levels. That's one of the things we were mentioning, right, about how Nyx Assassin requires investments, not necessarily just in items, but in levels especially, to be useful. Bro, he's only level 2 right now.
Yeah. The early game, when you have a creep as a support, tends to be a bit difficult. So I think Passion UA is still doing okay, all things considered.
Now they might be doing even better if they find a free kill off of Flacco. He's also going to be dragged back in by the Aether Remnant. And man, they dropped all of their spells. We are killing you, brother. And the kill goes towards Batchuk, who definitely needed the injection in gold.
And for some reason, he's higher in net worth than the Pango,
What?
who was winning his lane. I don't get it, but maybe you got lucky on the high rolls with the CS gold. Which is something that is rarely talked about.
Top. Durace, make sure that they get the silence out. Crystallize, still alive, does have a healing Lotus as well, so not the easiest kill in the world. He fears them back, he's still standing. Cracker and QBFY have now shown up. And Crystallize will be able to just walk this one off. And he's all okay. Cracker might not be so lucky. QBFY does get in the impale to make sure that Cracker stays alive a while longer. Puck chasing, wants to get this disruptor kill come hell or high water. Gonna look for it and will eventually find it. No deny for you. And at the same time, QBFY, he does get the impale stun after getting a young stun back onto this Pango. Big kill onto the Shadow Fiend. Durace able to bring him down, securing a triple kill. Passion UA falling apart right now. It's team next level, putting the screws on the top lane.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why Crystallize decided to stick around. I don't think they'll be able to get Norma. That's 5 seconds
in 10 seconds. And is in an awkward position. There's going to be the Pulverize coming in from Moonlight, and they should be able to find this kill. Norma had no way out of that situation. Durace was too low on the HP to try and help him out.
Yeah, why? He's just chilling. He has his Mask of Madness already. This feels really good on Luna. Doesn't have Glaives maxed, so it didn't go full greed, but still, the farming train has left the station. Choo-choo, Snare.
I'm also firmly of the opinion that the third point in Glaives is a mistake. At least for a while. 2 points is very efficient. You still farm extremely quickly.
I'm a 1040 player.
Oh, 104 all stats, right?
Hell yes.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
There have been games where I didn't skill up Lucent Beam and then skill up Eclipse, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
I do think that the game does need to, they need to change Eclipse so that it does not rely on Lucent Beam.
I think it's fun.
Options, want to be able to play different ways, you know? And UI could be in trouble here. Batchuk and Cracker pushing on the tower. Cracker might actually die here to the first Eclipse of the game, and indeed he will. But Moonlight and QBFY are coming in, and now there's no Eclipse to worry about. Big onslaught from Moonlight with the trample. They demolished these heroes bottom. Cracker made a noble sacrifice to enable his team to win the skirmish and claim the tier 1 tower.
This is the thing with Passion UA. They're very often down, but almost never out. You watch this out of the lane, and it's like they're losing lanes they shouldn't be losing, and then they make some amazing moves, and suddenly they're in the lead again.
That's how they
Brawny
do it,
Sister
man.
Shroud. Good.
Stupid item. Worst item in the game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Actually, no, I take that back. The worst item to have ever been invented by anybody in Dota was Repair Kit. By far the
Yep.
worst item.
I was gonna say the same. It always feels terrible for everyone involved.
Yeah.
I
The
love
crazy thing about it.
the thing that gave you permanent mana regen, though,
Oh my god.
that you could consume. Oh,
What is
it's
that thing called again?
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I forget what it's called as well.
That shit felt good.
We're gonna try and make a move onto Bachuk down bottom. So I think this Void Spirit could be in danger here. Oh, he breaks the smoke. He's able to get away from this, but he still gets connected onto with the Dream Coil. There's gonna be the Waning Rift Silence, but unfortunately, he's too far away from the rest of the squad. They know they won't be able to kill him. Shout out Bachuk. Bro, he was getting demolished in mid, right? At some point, he had 5 CS. Now he's more net worth than the Shadow Fiend. What?
Yeah, that's Bachuk.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What a player.
Blink up for the Primal. QBFY going for a blink as well. That is his style, of course.
Has fallen.
He also now does have the level 6, so his impact on the game is going to start increasing dramatically. Sister Shroud, a fluffy hat, going straight for the Blink Dagger. There's 5 Sister Shrouds in this game. Okay.
Yeah, that's maybe a signal that something is still off.
We've got some work to do in the balance department.
Dire's top tower is under
Moonlight
attack.
smoking up bottom. I want to try and find a kill here. They do have 3 heroes with them. Nyx Assassin is here as well, so they should be able to find Flacco. Flacco walks forward, will find himself getting impaled. He does drop down the cogs, tries to hook shot away, but he's going to immediately get chased by Bachuk. Brings him down to secure the killing spree on the Void Spirit.
Very well done.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
UI isn't exploding in net worth as much as I would have expected. Oh, they find a puck.
That should be fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not
Puck is
super
just chilling.
impressive.
The one thing that they are really lacking though on the side of Passion UA is that their building damage, unless Crystallize is there himself hitting the building, they pretty much have none. So a lot of these skirmishes, yes, it's problematic
Dire's top tower
for
is under
TNL,
attack.
but it's not going to really like put them on notice, right? They're not losing map control as a result of these fights.
Top tower has fallen.
That is definitely
Radiant's
true.
bottom tower is under attack.
I think Passion UA are gonna be pretty fine with just trading farm for a bit.
Dire's top tower is under
They
attack.
don't have to go super ham, I think.
Moonlight
Hello?
jumping forward, revealing his Blink Dagger, but unfortunately Flacco hit him faster with the hook shot. They're still gonna drop the Dream Coil. They want Flacco dead, but now here comes the rest of the lineup. They drop the Eclipse. They have the damage from the Luna. 3 heroes die in the blink of an eye, and Flacco is still alive. Cracker forced to just run away. Nothing he can do to help his squad there. And man, they were not expecting a full-throated response from TNL. They came in, they dropped the damage, and they secure that team fight.
Is under attack.
And Cracker is gonna run into UI. UI could have gotten that kill if he just ran to the left. He didn't expect Cracker to just run up like that. Yeah, really nice fight for Team Next Level. Definitely give them a lot of momentum here.
Dude, how did Flacco respond so quickly? Like, that hookshot was actually insane. I have no idea how he pulled that off.
I think that's the Flacco effect.
Are scanning.
He wasn't planning to do that, but it worked out really well still.
I hope he's a fan of ASAP Rocky because he is pretty flacco today with these kind of plays.
Hell
My man is
yes.
out here.
Moonlight working towards a BKB now. It's not gonna save him from the hook shots.
Oh, there's the flacco
Speaking
effect
of.
again, going straight onto Cracker. Big hook shot followed by the swashbuckle. Quick kill onto Cracker. Does save the life of QBFY, but they didn't have vision for him anyway, so he'd be fine regardless.
Another display of the Flacco effect. Manta now up for Luna. 15-minute 40 for Manta Mask of Madness threats. I'll take that. Almost any game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not bad, not bad, not bad. And Luna is one of the most dangerous ignored heroes. You can't just ignore Luna. At some point, it's going to become very detrimental to your prospects of the game if she's just allowed to keep farming like this. I mean, she's not at the top of the net worth. Obviously, the puck is there right now, but if Luna's just... The thing, Luna doesn't have to be the top of the net worth. She just has to be ahead of the enemy carry. If she can do that, she's very happy about the game.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, and your
is under
puck
attack.
being at the top of the net worth instead is also a pretty good sign.
Mm-hmm.
This puck is a hero who doesn't enjoy to play from behind too much. Now Aghanims is up for Bachuk.
Radiant are
Could
scanning.
be a big timing for Passion
What?
UA.
What do you mean here, Dags? Nah, ban Batchuk. This guy is too much.
Yeah, after his start, pretty insane.
Dire are scanning.
Also, it turns out that we haven't had many Luna games in this patch. But of the Luna games that have been had, 15 of them have bought Manta. And our boy UI is third on that list in terms of timing. So, looking pretty solid.
Pretty decent.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yank from Passion UA gets dispelled by Fernance, who literally just stood there and did nothing and prevented the heroes from dying. And now they're going to connect right back onto Cracker. Poor Raptor, but he's going to actually throw out the Static Storm. Maybe this could be a fight that's good for them. Bachuk jumps in, throws out the stuns. QBFY, beautiful impale. They've already brought down the Pangolier. Now Fernance will find himself dying to the Vendetta head of QBFY. We see the TP attempt from Flacco interrupted by the pulverize of Moonlight. One more trample is necessary, and that'll secure a double kill for the Primal. Passion UA. They found themselves in a position where the Disruptor is getting jumped, but they're like, who's jumping who actually in this situation?
I said this before, but I'll keep saying it. Passion UA's in-fight coordination is so good. When they got that Static Storm, every single hero immediately, without hesitation, focused the Pango and took him down before he could do anything. Like, there was no, like, who should we focus? Immediately, just 3 heroes perfectly coordinating their spells onto the Pango.
The only bright spot about that situation for the side of TNL is that the Luna was farming freely elsewhere on the map. So she's still at the top. Now she's actually at the top of the net worth proper. And she's not that far away from having the BKB. So she's actually getting close to being able to join these fights in a more proactive manner than she's done so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then it's gonna be all about the Primal Beast, the Clockwork, and the Luna and their dance. Because Primal Beast wants to ulti Luna when she's BKB'd, and Clock wants to stop that from
Dire's
happening.
middle tower is
It's all gonna be about those 3 heroes in their positioning.
4K net worth lead right now. Team next level. Not necessarily fully in control of the game. We've obviously seen that they can lose fights, but now they're trying to control this upper half of the map because they want this Tormentor. But Passion UA are strong enough to fight right now, so I don't know if they're going to let them have it for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4K isn't that significant.
Wrecker glimpses back onto the Pango, but Pango immediately in with the Rolling Thunder, getting himself away from a potential death situation. The crazy part is Cracker was entirely bluffing. He was all alone. Had he actually gotten the glimpse off, definitely doesn't kill the Pango, could have actually died himself, but now they know that the Rolling Thunder is down. But unfortunately, they're still not going to be able to contest the Tormentor.
Radiant are scanning.
Card for the clock. That is definitely a very nice one. QBFY fully going for the QBFY style of play. No Dagon shenanigans.
That's so fun to watch.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
On bottom. Oh, smoke. Oh, they caught crystallize. They caught crystallize. They found the SF. The SF is gone for sure. He does not have BKB, so no protection available from the Eclipse. Sadly, the BKB was actually complete wing blade, but it was still in the fountain. Oh man, what poor timing for him.
Yeah. And he's gonna be the hero who's gonna have to deal with the Luna, so this can't happen too often.
QBFY did manage to find Flaco, prevent him from stealing the Shrine of Wisdom. They're fighting within the expanded armature. Which one of them is stronger right now? QBFY is actually losing the fight and dies. Flaco will get brought down, but he stole the Shrine of Wisdom on the way out. What a god, man. The Flaco effect still hitting hard.
Yep. Definitely worth it there. Even forced everyone towards the bottom lane, where like nothing is happening.
What a player.
Now the BKBs are up.
We have all three available for Passion UA. We have on the other side, we have 2 available for the Puck and the Luna. Now, speaking of Puck, gonna be a Pulverize coming in from Moonlight, but they need more support here. Flaco will try to interrupt this. Dual Rays, will he be able to get out? He does throw out the BKB. They kill off the Nyx Assassin. Flaco will die to the right clicks of Crystallize, but Crystallize is in an awkward position right now. However, he has so much right click damage that they all have to run away from him. And now here comes UI, the Luna, trying to go in, but it's not she's strong enough to fight everybody by herself, and she is not. Double kill for Crystallize. UI really overestimating just how powerful he is. Doesn't have the butterfly just yet, so has no way to avoid the right click raining in on him from Crystallize.
Is under attack.
Just really nice initiation there. Forcing the fight in the right situation, making sure that most of Team Next Level started the fight either far away or with half HP.
The thing, what's very interesting to me about this game as well, is that both teams are running extremely volatile carries, you know? The kind of carries where you die 2 or 3 times in the game, all of a sudden you feel all of your progress feeling meaningless. So both of them are at the 2 death mark already. Neither of them can really afford too many missteps going forward.
Or, alternatively, both teams can afford a lot of mishaps. Just alternatingly.
I see. Oh, lol. If nobody has a stable carry, you don't need a stable game. I see.
Dual Race, not as fast with the Parasma as we saw in the last series, but I think more farmed than we saw in the last series.
Oh, for sure. They actually might kill this Void Spirit now as well. There's going to be the hook shot. Flaco getting the connection onto Bachuk, who comes
He
out
is
from
a
the
BKB.
Dissimilate.
He ain't dying.
He's chilling. BKB, Ags, Aghanim Shard. Nah, he's fine.
Good luck killing Batchuk. I wouldn't be surprised to see him ending the game with 1 death.
I feel like good luck killing Bachuk is just every game, standard fare.
Yeah.
Roshan right
Tried
now.
to go for Roche, but taking a lot of damage, and they're like, ah, never mind. Let's not.
Yeah, they need a kill or 2 first before they can open up the pit. They have vision right now on the Pugna, and they ping him out on the map. So they're heading towards the bottom. And they will find the Pugna. Should be a very straightforward kill here.
Yep.
Although the creeps did their best with the Marsh Mages to make that complicated, but they still get it in the end.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Norma. Going for a Lotus Orb. Gonna be super nice to put that on Luna
Is under attack.
during the BKB. I see Jewel Rays.
Oh, Yuri is actually about to die. The trample, pulverize. Well, you were talking about this in the draft, the dangers of playing Puck into a Nyx Assassin, and that's a very good demonstration of what can happen. Killing spree ended. It's a mega kill streak that got taken away, given all the way to Moonlight. 760 gold in that one engagement.
That's a lot of money, and this is gonna open up Roche. 30 seconds should be enough. There's vision from the clock, so we could see some more Flacco effect. Especially if he takes the right angle of approach. 23 seconds before Puck comes back. Do they have time?
They have vision, throwing in these rockets. Flacco
10 seconds.
jetpacking across, trying
I
to
think
find the
TNL
right
is
angle.
starting to realize that they have time.
And actually, Flacco goes and just forces a ghost fight here. He might die for this one. And indeed he will, but he has created the opening for the Puck to re-emerge. Crystallizing the gang, still trying to take the Aegis. Norma comes through with the Rolling Thunder, trying to force them away from this, but he's taking too much damage himself. Needs to vacate the pit. Durays finally shows up with the BKB, unable to snatch the Aegis though. Moonlight still does get it, and now they've connected onto Norma, killing off this Pangolier. Onslaught onto the high ground, connect onto the Pangolier, and he dies too. They at least do manage to claim the Aegis, but now your Y is in a very awkward position. Has already committed the full Eclipse. Has BKB at the ready, yes, and he will deploy it, but surrounded by enemy heroes, pulverized to cancel out the TP. At the very least, Durays is able to bring down QBFY, but as soon as the BKB ends, here comes Crystallize, throwing in the damage. Another kill for them. Yes, we do have Batjuk able to complete another kill onto... Oh, Durays is killing off Batjuk. Hook misses from Flacco. They do now pop the dust. Cracker falling very low, should end up dead in this engagement, and he will. Triple kill for Dual Rays. Can he get more out of this? No. Crystallize just gets himself away with the Hurricane Pike, so he should be A-okay. In the grand scheme of things, that's a very difficult fight to analyze who came out on top, Wingblade. What do you think?
I think it's probably slightly Passion UA favored. They did get the Roche gold as well. They killed the Luna, and ultimately they didn't lose any super important heroes. I guess just the Void Spirit. Looking at it, that's actually their most farmed hero. I don't know. I would still say slight favor for Passion UA.
Well, despite the team victories, we know the individual victory goes towards Durays. Able to pick himself back up. Now, once again, occupying the pole position in the net worth charts. And also, I like his items, right? He's literally going straight for damage. Axe is going to come next. Already has Parasma. Has a serrated Shiv as well as his neutral item. He understands that Luna is not going to cut it by herself. The days of her solo carrying games are long over. So he needs to contribute as well.
Mm-hmm. I think it's definitely the right choice.
Radiant's middle tower is
Butterfly
under
is
attack.
gonna be up, but it's a pretty late one, to be honest.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
This is not the kind of farm you want on a Luna. You want more.
Well, on the bright side, the Flacco effect is still reigning strong because he forced the Primal Beast to have to commit a BKB charge, but Primal Beast refreshes immediately, goes in onto Fernans as well, so Fernans should die. That being said, Static Storm was dropped before the fight. BKB is required from the cause. Your Y and them trying to bring down Crystallize. Crystallize is falling low and dead. He can't continue in this fight. Now everybody else needs to run the hell away. Batjuk dissimulates into the river but doesn't have a BKB any longer. The final Astral Step came up just in time. And that will allow him to escape away from the Pango as Moonlight blinked towards his base. Nonetheless, though, very good fight. The buyback from the Pugna might not have made the biggest difference, but it made enough of one that they were able to finally bring down Crystallize.
Yeah, Crystallize popping his ulti in full confidence against the BKB Luna, then right-clicking twice and dying. Feels bad, but it's gonna get better once the BKB gets lower.
The problem he has right now, though, is that he's fairly far away from having the MKB. And you need that item when you're playing into Luna.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. He has no chance in a man fight.
Ooh.
That's a
That was
Flacco.
close.
It is so fun because every single move that Flacco makes is a Flacco move.
see if he's able to get the connection top lane, because they want to try and get the opening and the space around this Tormy. There will be a twin gate move from the Raptor. So this Raptor gets out, and the rest of Team Next Level will be in position to try and claim this Tormentor. Passion UA are very far away from the area, so not going to be able to contest this. That being said, it's not the scariest thing in the world, even though that's a very good shot.
I think it's a good shot for core Pugna. I don't think it's that great for support. As a big Pugna enjoyer. Because if you're a support and you manage to stand still and drain for like 5 seconds in a fight, I think you already would have won that fight, probably.
Fair enough. I actually think globally, in my entire history, I might have like 2 games on Pugna.
Oh, it's so fun. But it's a shame that he no longer insta-kills illusions. That shit was cracked. Like, you see like a Naga, you pick Pugna and you win. Because with Shard, you just insta-kill all of her illusions.
I will say the funniest insta-kill on illusions is like the Lion multi-mana drain. That was the funniest thing. That was hilarious.
I missed when there was some spell that also like did full damage to illusions or something, so you could one-shot heroes with it. Not sure if it was like Grimstroke at the start, where you could just one-shot PL every time. I just like one-shotting PL. I freaking hate that hero.
On this, you will not find any disagreement from me, brother. Damn PL. Also, another hero we're going to see a lot at TI, so prepare yourself. Yeah. I will say PL is the one hero that even when it's good, I've refused to play PL. It just feels cheap to play. Moonlight pops BKB trying to go in onto dual raise. Flacco did run some interference though, coming in with the hook dot to prevent the pulverize. And now he's inside these cogs. Your Y is here as well, throwing in the Eclipse. They need to get out of here. They've already lost the Shadow Fiend in the blink of an eye. BKB, no BKB. Luna's just out clicking you. TP attempt by Cracker will succeed. Very surprisingly, Batchuk on the far edge of the fight, trying to run some kind of damage, kill somebody off, but nobody will die. Team Next Level, they all survive. They take that fight, and now they can start mounting some pressure towards the high ground.
Yeah, SF really feels that he's one item behind the Luna.
Yep.
When she has her BKB going, no one can deal with her.
She also has Fernan's right behind, providing a constant stream of HP. So even you know, sometimes when you're playing against Luna, pre-Satanic, you're like, all right, we just throw everything at her all in and we can win the fight. But when she's got a Pugna, the calculus is very, very different. Now here she is on the high ground. The towers are gone. She's mincing through your buildings. Range barracks taken away. Melee about to follow. And Passion UA still 5 seconds away from having an SF to try and contest this.
She has her BKB up as well, so little you can do to stop her right now.
Wait, what? Did you see that, bro? Did they Glimmer Cape to dispel the glimpse?
What?
Yeah, she got glimpse, but she didn't actually get glimpsed.
I think it
And
was
they
Manta
Glimmer
Dodge,
Cape on her.
probably.
Was it a Manta Dodge? Okay, I hope it was a Manta Dodge. Because if it's Glimmer Cape, I hope that's not the case.
Can't imagine that being the case.
Okay.
Moonlight's
You brought me
going for
back on the
a
precipice.
Lincoln Sphere so that he can ulti through the Lotus Orb.
The problem is it still doesn't help him against Flacco.
That
One
is
hook
true.
shot. Doesn't matter.
All in the hands of Flacco, which is the best thing that could happen to you, or the worst. So far, it's been pretty good.
8K net worth lead right now as we approach 35 minutes. Shrine of Wisdom coming in 10 seconds. Shout out your wife for the ping. We appreciate it, gang. So they're gonna collect both of them. The tier 2 tower looks like it's gonna fall as well. So Passion UA just not really getting anything out of the map, and they're playing handhold Dota right now. which is fine, but it does mean that there is a steep decline in how many resources can be afforded to the SF, and he desperately needs that one more item. He does have the MKB now, so he can at least do damage to the Luna, but as you just said, Luna is an item ahead, so she has Satanic. She's like, okay, let's man fight, let's see what happens. Flacco getting himself glimpsed back towards Moonlight and the gang, and he should die for this, but at least he provided some vision.
Pachak picks that one up again. The rich get richer. Or crystallize. Gonna try to go for Roche again. No clock for 30 seconds, so there's not gonna be vision. Still, the roar reveals all. And I think Team Next Level aren't gonna hesitate too much to try and take this fight, even 4v5.
Well, they're gonna try and force the issue by taking a fight elsewhere. They go onto the Pangolier and they should be able to kill him off, and he dies immediately. Duraze is at least able to find vengeance by bringing down QPFY, but now your Y shows up with the Eclipse going. They almost kill Moonlight, but the BKB onslaught does protect the Primal long enough to get into safety. But the primary objective is achieved. We killed Pango, we distracted the enemy, and we did secure the Roshan, even though we left a banner inside the pits.
Yeah, no spots. But I don't think Team Next Level is gonna expect that, right? So they can just pick it up later. Also, we have to mention, I think Yobai got extremely unlucky with his Aghanim's Lucent Beams on the Primal. There were like 4 on the Catapult before a single one hit Moonlight.
He's so farmed. 27k net worth now? Holy base. Gunpowder Gauntlet, Ags, Butterfly, Satanic, Manta, Swift Blink coming next. And then you still can scale into your Moon Shard. Hell, even the Aghanim Shard. Honestly, for me, it's one of the most underrated shards in the game. Like, that Lunar Orbital Shard is actually pretty nuts.
A little something extra for the
Yeah, it's alright. Can be okay.
Oh no, Pango. Can he get out of here? He's trying. Another fire will bounce back, and he's actually dodging every single spell, and the fight's gonna break out right behind him. But yo, why? This time, no unluck will happen, and they decimate the Moonlight Primal Beast. Yo, Y has no time for him, and they're chasing for more. Bachuk should be able to get himself out of there. Has Dissimilate. They've already TP'd out with the Shadow Fiend. But man, oh man, your Y is really starting to show and flex his muscles here in the later parts of this game.
Yeah, just the hybrid nature of Luna is so difficult to deal with. She can man fight, but she can also provide so much magic damage at a really long distance. With very little risk involved. A pretty decent
they are
hero
pushing the
when you
high
can get
ground.
off the ground.
Well, not only is she off the ground right now, she is flying, brother. Tier 3 tower taken away. They're angling for their second lane of racks. You very rarely see this in Dota, where the team that has the Aegis is getting a racks right now, but now they're going to go back onto your Y. They want to find the damage. Crystallize, throwing in these right clicks. Will your Y die? He activates the Satanic. Look at this Luna go! She pops the Eclipse as well, turning onto absolutely everybody. She does eventually die, but she takes Moonlight with her, triggering a dieback onto the Primal Beast. And at the end of the day, although Passion UA did manage to kill her and Flacco, they still ended up losing a full set of racks.
Yeah, Luna almost survived there, and it is a dieback for Moonlight. So all things considered, I think it's still pretty good for Team Next Level. They're looking good right now.
You know what's wild, right? It is because of how powerful your Y has become on this Luna, we sort of neglected to even mention the progression of Duraze. The guy has a full Mjolnir now. Mjolnir, Ags, Blink, Parasma, Serrated Shiv with a BKB on the puck. Look at this! Look at the damage output from this puck. Bachuk almost dying solo to the puck and actually will end up tumbling to Fernans, who dropped the Netherward down. Crystallize came through with the Mask of Madness, hoping to at least kill off somebody. But Duraze makes that an impossibility. Bails Fernans out of trouble. Make sure that they all get to go home safely.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, the amount of damage. This wasn't on a support or something. It was onto the strongest hero on Passion UA. Pretty much gets the solo kill, no problem.
Jeez.
No one has buybacks on Passion UA. I think Team Next Level is right to keep going. Who cares about the Age of Shadow Fiend? It's about to expire, and Shadow Fiend isn't that strong anyway.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The Luna's coming in right now, TPing onto the outpost. And Passion UA. For at least 10 seconds, there will be 3 versus 5. And for at least 30 seconds, there will be 4 versus 5.
Dire's
How will they approach this defense? The tier 3 tower is gone, and with the Luna in tow, that means your racks are very shortly to follow. The crazy thing is as well,
has fallen.
her just sitting far away with these Lucent Beam hits. Why is this allowed? Why does that give me bounces? That shouldn't really happen, but they already got one of the Raxes. Only one melee barracks is preventing Passion UA from being completely megaed. And now look at this. Durays jumping on the high ground, going towards Moonlight. Moonlight gonna get himself caught with a hook shot and killed. Still no buyback available for this Primal Beast, and with the Lucent Beam Eclipse onto the Pangolier, they're able to decimate these supports. Crystallize doing his best, popping his BKB, trying to hold his ground, but between Durays and Yawai, there's too much firepower. Shadow Fiend is gone, he buys back immediately. Bachuk trying to at the very least bring down the puck, but the puck will stay elusive, evading the fight and getting back to safety. Flaco will be the only one that dies for now as they glimpse back onto this Pangolier. They want to try and find the kill onto Norma, but Bachuk is the one that's being assaulted instead. Durays jumped on him. Bachuk, BKB active, goes right back in onto Yawai. They want this Luna. Are they going to get her? She pops a Satanic. She's still fighting. She's still going. Crystallize just does not have enough damage. She dies in the end, but her death will also herald the end of the game. GG, well played is called. Team Next Level clutch it out, get the victory, and secure themselves the Game 1 advantage.
What a performance by Team Next Level. The confidence to just push into an Aegis and make it work. Condition, and you cannot afford to have him picked off, and that is partially his fault, but also partially the support's fault. Because in a game against Luna, you can have the coolest Primal Beast and Void Spirit, but you need the Shadow Fiend to kill her. So you need to make sure that he has a good game. And they did a decent-ish job in the lanes, but afterwards he got killed like 2 or 3 times in random places, and that is unacceptable.
Well, we were skeptical about their draft heading into the game, and it turns out that our skepticism was warranted, as they are now 1 game behind Team Next Level. But like you say, Passion UA has sort of made an art of making a comeback series happen for themselves. So we have to honestly expect anything to emerge from game 2. Well, we're going to be going into a break, and let's find out when we get to game 2 if Passion UA will be able to maintain their run of making every series they play in the playoffs 2-1, or if it's going to be the side of Team Next Level snagging a 2-0, sending the silver medalists of the last season into the lower bracket and setting themselves up for success for the rest of the tournament. We find out in a couple of minutes. So go grab some water and join us for game 2 of Passion UA versus Team Next Level.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
puck. But now we're heading to the second game. Let us see what Passion UA is capable of.
Wingblade, like you said, these are the 2-1 merchants. They specialize in making comebacks happen. So draft-wise, do you want to see any adjustments? Do they just stick to with what we're doing, given how we more or less know how this is probably going to pan out?
I think the draft was honestly pretty fine. I think they had good heroes to deal with the puck. I think they had good heroes to deal with the Luna. It just didn't quite pan out the way they wanted to. So I think no major changes are necessary for a change, which is nice, because generally after a game I'm like, of course, the draft was terrible. They should have changed everything. Now it's like, yeah, they can just draft a similar style and just maybe execute it a bit more cleanly.
Well, looks like they are going to be sticking to at least something similar here. They have picked up the Shadow Fiend for themselves, having banned out the Dawnbreaker, the Puck, the Mossy, and the Doom. I'm glad they banned Doom. I do not want to see carry Doom anymore. And then team next level, of course, remove the QBFY Tiny. It's a necessity playing up against this team. Took out the Corp, the Bat Rider, and now we have a Angolier to open up their draft. So both teams still feeling very confident in what they deployed in game one, not feeling like that many adjustments are necessary.
And we see the Pango again from Team Next Level, which I feel like didn't do that much last game. I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but I was like, yeah, he was there. But I never really felt like he was super instrumental to them winning the fights or the game. But apparently, they still think it's good enough to first pick.
I think what probably happened in game one is that two things. They had negative synergy between Clock Pango, that these two heroes are very hard to make work together, and they were playing Pango into the Primal Beast, which is, you know, one of those matchups that's very hard for this hero to get around, generally speaking. I'm with you that he didn't really feel like he contributed that much, but like you say, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe they feel like if they have a different configuration of heroes around the Pangolier, they can have him have more impact in the game. So we shall see deeper in the draft. And there's a non-zero chance, very low, but non-zero chance that he's going to be playing mid lane, especially now that they banned out the Storm Spirit as well.
Mm-hmm. And we see the little green fella as well. Love to see it. Did good work, of course. As we expect, as he always does.
Are they going to pick the same draft?
Can they? Well, they cannot.
Oh,
No
Puck
pucks.
aside. Yeah.
Is there a hero that they can do Ember instead of Puck?
There we go. There we go. Give me some Ember Spirit. That'll definitely be fun to see. But still have some time before they decide exactly how to progress from this point. Still need some support picks to come from Passion UA. Last game, we had ourselves, all right, the Nyx Assassin and the Disruptor. I don't mind the Disruptor again, but I do feel the Nyx Assassin didn't have that great of an impact. So if they pick Disruptor, I think I'd still be fine with that.
Mm-hmm. I'm inclined to agree. But at the same time, maybe with Crystallize struggling so much in lane, it would be nice to have a stronger laning hero, perhaps. Maybe the Eng we saw in the previous series would be nice.
I'm feeling that Edge, actually. Yeah, give me some of that Enchantress magic. They're burning through quite a bit of reserve time.
Yeah, they have played it for sure. They have two players being Kraker. But instead they go for a Dazzle Nyx. So they stick with the Nyx. They apparently quite like the way that played, and instead of Disruptor they go for Dazzle, which is stronger in lane for sure. But it could also be for Dazzle.
I want I want to see that again. Remember last season how crazy he was on that hero? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen him do some work with this hero as a boss 3.
We'll see now. Could be the Dazzle Nyx. I guess also as well, if you pick Nyx Assassin, one of the issues that they had in the previous game that they were struggling with is there was quite a lot of time where, because like you mentioned, Nyx Assassin is just a creep for a large majority of the game. Void Spirit was getting pummeled in lane. But Dazzle doesn't really have those kind of problems. Dazzle, as long as you're not like dying as Dazzle, you can get quite a lot of CS by self-sustaining in the lane. So that might make the life a little bit easier on that side of the map.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it seems really nice. I would love if they just played offlane Dazzle and picked a really strong support to go together with the Shadow Fiend.
Hmm.
And the final big Moonlight hero to finish it off. For Team Next Level, I think they can just do practically the same thing. They do need a support duo or not support duo, carry support duo that can deal well with Dazzle. I don't think that's Sven. I don't think Sven does well against Dazzle.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't do well against Dazzle in the lane, but it does do very well against Shadow Fiend in the game. So that might have been the thought process going through their minds when they picked the hero. And they paired with the Warlock as well to try and amplify the damage output. So they're probably making a gamble that, okay, we're going to lose the lane. The Dazzle's going to get more out of the lane than we do. But as long as the Warlock is playing normally, there's no way Sven dies here, right? Sven can't die. Nyx is not going to be able to really kill him. He's going to be able to still keep farming. He doesn't have to be that far ahead. Just keep parity in the laning phase with the Shadow Fiend, and then as you scale through the game, even if the Sven alone doesn't have enough damage, the Warlock can help facilitate that a little bit. So I like this dual combination from them right now.
Okay, we'll see if they can play the lane well enough to not suffer too much. I'm still a little bit worried because Warlock also doesn't really enjoy being ran at.
Mm.
We'll see if they can make it work like in game number 1. And Passion, they pick up a Timber Soul as well.
Okay, so what are we thinking? Mid Timber, off lane Timber? Does that make the Dazzle a support now?
I think mid Timber. But they have flexibility. They can just swap it around because of course Badger can play anything. Can play Timber, can play Dazzle, can play something else as well. You just put a Dazzle support, Timber mid, pick him something else. Doesn't matter. He's gonna do well anyway.
He's gonna play off lane Shadow Fiend. Here we go.
Sure,
Some
you
new
can
meta.
make it work.
I'm very curious what they're going to do with this draft from Passion UA. One thing I do like, though, is that they have an absurd amount of armor reduction here. Like, my God, bringing down armor and health reduction is there in speeds from Passion UA. So they're not going to suffer the same issue that they had in game one, where towards the latter end of the game, they just couldn't kill anybody. Here, they definitely will be able to debilitate the opponents enough that killing them at all stages of the game should still be possible.
Yeah, Sven could turn into a very scary hero though. We'll see. They should still have the tools to deal with a Sven. So you do have the Dazzle, you have the Nick, so you have good scouting, good saves. So Sven could either be the hero that one-shots like the Dazzle before anything happens, or the hero that despite being farmed just cannot move in the fight. It would be nice if Team Next Level picked up another hero that scales somewhat and can actually deal damage later on as well. Because of course Pango skills, but he isn't a hero that can very easily just take out supports on his own.
One thing they're also going to struggle with, well, both teams actually have this issue, lack of lockdown. Passion UA have what? Requiem for the Fear, Impale from the Nyx Assassin. Team Next Level have Stormhammer and two ultimates from the Pangon, the Warlock. But easy lockdown is definitely going to be hard to come by in this game. I think it's probably more of an issue for Passion UA in the sense that, also for Team Next Level, excuse me, in the sense that like they need this fan to be able to stick on a target, bring him down very, very quickly, moving on to the next target. So I would like to see whatever pick they get at the end of the draft, give them some of that much needed lockdown.
The Primal Beast last pick. I think that does turn Dazzle into a support, most likely. Could be Primal support as well.
Man, they've got so much dive. Timbersaw, Primal Beast, good God. They're gonna be in your face all the time. DKB piercing disabled as well is very, very nice whenever you're playing against Sven. I like this Primal. Where do you think it goes? Like who's going mid, who's going off lane for Passion UA?
I think probably Primal Beast mid, because Moonlight played it last game as well. I think it just makes sense to go for it again, and Timber against Sven, that's very fun. That is very fun, without a doubt.
I would like to see Crystallize play Dazzle. That would be very funny, but quite unlikely to happen in this game. And we don't have, well, if Sweden Strong was in the team, they would have picked the Primal Beast as a position 4 for Passion UA.
Yeah.
The team next level, they round out the draft by grabbing themselves an Ember Spirit. He's going to be the one that, like you said, does can scale through the game, does similar things to what Puck is able to accomplish in the mid lane. Should be able to lane fine against the Primal, I suppose. Shouldn't be that dangerous for him. But overall, you know, Ember Spirit, man. What can you say right now in this meta?
Yep. It's like, oh, we can't pick Puck, we'll just pick Ember. You know, they do similar stuff.
It's like that flow chart. Like, is Puck available? If no, pick Ember. Is Ember available?
Yeah.
If no, pick Puck or something.
I think it's similar for like Grimstroke and Dark Willow and the new hero clown guy. Forgot his name.
Ringmaster.
Ringmaster. Clown guy.
I like. I feel like that Simmer's gonna have a good game. I'm backing Bachok to like really carry the situation.
Let's go. I'm excited. Wonder how the mid matchup is gonna go as well. I feel like it should be Primal Beast focused, to say the least. Or favorite.
I don't expect Dorius to die in that lane, but shouldn't really be able to do too much. But we shall see. One thing that is also in favor of Passion UA is that Flaco is playing the Warlock. So he's not playing one of his more active heroes on the map. Might make things easier for Passion UA, given how much of a headache he was in game 1.
I feel like the FF duo often goes for double squishy support heroes. They often play like 2 5s. It's weird how it works. It's not like they have a QBFY who always plays like the same style of hero. They have some flexibility to them. They can feed with any hero.
The horn has now sounded. Looks like we're not going to be getting any large clashes early on in the game. Going to be a nice and standard dual bounty trade for everybody. Dual Race picks up 1, Crystallize picks up 1. So it's going to be regular and fair Dota.
That's what we like. Is that what we like to see?
No,
I don't like to see that.
I kind of miss the days where somebody would pick up 4 runes and basically just auto win the game. You know, that forced everybody to have to fight over the runes early on. That was entertaining.
I'm good with that.
Wrecker on his support Dazzle will be just maintaining Crystallizer's life in this lane. And it should be fine for them overall. I don't think they just shouldn't experience too much difficulty. And because the Dazzle is playing a support instead of a core, we're not going to get those absurd levels in Poison Touch. which means we don't have enough slow to reliably land the triple raises. So I don't really expect too much action down bottom.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So far, Sven is doing really well in the top lane. Well, Timber is 0 and 0.
It's because he went 0.1 reactive armor. Literally does nothing in the lane against Sven.
Yeah, he's not dying, but he's also not CSing. That much is clear.
I'm actually kind of surprised he did go for. I don't feel like his life was. Do you think his life was in enough danger that he needed to go 0.1 reactive armor?
I don't think so now. He's playing against Sven Warlock. If you die against that, then I don't know what to say.
It's a you problem. Skill issue. But he'll get to level 2. He just received it now. Now he has Whirling Death. He'll be fine. And mid lane, Dories is actually putting the pressure out onto Moonlight. He's winning the CS battle right now. Playing very well on Zemba Spirit, even beating him in the levels.
It's maybe a bit unexpected. But props to him. UBFY. Again, he's not gonna have too much fun in lane specifically. But I think Timber should be fine. That's it. This guy's so annoying.
He's gonna be bringing me the creep wave so I can farm as the Timber. Thank you very much.
I think
So
Sven
Patrick is gonna be
struggles
chilling.
slightly more with just tanking an entire creep wave. He's not the worst at it. He's still like at the top for carries, dealing with full waves under tower. There are a few heroes that beat Timber in that regard. Maybe only like Axe and Legion.
Speaking of CS, Crystallize doing quite decently in that department as well. Although Norma is doing a lot better, actually winning the CS battle, or at least drawing parity with this SF right now, which, considering the SF skill set, is quite impressive from Norma.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant structures
We
are
were surprised by
fortified.
this last time as well. Breaker playing with fire here, walking around with 250 HP. Haunting next level to engage on him.
He's actually going to put pressure out onto Fern. This might be the first blood here. First blood, yep. Oh, wait, what?
Oh.
The creeps? Oh no, the Dark Troll Summoner. The worst part about it is that the Dark Troll Summoners only showed up because Cracker used the Poison Touch and it connected onto them as well. That's so sad.
That's the Fernand's effect. So good at feeding that he doesn't even die to an enemy hero.
Dies to the map. Oh. Unfortunate. On the bright side, because it's such an early death and it died to a neutral creep, it took him very long to come back into the lane. So that was a full wave that Crystallize got uncontested. So there's at least that.
Are fortified.
Moonlight? Quite low. Ooh.
Luris is actually thinking about it. Was making the consideration, but decides against it in the end. Nonetheless, he is doing a fantastic job middle. He has almost as many denies as the opponent has CS. Owning the lane, forcing him to just go home straight up. Damn! This is an incredible performance coming in from the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, poor Primal getting crushed, but Fernand's picks up the first blood as Moonlight rotates bottom, doesn't find anything, and is gonna miss out on another wave in the mid lane.
I actually can't believe the first blood happened literally at the same spot where the previous death was. But first blood drawn right now by Team Next Level. And like you said, Moonlight finds nothing. The entire time the Ember was just rising mid. Not looking so hot in the early game, especially since also their CS numbers. It's not like if you look at the side lanes that they've been putting up incredible CS numbers. It's still very competitive from Team Next Level.
Fatal Bonds come out onto Batchuk. He does not care.
We're also starting to see that Sven is really outstripping the Timbersaw in the CS now, as he's gained more levels and has more security in the lane.
Sven having a really good time. I'm getting a creeping suspicion snare.
Dire's middle tower is
We
under
may have
attack.
jinxed it.
Yeah. But we'll see. There's still a lot of time to go.
Yeah, for sure. And this is where Passion UA thrives. They're like the envy team. They're more dangerous when they're behind.
Bachuk almost losing his life here in the top lane. Stormhammer connects. A couple of right clicks is all they need. He actually just turns around onto Flacco and they kill the Warlock. Bachuk, God, you cannot stop this man. What a player.
You know,
Radiant are
when
scanning.
watching Dota, often when you see a situation like that where the Timber is running away from a Sven, you're like, oh no, he messed up. How could this happen? You shouldn't die in that lane. But when watching Batchuk, you're like, this
Dire's
is
middle
totally
tower
fine.
is under
Like,
attack.
nothing bad is gonna happen. And of course, he gets a kill. Like, I'm not even worried anymore when I see stuff like that.
Oh man. I don't know what happens to Passion UA in the future, but I need to see my man Bachuk on a tier 1 team in the next couple of years.
For sure.
Definitely has the talent. In fact, there's a lot of tier 1 offlaners we can name right now that don't perform to Bachuk's level, but we will not name them. You know, because we're nice out here.
Yeah, we made a list.
QBFY does get brought down by Durays, and that just continues the dominance from this Ember Spirit. Bro, he has put Moonlight into lowest net worth core at this stage of the game. That's incredible.
Moonlight.
Now Moonlight might actually die
Trouble.
here. Blood Grenade drops down to him as Fernand shows up. Even Flacco is here as well. And they secure the kill just as the power rune is about to spawn. It is going to be spawning bottom. It is Invis, and they might actually try and trigger it immediately, go and use it in the fight.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Why it's his level 6, almost has his Mask of Madness, but this time Crystallize is having a good lane.
Gonna go on to Norma. He was dangling himself as bait. He's only level 5, so doesn't have the ultimate. And now here comes Durays and Fernands. He just got level 6. Rolling Thunder is coming through, but not connected onto anybody just yet. Cracker will be the first one caught out, but Flacco arrives fairly late to provide the fatal bond, so they just don't have the damage for this just yet. He eats the tome to make sure that he gets himself to level 6, and now Moonlight all of a sudden very low in the HP department. Crystallize will pop the Requiem to generate the fear, but Durays just dodges it out. Unfortunately, he's out of mana,
Is under
so you can't keep the fight going. And Passion UA, despite being caught with their pants around their ankles, they managed to get out of that fight, losing nobody in the process.
Dire's top
Yeah, a
tower
lot of
is under
spells being
attack.
used. Not a lot of kills happening. I guess it favors Passion UA because Batchuk... No, actually, Sven was farming jungle, so I guess it's about even.
Well, it might favor them on the side of Team Next Level if they can kill off QBFY.
Is under attack.
He's going to attempt to TP out. Ooh, that's painful. That's painful. That sucks.
Very close.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
In the meantime, Bachuk is just shoving out this top wave while UI is farming the jungle, like you said.
Top tower has
So
fallen.
they have gained themselves a little bit of map advantage on the side of Passion UA, despite not having to win the fights. Things are looking very good for them. They occupy the top positions in the net worth charts. This SF is getting very, very big. Like you said, he's actually having a good game this time around. Things are looking up for Passion UA.
Yeah, and that... The Primal Beast isn't having as good of a time. Doesn't really matter that much. Because he's not the win condition. That's SF. So he'll get back, no problem.
Spirit Vessel now picked up by the Pango, so we do have inroads to killing the Timbersaw now. And to try and get through this obnoxious and annoying Dazzle heal. But step 1 is trying to bring down this tier 1 tower. Thankfully, they do have Fernands here. You can just throw in these level 3 Nether Blasts.
Yep.
Radiant's courier
Love
has
Bugna.
They might actually kill Cracker here. They brought Durays into the area as well. Does have the Shallow Grave trying to TP out, and they force out the Rolling Thunder. I mean, not that big of a deal in either direction. The tower was going down regardless, but a little bit of bonus gold injected into TNL now.
Yeah, very nice. Also, this is a really quick level 6 for Pugna. The fact that he already had it at level 10, it's quite unusual. Life drain at this stage, even on a support, is really good.
Oh no. The Sven, his courier snitched him. They ratted him out. They had no idea exactly where he was farming in the jungle, but they saw the courier delivery, so they knew what was happening. Ah, that's unfortunate. It really do be your own that betray you in the end.
Yep. Warrior Y having such a good time with his jungle friends. Our rune in 3 seconds. It's gonna be
Dire's top tower
Op.
is under attack.
AD for Moonlight. Not the best rune on Primal Beast, I think. Still nice to have.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's really good to prevent the Ember Spirit from picking it up, so
For sure.
it's all good. He has Pulverize available again. We'll see if they decide to engage a fight here. Top lane, actually, a fight is happening on the
Oh,
Sven
no.
and Bachuk and the gang. They find your Y and they're able to bring him down for the second time in a row. He just came back from the fountain.
Is under attack.
This is not the carry show
Radiant's
this
middle
series
tower
so
is
far.
under attack.
Yeah. I mean, we did say it's going to be a tough game for Sven, right? So it's not too surprising what's happening. They're going to force a fight now. They go Furnace. He gets protected by a Rolling Thunder as they did throw out the Pulverize onto Durays in tandem with the Chaotic Offering. Sadly, they can't kill him off. Bachuk is the one that dies first. So they need to vacate this area. Crystallize very low on the HP. Norma chasing him. Hits him with the shield crash and is able to get the kill. A double for the Pangolier. There is going to be Swashbuckle again in 3, 2. Not even needed because he already threw out the Spirit Vessel. QBFY ticking lower and lower and lower. He'll die. It's a triple right now for Norma. The Pangolier is having a much bigger impact in this game, Wingblade.
Yeah, for sure. It's like a night and day difference. And all of that was without the Sven, mind you.
They might kill
He's
Moonlight
still
as well.
chilling.
This Primal Beast is in trouble. He's going to throw out the Pulverize, trying to get out of this fight, but he's been hit with the Spirit Vessel. Bachuk, though, does come in to run interference. That will give Moonlight the opportunity to escape. This gets out with barely 200 HP, but gets out he does in the end.
Madness once again up for the Sven.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dual Race has the Mage Slayer as well. Which is gonna diminish a lot of the damage on Passion UA at this stage. UBFY on the hunt. Wants to find Norma. Not an easy kill. With the Timber, they might be able to.
Oh, he swashbuckled. He's dead. QBFY goes in. They find the grab, and Norma has no real way out of this one. He's going to end up dead.
Even interrupted the jump. Well played by Passion UA. Down, but never out.
We're back to a 1k net worth lead. So they're still farming.
Middle tower
Bachuk and Crystallize in particular are still staying very high up in the net worth charts. It is unfortunate that SF is this close to the Sven, but generally Sven wants to be the one that's ahead. So even if you're marginally ahead of him, you'll probably take that as a win in aggregate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
UBFY almost has the blink. Doing a good job scouting, but he's on a sentry.
Oh, look at that impale. QBFY sets up the easy kill onto Flaco, and maybe more can come from this. Rolling Thunder from Norma, hoping to maybe try to find some kills of their own. They're going towards the next assassin. They force out the early Shallow Grave. He's attempting to TP out, but will fail in that endeavor, as he will go down. I'm genuinely surprised that Passion UA didn't go a little bit harder in that fight, because Durays was in a very precarious position.
Yeah, for sure. Super low HP as well. Again, no Sven anywhere close. Guess they just didn't want to risk it.
Might be able to kill this Ember Spirit right now. Crystallize, channeling the Requiem. They found the fear. Do they have the damage? They do. Ember Spirit erased from the map. The gold going towards Crystallize as well. Great series of events for Passion UA.
I don't think Ember should be dying like this. All of these stuns are relatively predictable.
Still can't believe how poor Moonlight is. He's gonna have to keep fighting to get his net worth back up. And indeed, he immediately smokes up with Cracker. They want to try and find something. They come across Flaco and them, and they dive onto Norma. They reveal the Blink Dagger on the Primal Beast, but they can't catch the Pango. He's inside the Roshan pit, protected by the Chaotic Offering. Instead, now they come forward. Dure's beautiful double hero caught inside the Slide of Fist chains combination. Nyx Assassin already dead. Norma now rolling forward, hoping to try catch up to Bachuk. And they're going as far forward as they can, but unfortunately, they are dealing with the Timbersaw, very mobile hero. They can't catch up to him, but still, very cool combination from Dure's in tandem with this Pango.
Yeah, TNL.
Radiant are scanning.
They're taking decent fights, 4v5, surprisingly enough. A bit worried for Passion UA what's gonna happen once UI has his BKB as well.
I'm not crazy, Wingblade, but we've not seen this team perform this well before, have we?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
They've had, like, their showings where they showed potential, but like if they manage to 2-0 Passion UA, that's really impressive. Because no one has ever done that in the history of Dota.
Radiant are scanning.
Unfortunately, though, it is still only a 1k gold lead, so they can't rest on their laurels just yet. Still need to continue scaling throughout this game. But things are definitely looking quite positive for them. We also do have this Pangolier with a full Blink, full Spirit Vessel heading in towards the Lotus Orb to provide protection for his team. But might be hoping that they had the Lotus Orb sooner, because we do have a smoke between Moonlight and QBFY. They want to try and leverage the Pulverize combo to find somebody, but unfortunately they don't have the right wards to get these kills.
So they will find absolutely nothing. Sven is still farming, but this time Shadow Fiend is keeping up.
They're actually going to smoke up again immediately to try and get something else happening on the map. But they cancel it, just take the Watcher, de-ward a little bit,
Dire's top
and
tower
they'd like
is
to apply
under
pressure on the top lane before the Tormentor spawns, so they can try and grab that easily. But Team Next Level, you know, it's not an easy situation. This Ember Spirit almost has its SMK completed, and the Sven, okay, Sven is fairly far away from the BKB, and SF does have BKB, so maybe it's not the right time to fight them anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
QBFY has the blink, so could expect to see
Radiant's middle tower
some more
is under
great
attack.
double or triple impales coming out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Game has slowed down
Dire's
quite a
top
bit.
tower is under
Both
attack.
teams prioritizing their scaling at the moment. Okay, UI just popped God Strength to take the tier 2. They're not going to fight for the Tommy. They're going to try trade tier 2 for Tommy. Well, Passion UA let that trade happen, though. They haven't actually started in on the Tormentor. They're not immediately on top of it.
Radiant's bottom
I
tower
think
is under attack.
they should be able to get this just fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
The classic trade. Primal Beast taking a solid amount of damage here, actually. Let's have a regen rune.
Radiant's bottom tower is
No, bro. The classic trade is back in the old days when Radiant side takes Roche, Dire side takes Radiant bottom tier 2. That's the best classic. Vernon's getting caught right now by QBFY. And they have the vision on top of him, and they drop the rock, but nicely dodged by QBFY. Unfortunately, he will get clipped by the Rolling Thunder. Spirit Vessel is on top of him, so he should end up dead. No, not yet. Only now does he eventually take over. But he created a lot of chaos. Fernand's stayed alive for a little while longer, but the Glimmer Cape will eventually expire, leading to the death of the Pugner. That was a killing spree ended on the Pugner, so in terms of the gold exchange, definitely a favorable trade for Passion UA.
Yeah, with them forcing the rock and the Rolling Thunder as well. Not bad at all.
And they might actually
Sven?
kill the Golem. Yeah, they killed the Golem too, so free gold from that.
Nice. Sven is starting to get ahead a little bit though. Because, well, all he's doing is farming. Not the most efficient place to farm. Like the side triangle. But it's gold.
As the Ancient the Dodge says, $20 is $20.
Yep.
Roshan being attempted right now by Passion UA. They did get scanned out by Team Next Level, so they know that this is occurring. They're trying to marshal the forces necessary to defend it, but they're a little bit slow on this regard. Big Man is going down. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Norma unable to find anybody. They leave the pit just as he was rolling in. So there's a Rolling Thunder that's been burnt for nothing. QBFY also went onto the high ground, broke a smoke or two, forced them to use dust as well.
Smoke popped. They want to wrap around. This is always scary because you have to run up to the high ground, but Team Next Level may not expect this angle of approach.
They have a sentry down though. They see the Nyx Assassin. They try to blink and they both blink past each other, but they got the pulverize onto the Sven. Your Y is falling low. He pops BKB, but he still dies. Now they have the slows out onto everybody else. Flacco will be the next person taking off the chopping block. He goes down. Bachuk zoning away the rest of the team. Now he's playing 1v1 versus Fernand's. Fernand's trying to drain himself to victory, but it will not be enough. Bachuk has the Aghanim Scepter. QBFY right behind him as well. And that's 3 heroes down. The Roshan pit still lies open, so they immediately head back, but Crystallize playing 1v1 against Norma, but Norma went into Zoo. Now he's dead as well. Wingblade fought for nothing with the Roshan as well. You could not ask for anything better.
Yeah, that's my boys.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That was a really good fight by Passion UA. I feel like that would have been a completely different fight if it happened 20 seconds later and there was a rock. Because when Sven got jumped, you could just see the helplessness in the Warlock. Like, oh, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? And the answer is very little because you're a Warlock.
Well, now they have an Aegis onto Crystallize.
Tower is under attack.
Patrick is back on top of the net worth charts. Moonlight's still poor, you know, some things never change, but his impact in these fights is definitely being felt.
Still, Team Next Level definitely isn't out of this one just yet. Just a 3k lead and an Aegis. They have seen worse.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
QBFY just scouting ahead right now as the SF takes the tower. And we'll see if they want to just completely control this triangle.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
One thing that is complicated, I think, for Team Next Level is nobody really buys Nullifier. Like, the Pango will do it eventually, but he wants other items in before that. So you're going to have a large period of this game where the Timber Sword can basically just run riot on the enemy team with nobody to stop him.
Radiant
This is such a good Timber game. Didn't have the best start, but has recovered admirably as we expect from Bachuk.
What is it, the joke that we made last season? Oh, he's immune to lanes. Yes.
Oh yeah,
Laning
right.
phase immunity.
Oh, you why?
He's in trouble here. He gets caught by QBFY.
Hello.
Oh, well, there is going to be a rock this time around, so your Y able to turn around and try and fight his way through this. Crystallize right on top of him, dealing out the damage. Your Y is winning for now, but his BKB is about to expire, and they have the Dazzle to help out Crystallize. Your Y is gone. Bachuk able to connect onto Flacco and ensure that the Warlock dies too. At the very least, they found a TP out on Fernandes, but the Fen gone crystallized on top right now in the carry department.
Yeah, when your Sven cannot man fight a Shadow Fiend, that's a bad sign.
Yeah. That's like the only reason they picked the Sven, right? So that you can just jump Shadow Fiend, kill him immediately. But if that's not happening, what's the plan?
To be fair, it was a 1v1, quote unquote, because Sven was heavily buffed by his, or SF was heavily buffed by his team. So in a 1v1, I would still give it to Sven, but of course, Dota is not a 1v1 game.
No matter what mid players try to tell you, you're right. It's not a 1v1 game.
Yeah, mid players, don't listen to them. They don't know shit.
Tier 2 tower now being taken away. Crystallize will claim that one for himself. And getting dangerously close towards having the Daedalus. I mean, the fight was already so hard for the Sven before, but if there's a Daedalus in tow, and speaking of the Sven, oh my god, he actually might die here. He actually might die. QBFY is chasing him. If he shows, they'll know exactly where he's at. But thankfully for him, he stayed in the dark. And the lane is very pushed out. And they have bigger things to worry about because they're trying to break the high ground. Crystallize is here looking for Rax, and they get the Pulverize out onto the Pangolier. Norma and Fernandes dead in the blink of an eye. And Norma does not have buyback.
Gotta be at least one set of Rex, probably more. RABOTYAGI is already moving towards top lane.
RABOTYAGI, shout out Moonlight. From the slot that he had in this game to the degree of impact he's having later on, what a player.
For sure. He doesn't need insane amounts of farm. I think they made the right choice in this game to prioritize the SF more.
They will back now as everybody is about to respawn. And they also lost their courier. QBFY had a Yule Scepter coming in, but got sniped somewhere.
For QBFY, running around with Brown Boots Blink. 28 minutes.
Smoke up right now. Team Next Level. They know that the Aegis is about to expire, but they're also very aware of the position that they're in. Baichuk just Timber Chain forward, so he could be in some danger, and they don't have the Dazzle nearby, so they don't have Shallow Grave, but he does have Aghanim Scepter. He pops it, and they just don't have the damage. Like we were just talking about, there's no nullifier, so if he just hits the Ags, that's it. You can't kill him anymore.
Yeah. Feels bad. Then hit him like 6 times, he lost maybe 200 HP.
Now he also has a Gale Guard to go along with that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Shiva's almost up too. This is the RABOTYAGI show.
What a fail. Smoked up. They're trying to find somebody as they retreat into their base, but Team Next Level are aware that there is danger afoot. They do not manage to catch the Impale, so Fernandes is able to trigger out the Glimmer Cape, hits the drain, should be A-okay. Very close to death, but good map sense from Team Next Level to keep themselves all alive. Oh, they are farming right now underneath an Observer Ward, so they get punished for it. Losing their Pug now almost immediately. Will the Onslaught catch Warlock? Yes, it will. The last tick of it. Connect onto the Warlock. Flaco is dead as well. They came to protect the Sven so he could farm the Ancients, and the Ancients were farmed indeed, but unfortunately so were they in the end.
Things are looking up for Passion UA. Keeping the dream alive.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Blu-rays now on the high ground. Daedalus in tow. Mask of Madness trying to be. Oh no, they found your Y. They caught Joai. They caught him. He doesn't have his BKB active. He dies 100-0 before he can do anything. He triggered his God Strength wing play, but he didn't press the BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under
He has
attack.
buyback, but it doesn't even matter. He doesn't have ulti.
Oh, he's gonna have to buy back now. They're trying to define dual rays. They drop the chaotic offering to keep the Ember Spirit alive. He's able to remnant back into the fountain, but he is in the fountain now, far away from the rest of the team. Fernance, will he die back here? No. Norma saves him from Bachuk, forcing this Timber Sword to back up. At the same time, though, Crystallize didn't actually manage to take down any of these racks, unfortunately. But they're still playing 4v5 for a little while. Yule Scepter out onto QBFY. They're chasing him. Norma able to kill him with the shield crash. But now Bachuk jumping back in, looking towards Flaco. He gets him down as well. Oh no, Dores! He came back in, but they didn't expect it, so they weren't immediately on top of him. Moonlight actually had access to both Blink and Pulverize. Didn't think he needed them in that moment. It's very unfortunate, but it will make sure that Team Next Level stays in this game at least a while longer.
Very, very nice. Game is not over yet. And Sven didn't have to buy back.
I'm
Really
genuinely
wants that
shocked he
Daedalus.
doesn't have to. Do you think the Daedalus is enough though for him?
No. It's definitely not, but it's something. Oh no,
Well,
you're why,
He's
you're
dead.
why.
Now he's dead. No, you're why.
Again.
Well,
He can't even
he has a God Strength, but he doesn't have a TP scroll, so he can't get out of here. So he's just gonna have to wait until his BKB expires, and then he knows that his life is forfeit. Well, we've all been there. One more creep wave, as they say, and that creep wave has doomed him to a little time in the fountain. At the same time, we do see Bachuk looking towards Fernans, and Fernans just managed to TP out to safety, so he's gonna be okay.
Radiant are
I feel like UI is having the same problem that Crystallize had last game. Just dying.
He's 0-6-0. Good God, he's having a tough game.
Oh, that is so painful.
Now they don't have a
20,000
bottom tier 2.
hours of Dota practice, scrimming, getting ready, only to then go 0-6-0.
structures are fortified.
The story of my life, brother.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
25 seconds until the Sven returns. 4v5 without him. At the very least, they did pick up the Aghanim Scepter onto Dual Rays, so this Ember Spirit can still try to make magic happen here, but the fight's already starting. They're going towards Fernans. They want to kill Pugna, and they will. He is gone down for the count. They permit the Pulverize onto Warlock, but it's just to create space, prevent him from using the Chaotic Offering. Bottom lane of Rax completely cleared out. And while they do this, look at the items that just arrived. SF just picked up a Butterfly, just arrived right now off of the courier. And of course, we have a Hex that just arrived as well from Timbersaw. They are so farmed, Wing.
Yeah. Well, Sven got his Daedalus at least.
Dire are scared.
Maybe they can take a big Roche fight. That's the last hope, I think.
They're gonna try. Sven will pop the God Strength. Norma goes in with the Rolling Thunder, able to mount a serious amount of interruption. And they've got the Shadow Fiend. Sven able to finally cleave him down. Moonlight refreshes to get the Pulverize back onto Sven, and they burst him. Good God, Moonlight with the big damage as Sven is down. They have to run away. Dual Rays though, putting pressure onto QBFY. QBFY is not gonna die just yet though, being healed up by Cracker, who's extending this fight for such a long time. Dual Rays is finally able to get the kill, but the question is, does he get out of here? Moonlight fighting his way into this Ember Spirit. Ember can't leave the fight. He's being hexed up. Now he's being stunned up. Now he's being killed off. Pangalia suffers the same fate as well. And despite how well they played that fight to begin with, despite how quickly they killed the Shadow Fiend, because of the presence of the Cracker Dazzle, they just could not finish off the fight. The sustain was way too high.
Yeah, if you look at the net worth, even if you kill the SF,
Radiant are
then Bastion UA still has more net worth on the field.
Oh my god, that's actually crazy.
It makes sense that the fight was pretty even.
Yo, no matter what happens here, win, lose, or draw, we gotta give Cracker the MVP for this game. Playing out of his mind on this castle.
Yeah, Cracker is owning. We were like, oh, I'm not sure if it can really do enough. Maybe RABOTYAGI should take it, but nah, this Cracker Dazzle is cracked.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Full Omegas now achieved for Passion UA. 28k net worth. They literally have 1,000 gold per kill that they have in this game, which is kind of absurd in terms of their lead.
RABOTYAGI, look at his items. He has a holy locket.
Yeah.
That has to be a meme, right?
No, it's legit. It's legit. I forget which Timber player it was. I think it was Ice, who was also like in their pubs. They would always buy a Holy Locket, and it was actually super legit. I don't think he's trolling. I think this is actually
Dire's middle tower
one of those like low-key strats that people aren't pulling out often enough. As we see now,
pretty sick.
Moonlight pulling out the ultimate with the Pulverize onto the Pangolier. Norma will go down. Crystallize gets 4-star forward, looking for the big Requiem. Will find it out onto this Pugna. 2 heroes dead, neither of whom have buyback. And the rest of the team just getting zoned inside the fountain. Bachuk now committing forward. They want to bring down the Ember Spirit, and they do, even though they try to save him with the offering. It will not make a difference. Bachuk literally farming you inside the fountain. Call it. Even if they didn't call GG, bring the referee, somebody throw in the towel. This was just not fair at the end of the game. Passion UA get themselves the win. We're going to another game 3.
Hell yes. We had our doubts about a lot of stuff. We've been having a lot of doubts, but Passion UA, they bring it back. It's gonna be another 2-0, as is in the history books and as will be in the future history books. But Passion UA, they play a beautiful game of Dota. Crystallize finds his groove. RABOTYAGI plays out of his mind, but most importantly, it's Cracker on this Dazzle. Only died twice, 0-2 and 19. That's what you want to see.
19 assists. What a legend. My man dealt 31,000 heal. Oh my god. That's actually kind of crazy. He did more heal in this game than Welcome back, one and all, for some more CCT Dota action as we are now in game 3 of Passion UAE taking on the side of Team Next Level. And there are several things in Life Wing Blade that are certain: death, taxes, and 2-1 in the playoffs when Passion UAE is involved. Not surprised to be here in game 3, but where do you think this game 3 is going to go from here?
Ooh. Well, I think once again we're gonna see at least one big surprise pick. I don't think these teams are physically capable of just playing the meta, just looking at the stats side and picking the hero that's highest. They don't do that. So we're gonna see something weird, and I think Passion UA is gonna take it. No bias
Yeah,
here.
okay. No bias for your favorite team to have played in CCT, of course, of course, of course. I do think this one is for Team Next Level. They probably got a little bit of a rude awakening in game 2 because Passion UA leveled up and played more, I'd say, a relative standard that we become accustomed to. So we'll see if Team Next Level can increase their level. And they do so by grabbing themselves a Marcy. So this hero has been banned every single game that we've done today. The first time that she's been able to get through the pool, of course, the Dawn, Puck, Quap, SF being banned by Passion UA, and TNL being able to take out the Tiny, the Cracker Dazzle slash Bachok Dazzle, as well as the Nature's Prophet. What do you think it is about Marcy that has made her so high value in the drafts today?
I was about to ask you because I haven't seen this hero at all because it always keeps getting banned. So I'm like, I don't even know why this hero is strong. So we will flip the script. You tell us, Snare. What is up with this Marcy?
Okay, so very versatile hero, right? Very able to pretty much lane anywhere. I think just mid, that's maybe out of her wheelhouse, but she can do all of that. But I think the big thing about the Marcy is the combinations that she comes with and the dispos. Like you mentioned it earlier, right, about how strong displacement mechanics can be. There's a reason why Batrider, for example, has been in the meta for as long as he has. Pudge sucks, but it's because his displacement isn't reliable. But heroes that do have regular and reliable displacement, your Marcy's, your Batriders, your Tinies, I do think we'll find a very strong premium in the current meta. But I also haven't seen it that much myself, so I'm not 100% sure about this. And also, another thing, you and I today have spent a lot of time complaining about teams lacking damage as they go later into the game. If you pick a Marcy, you're not going to have that problem. No matter where she plays, you will have some bonus damage coming in. You will have a very reliable source of displacement. And you'll also just have a hero that forces the enemy to think differently about the map. And I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, okay, no, this is very convincing. Yeah, Marcy all the way. Why did they let it through? Crazy.
Oh. Watch me having said all of this positive gas about Marcy, and the hero does nothing in the game.
Yeah.
And it's always like this.
060 incoming.
Oh no. Oh. The Passion UA, of
Passion
course,
UA.
like we mentioned. We're going Batrider plus Warlock. Okay. Do you think this is going to be support bat? I'm still very fond of the mid uber damage Batrider, but where do you think this Batrider is going to go in this game?
I cannot say yet. I think Batrider is perfectly viable in both spots. I think Passion UA is perfectly capable of playing Batrider in both spots. But I think it's really gonna depend. I'm leaning towards core bat in some form.
Mhm.
I think Bat plus Warlock isn't the best support duo ever.
I agree with you on that. I also like the fact that if you have Batrider Core and Warlock as a support, damage out the wazoo. Magic damage will not be a problem for quite some time in the game. But then they go ahead and pick what used to be the #1 Batrider counter in the battle.
And I think it's still up there in terms of Batrider counters, because generally people don't play him as a support anymore. But I think he was better as a core against Batrider anyway, because as a support you had such short range that back in the day Bats would always buy Blink into Force, and you just wouldn't have time and range to get the shield off anyway. So yeah, in a
That makes
core
sense.
position you don't have to run away because you just pop ulti.
Hell, if you're playing core, you can also just end up buying Blink Dagger, right? So you always can close that range that you're talking about. So it's not really a problem anymore. But there is a non-zero chance he ends up as a support in this game because Team Next Level have gone for the Pangolier now again, 3 games in a row for Norma. Looked looked okay in game one. Actually looked really good in game two, despite the fact that they lost. I definitely think he put in the most, so second most work. Dual raise was crazy. But overall, you know, it's Pango. What can you say? It's just Pango.
Yep. Yeah, I also think it looked better in the game that they lost than in the game they won. But Passion UA, they managed to find themselves a TD. It's been getting banned a lot recently, but they squeeze it through.
GG.
GG? Atagege?
Yeah, what did they do?
Down. Okay, well, thanks so much for watching, everyone. We are... No. Passion
On a
UA.
real note, though, I genuinely believe this is an illusion meta. It's just we don't get to see them all that often, but these illusion heroes are scary, scary good. Terrorblade gives you everything that you want in this game. You have big amounts of damage. You needed push. He gives you some push potential. Map presence is there from him. But crucially, he's a hero that will buy the Eye of Skadi and can fight throughout the Baron Ultimate, throughout the Pangolier role. He can outfight the Marcy if she is going to be a core throughout the Unleash. Nah, man, Terrorblade is... And they don't have that much stuff. Rider are hiding. They the Hornhead man performs in this game. Of course, this is game 3, so the loser down to the lower bracket, and the winner gets to proceed in the upper bracket to play up against the victor between OG and Yellow Submarine. Since it is game 3, we need to nail our colors to the mast. I am going Passion UA game 3. What you got?
What is your reason for going Passion UA game 3?
As usual, as a carry player, I just think this matchup is rougher than it seems. The Terrorblade Medusa matchup. He comes up, he hits so hard, but it's so difficult to bring him down with the complement of heroes that you have. You don't have, like we mentioned in the draft, the most big burst, bombastic damage. They have many tools to heal him up. He can sunder himself, he can get the Shadow Word, Darkseer is going to build auras. So I just think the Terrorblade will eventually outlast the Medusa in this game.
Right, I'm gonna be a contrarian. I'm gonna go Team Next Level for this one. I have faith in the FF duo. I think Marcy plus Abaddon is pretty cool. They have the Storm Spirit that has been banned for a long time. They have to do so, should be able to get some farm. I love my UA boys, but you know, I can't always predict that they're gonna win.
We'll see how it all breaks out here in game 3. Thankfully, we both didn't go for the same team, so there's no curse. It's all gonna come down to the players. It's not our fault, no matter what happens.
That's really why I predicted Team Next Level.
The usual late smoke from both teams, but as usual, not anticipating any real action to break out here.
Nice ward from the Storm, goes unscouted.
Also, speaking of the Storm, Dure's absolutely manhandled Moonlight in game 2, Ember versus Primal. Is a similar thing going to happen now that he's playing Storm?
Well, judging by matchup, I think he should be fine. So I would expect Jewel Rays to win mid by a little bit. Would be surprised to see him destroy the Primal Beast, but I think maybe this matchup is a little bit better for Moonlight than game 1. Because apparently Ember is really good against Primal Beast. Wasn't aware of that. Hasn't been my experience.
Well, they are off to a much better start because they did manage to snag up 3 of the bounties. So it's a 3-1 exchange. So TNL will be very happy with how things are going to pan out in that regard. Top lane. How did Bachuk lose so much HP? What happened?
Maybe like a big snake. It's often the big snake.
But it's Bachuk. Why am I even concerned about what he's doing in the lane? Who cares?
Yeah, he has lane immunity.
Who cares? Do you still remember that game we did? One of the Grand Finals games where he went 0-3 in the lane and ended the game like 15-3 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's most of the games you play stuff, so...
Well, let's talk about players who are a bit more concerned with the laning stage. Crystallize doing his thing on the Terrorblade here. Should be a very straightforward lane. Like, Tango with the Marcy, yes, there is kill threat deeper down the stretch, but at least for the first 3 levels, you shouldn't really be concerned as a Terrorblade.
Especially with your base armor and the Warlock holding your hand. He's gonna be chill.
Just chin-chilling. Moonlight is also chin-chilling, having a much better game this time around. Able to keep parity with Dure's in the CS department. Nowhere near being solo killed, so already a vast improvement coming from the mid lane, which is saying something given how much contribution he had to the game later on regardless. So one can only imagine what this game will look like for him with a better start.
Curious to see. He does like his Primal Beast these days. Who can blame him?
What's the
Or
weirdest
still
hero
level
you think
1?
should be played mid, but nobody's playing it mid?
A Visage.
I don't even know why I asked.
Yeah, that's an open door snare.
Oh my god. It was gonna be Visage or Husker, you're already playing it, but yeah, I should have seen that coming.
I just wish Ice Frog would stop hating on this hero. Like, I'm fine with him hating on my boy Slark, because everyone hates playing against Slark, but who hates playing against Visage? He's just a guy. He's just a guy. You can't hate him.
Who's your favorite Visage player?
Oh, Dual Raise.
Moonlight?
Dual
Oh my
Raise.
goodness, Moonlight is eating a lot of tower hits right now. Dual Raise is gonna solo him anyway.
Oh my
Alright, Dual
god.
Raise God. Dual Raise God.
Did you see how that happened? He just pulled him back mid-onslaught.
Yep.
Because he wanted to go creep skipping. But Dual Raise was like, nah, you ain't doing that.
Well, fortunately, at least they do get some kills elsewhere on the map. RABOTYAGI is able to bring down Flacco. Well, technically QBFY did all the hard work, but the Iron Shell collects the kill. But man, 2 games in a row where Dual Raise is just absolutely styling on Moonlight mid.
What a player.
Bro, the man just came back, dog. Let him breathe, dog. It's only a game, Dual Raise. Relax.
Getting galvanized early. Fernance, he's ready for some shenanigans as well.
He doesn't know it, but Moonlight onslaughting forward is the only reason he's still alive. Otherwise, he would absolutely have gotten caught by Marcy.
Yep.
But sometimes life is fortunate, so Moonlight does get to stay alive. That also bought more time for the Terrorblade to keep farming bottom, and Norma couldn't really approach the wave. Like, look where he's standing right now. Only now that the Marcy comes back does he even feel comfortable going back in, but immediately as he does, gets Fatal Bonded, loses half of his HP. Terrorblade, Warlock in lane, dangerous combination.
Certainly true, but at the same time, look at the difference between TB and Dusa. That is significant. Dual Raise though.
About to die middle. Dual Raise, is he gonna kill him first? Does. Eventually does lose his life, but collected the experience, finished his soul ring, and gets an express trip back to the fountain. He was already low on resources, so thanks for the refill, bozos.
Moonlight will hit his level 6 soon, and that's definitely gonna help. With his self-esteem as well.
Most important thing for a mid player. Right?
Oh, again! Oh no.
No way. Dude, Moonlight is just not having a good time. He gets disposed back underneath the tower. Dual Raise able to bring him down. And yo, it is not looking like one of those days where Moonlight is allowed to play Dota. Moonlight, sorry brother, you're just in the pocket of Dual Raise. You belong to him right now if in the laning phase.
Yeah, Onslaught is just not an escape mechanism in this game.
I think those are the most painful deaths, right? When you dodge the first gank and the gank still arrives regardless.
Yep.
What a frustrating feeling. Moonlight
Bonk, bonk,
throwing
bonk.
out the first 4 barrage of the game against Dual Raise, who is very low on mana and HP, so kind of needs to get out of here. Trample forward, they're trying to save Flacco, but it might just have doomed both of them to death in the end. Flacco gets chased and killed off. The Marcy almost dead. QBFY trying to chase down with the sticky napalm. A couple of more right clicks is all they need, but Yawai is there with the Gorgon's Grasp to dissuade the further chase. Nonetheless, though, they do finally get a kill, and that's some experience that Moonlight desperately needs at this point.
Yeah, he's still not weak, despite not having a great time in the mid lane. He's still a level 6, almost level 7 Primal Beast, so...
Speaking of tough lanes, we haven't really talked about the top lane too much. You know, Norma's still doing his thing, has been able to pick up some net worth, closing the gap on the Terrorblade. But this Dogs here is struggling right now. Very far behind in CS and net worth. And, you know, whenever QBFY is not in the lane, RABOTYAGI just straight up can't approach. Just have to stay back and allow your Y to farm for free.
Yeah, it's not been too fun, and poor QBFY also takes a snake to the face. I feel like I would take similar damage if someone threw a snake at me.
Oh, I'm scared of snakes. If you threw a snake at me, I might just die on the spot, bro. As we have big onslaught onto Flacco with the trample. Nice kill. Make sure that he is punished for his movement here around the Wisdom Shrine. You might kill Cracker though elsewhere on the map. They are gonna jump him now that they have level 6 on Durays. Cracker, easy kill. 5 galvanized stacks, 8 minutes into the game. Are you kidding me?
Feels pretty good.
Holy base.
Infinite scaling.
Radiant are scanning.
I want to see somebody put together an infinite scaling draft. That would be funny.
Dire's top tower is under
I
attack.
can make a infinite scaling tier list.
You see, now you're talking, brother. Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
Oh, I'll get to that at some point. One second, I'm gonna write that down.
Good idea. I want to see that content. What I also want to see is Passion UA starting to think about this Medusa. Medusa's not one of those heroes you can just allow to be this free for this long. And she's had an absurd amount of space. Completely bounced the dogs here out of the lane. And now he's also contesting his triangle with Dual Rays. They came over to try and make sure that he stays gimped. And now Dual Rays diving towards QBFY. They'll be able to find the Batrider kill and still come back to farm these Ancients. Passion UA is just being out macroed at the moment.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're really struggling with the storm right now because they have almost no lockdown.
They might be able to kill Flacco though. Moonlight throws in the Pulverize. Flacco's only level 4, so should be a straightforward kill here. But because Batyuk isn't the one that got the kill, he doesn't get all the gold and experience, and he's lost more from having to contest this triangle than he did by gaining this kill.
That does feel bad. Meanwhile, Crystallize is pressuring the tier 1 tower quite hard. With meta. Usually not a tower that is prioritized, but you'll take it.
Still going to be taking a lot of time to farm, you know. Terrorblade is one of those heroes. And Moonlight's just trying to keep as much pressure out onto the map as possible. Now pressuring Flacco, but Flacco will not die. Durays zips in, and his mere presence is enough to bounce back Moonlight. It's not that big of a commitment ultimately, you know. Pulverize basically doesn't have a cooldown, but still nice to see from TNO that they can make that happen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Duck going pipe first. Wouldn't have minded Crimson Guard first either. They're both valid. And all of you watching, you're also valid in your feelings.
Unless you play Meepo, then you're not.
No. Meepo players are also people. Veno players though, let's drop the subject there.
Press X to doubt on Meepo. I'll agree with Venom players being subhuman. I am a Venom player, and when I play Venomons, I know I'm subhuman. But Meepo players are high on the list.
It's so fun to practice and get good at microing.
Okay, there's another video idea. A tier list of which heroes decrease the degree of humanity that you have just by playing them.
Yeah, I mean, I would be at the bottom. If you look at my most played heroes, there is no fun for all other 9 heroes or players there.
But
As Batrider
Batrider.
falls again.
easy kill. On the bright side, Dual Rays was not involved, so that's not an additional galvanized stack for him. He's already at 6. He doesn't need more right now.
It's a shield rune as well. 12-minute demand, huh? Ooh.
Wait, what?
Radiant's
Hold on.
Get your stats ready, Snare.
I'm going, brother. I'm on the way. What? Mid lane, we do see that, you know, Moonlight has realized that, okay, well, we're past the point where this is realistically going to do anything. I can go in, you know, annoy them a little bit. Maybe we can kill Fernance. Pulverize is there. Flacco nearby with the aquatic shield if needed. They will be able to get further away with the dispos, and that provides enough speed, it seems. No, Lasso coming in, QBFY dragging Fern into the low ground, and they are able to secure that kill.
Blackout didn't even have mana. He's gonna kill himself. Or, no, it's just stack.
So the time was 12 minutes, right?
Yep.
In this patch, there have been 89 games of Medusa, excluding this one. So this is game 90, and this is time 1. Time 1.
What was
One.
the second fastest?
Second fastest 12:16.
Yep. That's a record.
Well, it
That's,
gets even crazier, my friend. Check this out. In all time, Medusa has bought that item 3,246 times. And our boy here is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's number 13 on that list all time. That's crazy.
Damn.
That's actually pretty crazy.
That's a good sign for the TNL fans out there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And for my prediction as well.
Especially as QBFY dies again, granting another Galvanized stack to dual raise, but he has expended his entire mana pool, so he could end up dead here, but Flacco comes in, heals him up, pops the Aphotic Shield on top of him as well, and now with Norma rolling Thunder directly onto Moonlight, they end up punishing the Primal Beast for his aggression. Shout out to Flacco. Perfect place, perfect time, enables him to turn around that fight.
The team next level. They're looking so good right now, and I have no idea how a Terrorblade and a Darkseer are gonna turn this game around. Because Bajak is on such a passive hero, and Terrorblade being 2.5k gold behind Adusa right now is also not gonna turn any fights.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You know, there's certain carries that you can play from behind, you know? If I'm playing like, I don't know, some Ursa, some Monkey King, I don't really care if I'm like 2,000 gold behind. If I'm playing Terrorblade and I'm behind my Medusa enemy, my god, I'm terrified right now.
Hope he finds something special somewhere. A hidden cache of gold.
That should be a new mechanic, actually, like a neutral item that gives you like, you have to hunt for treasure somewhere. A treasure map, yes. If you can find the treasure on the map, you get like, I don't know, 500 gold or something.
Yeah, you have to do like some mini games to get it, like a reading test.
Yes.
So then no
I like
carry
that.
would ever be able to take this neutral item.
You know how much worse I got as a carry player once I learned how to read? Terrible, man.
Yeah, you just go by feel and you follow the sound of gold in your ears.
Double damage.
You know, you were talking about like how do they turn this game around. Terrorblade and Darkseer aren't necessarily the heroes to do it. Fortunately, they do have 2 heroes on their team that can make massive turnarounds happen even with minimal gold. We'll speak about it in a second because one of those heroes is about to die. Moonlight getting assassinated down bottom by Yowai and Durays. At least they did get the Bad Rider Blink. That's the other hero that can make a big impact with low net worth, but damn, Bad Rider, like you mentioned in the draft, already countered by the Abaddon, and now he's about to die to set Abaddon as well. Flacco bursts him with the Mist Coil.
When is the last time that Fashion UA got a kill? I feel like every time I look at my screen, they have some dead heroes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's been a while. It's been a while. The last kill they got was about 4 minutes ago.
Bottom tower is under
And
attack.
before that was even longer. The last kill was in like 9 minutes. Damn. Tough.
You just need, I guess, Bajak to join a fight. We need meta from Crystallize and then some good rock. Don't cooldown right now.
See what they can do here. They're smoked up. Moonlight has Blink pulverized. And they find your wife first. That's a really nice target. If they can kill him and get through this mana pool, drag back into the wall here. And they're trying to escape because Norma threw in a wonderful Rolling Thunder, stopping Crystallize from taking the tower and delivering additional damage from the building. Norma saves the life of Yowai.
Is under attack.
Everybody gets out safely.
Has fallen.
Very nicely done by Team Next Level there.
Yeah, they survive. They still lose the tier 1, so that's a nice little bonus for Passion UA. I think both teams committed quite a lot there.
On the bright side, they did not commit the chaotic offering, so now it's on off cooldown. So Passion UA, realistically, they could actually go again. Not that much time until we have pulverized. Oh, never mind. You just use it to farm creeps. Okay, we're not doing anything.
I think without meta, it's still kind of scary to fight. There are some drafts in which you can fight with your other heroes, but I think TB is by far the biggest source of damage, so they can't really do that here.
He's a full item behind the Medusa. At the very least, Medusa with the Mjolnir, you no longer get the free damage on illusion, so that's something.
That is something. But I think the illusions will probably still die quite quickly. At this stage, at
Yeah.
least.
It's only when you get to your butterfly / Scotty timing that you start to feel your illusions are really tanky.
Mm-hmm. Tanky illusion is such a dirty combination of words.
UBFY in some danger here, but managed to blink in the right direction. And with the Firefly, goes over the impossible terrain. And he's going to be okay. Top lane, they're going onto the docks here, though, and Dure's, damn! Him and Norma absolutely shredding Bachuk here. And look at Norma's item build. He's playing so much more aggressively. Blink Diffusal, and what is he queued up? Lotus immediately into the Nullifier. He understands what he's supposed to do in this game.
And he's doing really well here. Like, I'm starting to get convinced about this Fang though. Last game was like, but now it's looking damn good.
See how he performs in this next fight, because Passion UA are looking for one. They don't want to give away the Tormentor for free, given the way the game is going. I mean, they're 8k gold behind at 20 minutes. It's crazy. So we'll see if they can take this fight. Doxia will TP in now. They don't have any vision. Nobody's showing on the map right now.
Who do they find? Scary place for a smoke to break.
UBFY. Oh no, he's the one that gets jumped first. That cannot happen, Wingblade. The Bat Rider needs to be the one doing the jumping, not getting himself caught out like that. QBFY, uncharacteristic mistake from him.
Kills the entire offensive. Passion UA can stick around, but they no longer have any hopes of fighting there. It's gonna be a Tormentor going the way of Team Next Level as they cement their lead. Get a nice little shard on Abaddon.
How do you rate the Abaddon shard? Where does it fall on the shard tier list?
I tend to not play Abaddon as a support that often, even though it's one of my highest win rate heroes for some reason. But I think it's pretty decent. Like, you would never buy it as a support because you would rather focus on your defensive potential. But having some offensive potential in your shields is undoubtedly quite nice. What about you? What do you think? Is it goated?
No. It's not goated. It's not goated. It's very solid though. It's very, very, very good. Goated Academ shards are like, Terrorblade shard, for example. That's pretty goated. That's kind of amazing. But it's just solid. One of those you'll never complain about getting it, regardless of the game state.
Mm-hmm. I think Slark shard is insane and has been for a long time. It's like, hey, you want a second ulti that also works on allies? You want a reliable save as a carry that you can just easily buy? Crazy. I feel like it would be broken on any hero.
As a Slok spammer, as in I've always enjoyed playing Slok, get that shit out of the game. It's too strong.
It's crazy.
And the fact that you have insane people like 9class convincing everybody to play that position 4, so now it arrives even sooner in the game. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Man, sometimes Ice Frog is cooking a little bit too much.
Too many ingredients in the pot at times. QBFY trying to find Flacco. Lasso, will he be able to reach him in time? Oh, Fernand. showing off why people try to pick the Marcy, but he still will find himself getting lassoed back, and there's no way for them to save him. Flacco, in fact, came too close and puts himself in danger as well. Bounce back with the onslaught, the right-click damage, the ion shells. They have more than enough to bring him down. It's now a double kill for Bachio on his dogs here.
That was a long-range lasso without other lens, gotta say.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I've personally just given up on understanding the lasso range. It's either too, it's always too long or too short. You never know. I'm just like, whatever, dude. Lassos happen.
Dire are scanning.
You just flip a coin. Whatever happens, happens.
Although I will say, can you imagine how crazy this hero would be in 2025 if Lasso had the same cost range it had back in 2013? Nuts,
Oh.
bro.
I feel like Batright is one of the few heroes that didn't get power crept into oblivion.
That's one of the things that should startle us, right? The fact that the hero is still this good despite not being power crept. It's like, what the hell? How good was his kit back then?
Yep.
Aegis now being taken away. Team Next Level are in the area. It's gonna take a while, but I don't think that Passion UA have the appetite to fight this right now. They actually do. They're gonna smoke up. I don't know about this gang. I don't know about this. I feel like they are still an item or two away from being able to reasonably contest them.
Yeah, definitely agree. How are they killing anyone? With just a Manta Dragon.
Wait, what if they find the Deucer? The Deucer is the one that's revealed, but she goes back at last second. They're still gonna try though. Norma comes in with the Rolling Thunder. They have the Chaotic Offering down to try and provide some cover. It's not enough though, and they will end up with Moonlight about to die, and indeed he does. The illusion though from this Deucer is doing so much work, but they just couldn't get the Terrorblade inside the fight to deal the damage. He will be able to do so onto Dual Rays. Norma in trouble as well. TB throwing in those right clicks, doing quite a Magnus, but he has to back off. They've respawned on Dual Rays. He's gonna chase off the QBFY. He's gonna kill him on the way out. Dual Rays, it's only a game, brother. You don't have to go this hard.
19 galvanized stacks. The man's got a reasonable amount of mana regen. 30.
Jeez. 30 mana regen, 24 minutes into the game. Okay, bro. Alright, man.
So that was a 5-man wall. And Passion UA still didn't manage to win the fight. And of course it was a 5-man wall because it's Bachak.
Dire are scanning.
We expect nothing less.
Like, oh, he only got a 4-man wall this time.
There are still some good things to take away from that fight, right? UI actually almost died, and they needed to play. If Norma wasn't there with the Rolling Thunder, that was literally perfect. UI would have just straight up died. Hell, even that lost dispose at the end of the fight from Fernance also kept him alive far longer than he should have. So if I'm on Passion UA, yes, I'm upset that we lost that fight, but I'm going to say to the boys, look, we almost killed UI. We did actually kill Dual Rays and take away his Aegis. Yes, it cost Moonlight. Yes, we had to lose one of our supports, but given the game state, close fights count as a win for us at this point in the game.
Wait,
Radiant's bottom tower
Breaker didn't eat his Grimoire yet.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's unusual.
I have literally never seen a Grimoire at this stage of the game.
Generally, you just get it for your early level 6. But he's like, nah. He's not even using it for his level 12. He's expecting or anticipating something late. It's like, I want full value. I want those big talents, like my 20 and 25.
Bottom tower is under
Okay.
Golem on death and extra resistances.
Dire's top tower is under
They
attack.
also just picked up a Diffusal Blade on this Terror Blade.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So that's definitely going to help against UI in the future. And I also do think that Disperser is one of the underrated items on illusion carries. Obviously, PL players know about the power of Disperser, but I think this Terror Blade, if he eventually gets there, will find a lot of value out of that item in this game.
Yeah.
They might find value out of a death onto Flacco. So Flacco forced into the early borrow time. Dure's jumping the back line, trying to find this Bat Rider. They almost have him killed, but Norman dropped the vacuum wall, dragging 3 heroes into it. Both supports gone in the blink of an eye. Now we see that they get the Pulverize out onto Norma, but unfortunately, they can't protect Crystallize. He's in a very precarious spot. He's already committed the Sunder. Now Dure is committing everything on top of him, and he will end up dead. Cracker can't TP out either. Dure's and your Y making sure that his death is a certainty. Double kill for Medusa, 4 for 2 trade in the end. And Passion UA, yet again, losing another big team fight here in the mid game.
Man, that was such a good start of the fight. If Team Next Level was only leading by 8k instead of 12k, I think they would have gotten crushed. But now, the 16k gold lead. Terrorblade is more than 8,000 gold behind. And let's not even talk about the Primal Beast and the Storm.
At this point, we have 2 offlaners for Passion UA.
I think
don't have a
Passion
mid
UA
laner.
is approaching a support Primal. Looking at the Abaddon. But it
I
is
will
a
say
Flacco
this-
Abaddon, of course.
I will say this Abaddon has been performing immaculately throughout this game. Always in the right place to break the smokes, throwing out the right spells in these fights, delaying proceedings always long enough that the real damage dealers can come through.
It's been really nice because Abaddon support, despite looking and feeling simple, is quite an interesting challenge in terms of positioning. Because you cannot like use your insane mobility to get into the right place. You have to anticipate. That is a pretty difficult skill that often goes overlooked.
Storm Spirit now has a Parasma. Of course he does. Parasma, SNK, Lincoln Sphere. I'm sitting with the regen rune in his bottle right now. So we're hoping to find a kill with this advanced movement, but unfortunately for them, it's only Batrick in the area. He's already leaving. Oh wait, he didn't leave fast enough. He might still die here. Gets caught in by Durays. There is going to be some support arriving, but it might arrive too late. Norma coming through with the Rolling Thunder. He does pop a big heal. He wants to continue sustaining himself in the fight. Now they're going on to QBFY. QBFY is so low, but the damage from Crystallize doesn't do enough because your Y is just ripping through everybody with the Eye of Skadi Medusa. 3 heroes fall in the blink of an eye. After all the spells they've committed, they still find themselves losing a tier 2 tower and losing another big fight.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Moonlight isn't even close to his refresher yet. And even if he had one, then he's just gonna die quickly twice.
Yo, I will say, shout out to Norma for persisting with this Pangolier. Now we see the vision, brother. Now we understand. We're not gonna doubt you again.
We were unfamiliar with this game.
Thankfully, we were already familiar with Duraz's game, and he is not disappointing today. 26 galvanized stacks at 30 minutes in the game. Are you kidding me?
Insane. I mean, he outplayed Moonlight really hard in game 2 as well. Now it looks like he's gonna get rewarded for it, because it was absolutely pivotal.
Oh no. Medusa's building BKB. Oh no. She's not allowed to build BKB. If she builds BKB with a lead like this, there's what can you even possibly do? She's 10k ahead of you and she has BKB? Straight up impossible. She's not going to be affected by that vacuum wall, which is actually one of the big reasons we got all that damage in some of the earlier fights to begin with. What do you do, bro?
I don't know. Your Y redemption arc, I guess, after the previous game. Agility carries do feel better to play than strength ones. Gotta be honest.
The one edgy carry that no one's playing anymore, and I also kind of feel isn't strong enough to play carry. Man, I miss spamming Weaver every game. That was good times.
Yeah, it's a fun carry. But I think you are fully allowed to play Weaver, Snare.
Well, not when I'm trying to win. Logic finding himself in a very awkward position. QBFY came through to save him, but this might just doom both of them. They actually even dropped the chaotic offering. Fernandes is getting ran upon as Norma able to chase down and kill off QBFY. But at the very least, they do kill Fernandes, but no TP out available for Moonlight. He's had to pop his BKB so many times. It's already down to 6 seconds. So he's an easy layup to get a slam dunk on his head by the side of Team Next Level.
At least they killed Fernandes. That's nice.
Also, I'm very uncomfortable with how long it's taking them to kill these supports. Like, both of them are actually so tanky.
All of Team Next Level is so tanky. And Passion UA only has damage on Crystallize. Darkseer,
Yeah.
cool hero, nice initiation, doesn't have the damage to like kill a single hero. And same for Primal Beast with this amount of farm. Like they have some synergistic teamfight stuff, but they have like no single target damage aside from TB.
I will say the game does actually change again if he's able to reach to the Eye of Skadi, but that's a very big if. It's a very big if. Quite far away from having the item in its entirety. If he arrives there, okay, then we can start to play some Dota, but up until that point, it's going to be tough. And especially because it looks like they're not going to be letting this game roll over for much longer. Team Next Level in the Roshan pit, about to grab an Aegis. The smoke is coming though, so perhaps, but guess who it is? It's that pretty Flacco breaking the smoke. Now Dure zips in, only able to connect onto an illusion though.
25k lead. Aegis in hands. This is the time to go for Team Next Level. See if they have enough to take it to the next level. And secure their spots in the upper bracket semifinals.
Are you also a little bit surprised that we haven't seen Crystallize utilizing his illusions to just push out these waves?
Yes and no. Yes, because it would be nice. No, because it got nerfed quite hard, the TB split pushing shenanigans.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh no, QBFY wanted to find the lasso, literally blinked into a Gorgon's grasp, immediately killed off by Yawai and the gang. Did at least force out the Medusa Stone Gaze. Well, he's now in the grave for 40 seconds. Buyback is indeed available, but they don't have a clear entry into this fight. They still can't even deal with the Roshan's banner, so this is definitely going to be a lane of racks taken.
And Yawai has the 25 as well.
Oh, Duraze, he gets the jump onto Crystallize. They're gonna get the kill onto Crystallize. He's so low. They bring him down. No Sunder available, and he just dies. The illusion from Bachuk is doing quite a bit of work, but not enough. They've already lost Moonlight right now. Flacco and the gang doing too much work. And now with your wise right clicks, they throw them in onto Bachuk. Kill off the dogs here. GG is called. Passion UA will go down in 2-1 fashion, getting blown out of the water in Game 3 by Team Next Level. They really have gone up that exact notch they needed to put themselves in the semifinals.
TNL, they take down the
level last season. So clearly they have been ramping up what they're capable of doing. So I'm very excited to see how far they can go in the tournament. But with that, the tournament is nowhere near done. Passion UA still in the lower bracket. They're chilling, trying to figure out how to progress forward. And Team Next Level will, of course, be taking on the winners of our next series, which will be OG versus the side of Yellow Submarine. So with that, we're going to be calling a close to this series and a close to me and Wingblade's day on the mic. So any final parting words, mister, before we close it out?
It's been really fun. It's always an absolute pleasure to cast with you, Snare. And of course, shout out to wonderful production for making us look and sound good. And shout out for everyone at home who does their best to be kind to people. And I hope all of you enjoy the rest of the proceedings, because this is not the end of CCT for today. We have some amazing best of threes left.
Could not say it better myself. So until the next series, gang, we will see you later. Shout out to Big View, shout out to Wingblade, shout out to y'all. And let's go into the next series, which will be OG versus Yellow Submarine.
Welcome in, everybody.
I think the last track performance. Sometimes he does really, really well. Sometimes he doesn't have the best games. But I think the Quap is by far his most consistent and probably his kind of highest cap. So I'd be quite happy for OG. They've also banned a lot of differences mids. I've also seen, to be completely fair, on Yellow Submarine, I've seen different struggle as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of focus on the mid lane. Maybe they can flex this Beastmaster to some extent because that has kind of come back into the meta. He got nerfed and then it's kind of coming back. So I'm interested to see where they take it on Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, I have seen a couple, and literally a couple of Beastmasters being played in the carry role, being played in that mid lane there as well. But it does seem to be that the Helm of the Dominator is still the way that they go on all three core roles. Mostly expecting this to be off lane. I think 99 times, 98 times out of 100 it is the off lane Beastmaster. So you're not expecting any massive changes here. You see the Silencer Band Disruptor being taken out here as well. Two really good heroes up against the Quap. You have that Global Silence coming out means the Quap doesn't have that movement around with the to blink around, and obviously the drag back coming through from the Disruptor into the kinetic field. So yeah, two really nice heroes to take away from the Queen of Pain. Just in terms of, obviously, you only see the one here on the board. You know what you've got, so maybe ban out some of those counters there. Chen on the other side being taken away. Yep, you have to realize that's No-Tail playing up there as well. So maybe you have to look at those specific No-Tail heroes like the Chen coming out there. They do pick up the Pugna though for Yellow Submarine. So okay, some impact, some magic damage come through, some good tower taking potential there as well. If they run the Beastmaster Pugna in the same lane, you can kiss goodbye to that tier 1 tower in probably the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I like the Pugna. I think I was very skeptical of this hero when it was first kind of coming into the meta, but I think players have gotten really good at utilizing kind of the regen that you get from the ward during skirmishes when you place it well. Obviously Decrep is always a powerful spell. I am kind of curious here what OG wants for No-Tail. Obviously he's drafting at least at the moment. It's nice to have like that kind of extra, buffer that you can show up to fights and use the aphotic shield early, but I just think it falls off a lot more, and particularly it seems pretty weak with the tiny.
Yeah.
If you are running that as a 4. So I would probably expect. I mean, I expect Yellow Submarine to ban out a few offlaners here, just things that you typically don't want to run into. Maybe they have a hero in mind that they want for Bottega. I know, again, he is also a PL player, so that's why I'm kind of mentioning that, because I have seen that getting picked up a little bit more, but probably not the game for it. Abaddon obviously is a great Radiance buyer. Phoenix can rush Shivas, etc. So they actually get rid of the Huskar just to be safe. So I suppose this could still be a Quap offlane. We have been seeing, Bet Boom really liked flexing the Quap to offlane, which I think was pretty successful for them. For Miero, it's not a horrible game to do it if you want to pick something up that's really cheesy into the Ember. So I think getting rid of the Huskar is safe, but I still prefer Stormstormer on the Quap overall.
Okay, yeah, like you say, that's gone. We'll see. Probably, like you say, Queen of Pain being locked in at mid lane now. Looking at it, they've got one more ban left, so we'll see whether you want to go for this. Like you say, are they going to make that offlane choice? Maybe something like the Underlord being taken out here. Your good momentum gets around the map easily, set up the potential pressure of the ganks as well. On the other side, the Marcy being taken away, that's a bit of a surprise to me. It feels like they do, unless they wanted to put the Mortar in that carry role. To me, the Marcy is like a 3-4 role kind of pick, but yeah, a bit out of left field on that ban. They do ban out the Enigma here, so potential tower push themselves. That's something that OG, it feels like, are missing just a little bit. That the tower killing potential, yes, the tiny with the tree is nice, but overall with the Pugno, with the Beastmaster, Yellow Submarine will be taking objectives fairly quickly. It feels like OG don't have that early game pressure to kind of match up to what the tempo that Yellow Submarine are going to be able to set here early on.
Yeah, I could definitely see their off lane going a little bit tough, or like I suppose the safe lane for OG, if the Beastmaster gets a good start. So they're definitely going to look kills on. So I'm expecting Yellow Submarine to be quite happy for the early portion of the game if OG can survive. I'm expecting them to have some pretty strong team fight, particularly, Bottega, as the game goes on, he does have to get a little bit more worried about getting hit by things like the Sonic Wave that's going to push him away from his targets, getting hit by the Primal Beast, Onslaught and whatnot. So I'm still preferring Yellow Submarine. I just think, this is one of those kind of matchups team-wise where sometimes the lanes just don't go how you expect for either side. And if they go particularly bad for OG, I think that puts them in a pretty bad spot. But if they can manage to come out of these lanes fine, if No Tail is, really locked in here for this first series we are casting here, then maybe, they come out of lanes kind of even, and then I would expect them to have generally a pretty happy game state from there.
Okay, well, we'll see how it is going to break down here as we get ready to get ourselves into game number 1 between Yellow Submarine and OG. Let's see how this one is going to go. And looking at it, no early smokes, no early pressure being applied from either team. I do believe if we take a look at the items, there is a smoke on Hakoda there, and on the other side, it's going to be No Tail picking up the OG smoke. So we'll see if they want to use this. I mean, I see it used a lot more defensively early on when you get the rotations coming through, so you get those smokes around your own runes, so you're able to see if you are being invaded or to pick it up. And the timing wise on both smokes, very, very similar. So let's see which way this is going to go. Abaddon already making a move here, Shad, towards his own rune spawn, but the rest of OG, what do you want to try and go with this one? Difference? Does he want to try and cross that river here now as well? Got to be careful, the ward is down, so if the smoke breaks it, we'll see difference and give OG a bit of an idea here. In fact, Stormstorm, they won't see that ward going down, so no D-ward being thrown out just yet, and it is only going to be Mixer that crosses the river.
Yeah, both. I think generally it's kind of in pro games, it's kind of like late smoke into just trade bounty runes typically. Maybe if you really get a good kind of movement, you can get 3 out of it. Maybe No Tail snipes 1. Not quite. It does look like they get 3 for OG. So late smoke does end up kind of favoring them. No fight broke out or anything, but they will get 3 bounty runes.
Yeah,
which is a good start to the game. Particularly, I find 3 bounty runes is kind of, I feel like it's kind of whatever, except for in mid. In mid, it's quite annoying because that gold difference is the bottle, right? So sometimes if you just kind of end up, missing a few CS or something annoying happens in lane, then of course you do end up getting that bottle pretty late. Stormstormer does go for the Scream level 1.
Okay.
Just going for some kind of trades into Difference's Flame Guard. 2 of them will break that Flame Guard, but it's a lot of mana committed.
Yeah,
it's constantly hitting Difference.
A lot of pressure on Difference, so like you say here, you can see the difference down to just below half health. What are you looking at in terms of the builds for the Queen of Pain? Are you expecting to be just the Blink and the Scream, or do you think it is going to be the Shadow Strike that starts to come out, but with Difference being able to build into the Flame Guard a little bit later on in the game?
I'm kind of expecting that he'll end up going into some points in the dagger, but with Quap, sometimes it's just kind of flavor for the player, right? Sometimes players just like playing the Scream variation. There was a time where I didn't really like playing without the dagger just because I felt like it always felt awkward for me personally. So just kind of sometimes it depends on the mood. I would assume that into Ember eventually you want to get the dagger. No Tail does take a lot of damage, but is going to be fine. And he did take a hot spot on No Tail, which is, of course, that means that later on in the game, the Sunray does a lot more damage from distance. Generally, I feel like this is the much better scaling facet for Phoenix, but it's much weaker in lane. Much weaker in the lane because you don't have that kind of damage coming out from Dying Light that would typically allow you to trade. So hopefully that doesn't punish them too hard.
Yeah. Do you think the idea is kind of because of the dead shot, because of that displacement skill coming out, that Phoenix, No Tail, he wouldn't be able to stick to the opponent, you wouldn't be able to get that full burn damage out? Because it's not a massive radius, is it? It's not too far away from the full wingspan of the Phoenix.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to do this. I think, again, it still just, kind of doesn't do anything in the early portion of the game. But I think it's logical, I think. Sometimes you lose out on a little bit of farm because of this, I think, is kind of the honestly the biggest downside, I think, is because you farm really fast. Even on the support Phoenix with Dying Light, because there's just so much damage. But still, this lane, you're right. It's not easy for him. So I think taking Dying Light maybe would have been not helping very much either, because taking a lot of damage in this top lane just kind of consistently from this axe spam.
Days gets a toss back on Hakoda here in the bottom lane as well. Mixer, though, going to be slowed down. Is Mixer going to go down? It looks like the one more blast. No, it's not enough to get the kill. And Mixer is low, though. Takes down Hakoda with the right click. Will be able to get it. And that all started with Days trying to get the toss back onto the Pugna underneath the tier 1 tower. But Hakoda was able to get himself out with the Decrepify. Slower hero, but still gets himself away from the danger. And a great turnaround there to get the first blood on the Primal Beast.
Yeah, Mixit could have even popped the salve if he didn't want to give away first blood, but I think he just made kind of the decision that he was gonna die, and he'd rather kind of reset with full resources. And then top lane,
Lane.
Shad.
Yeah, Shadow goes down to the axes. Oh, the Icarus dive away from No-Tail, but it couldn't keep Shadow alive there, and that is going to be incredibly harmful because, again, Infernal, he's going to be building up. It looks like it's going to be the mana boots first, which means this axe spam going to be even more deadly, and only level 3 just yet. You're nowhere near getting that borrowed time off for Shad.
Yeah, I mean, again, I do get worried for OG's lanes, and especially taking this hotspot for the Phoenix, just kind of struggling so far. Even in the mid lane too as well. Difference is coming away pretty well on the Ember. He's got 6 denies for himself at the moment, just keeping a little bit ahead of Stormstormer. And this is definitely what you want to see for Yellow Submarine. Hakoda, or Daze, sorry, on.
Yeah, good toss back. The Crefire there. I mean, Queen of Pain does have the Scream if they want to try and throw it out here. Coda going to get low. Does he want to try and go for that blink up to the high ground? He does. Searing Chains comes out to Daze. Daze going to get low from this one. Difference. You're seeing one more right click, even with the Fairy Fire. Going to be chased down, burnt down by Difference. And Difference, he just melts that Stone Man. And again, really nice trade coming out for Yellow Submarine there, the 1-for-1. And Stormstormer was able to get the bounce rune out from the river. But like I said, Difference with that little bit of an early lead in the lane, you know, not really going to be too bothered about losing that rune in the river, especially because Stormstormer going to be losing out on that experience from the creeps.
Yeah, good start for, I think, Yellow Submarine all around. Botega's having a pretty good bot lane as well. Obviously, there was that kill that happened, but he's very confidently ahead in CS. And I'm almost a little bit surprised. Mixit kind of went for this uproar point, which I think is fair, totally into the lifestealer. But because he didn't have onslaught, he's been kind of stuck in the lane as opposed to doing some of the shenanigans you see sometimes with Primal Beast, where you kind of walk between the towers, you get these early boots. He's just kind of been lane locked, so he's definitely struggling a lot on this Primal Beast. I don't think that's surprising given the way this hero typically plays out. I think it's usually a weak laner.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, again, it's not something that you want to aim for, is having a weak lane, and he just is kind of constantly getting pushed out by even just Hakoda on his own.
Yeah, and that Decrepify as well can do work up against Mixer, like you said, because he doesn't have that onslaught. So even if he does try and go for that trample, jump comes in from the Ember Spirit now, so they're going to be able to get the lockdown onto Daze once again. Daze going to get himself away from this one. Going to try and go for the TP. Do they have the damage with the blast? They do. Difference just got it at the very end there. What was that last damage tick coming through? It looks like it was a sleight of fist with the just the damage from the Ember Spirit. And yeah, gets the credit for the kill there. So Daze just could not get himself away with the TP.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Stormstormer, the rune also spawns top for the Muerta, so he doesn't even get the rune out of this engagement. Ends up being a nice kill for Difference. Usually if you make that rotation on Ember, you're kind of giving away the rune, sometimes you're giving away resources, but it didn't really pan out that way. They're putting some pressure mid here with Hakoda, just to be annoying, but not a great early game for OG. And of course, you can see their side lanes are good enough that they don't have to worry too much about keeping the supports there. They can rotate them straight into the mid lane. It's well past the rune time. There's a catapult. Hakoda's hitting this mid tower. It's not accomplishing too much, but it's nice to just have that little bit of pressure. Keep Stormstormer away. And particularly, it just bodes well that, you know, Mixa had a TP away. Daze lost his TP during that engagement bot. So they're really just kind of falling behind right now on OG. At least they'll get their Wisdom Rune. No shenanigans around that 7-minute mark.
Yeah, Scouting does come out here just for the protection, but like you say, the Lifestealer, he's too bothered about the lane. You'll find that experience finding the gold here in the lane. Yeah, like I said, Lifestealer, he has the level 1 in the Rage. He's got those phase boots out now as well, so if he does get caught out by the Primal Beast, he can just Rage himself, you know, run himself away from this one. Not in too much danger. Going to start towards, it looks like, going to be the Radiance coming up for him here as well. On the Lifestealer, which is going to be, again, extra nice, just being able to plant yourself in the middle of the fights and put out burn damage in that little AoE radius. You're just doing damage all over the place. And here, you see the, again, difference. I thought this lane was going to be a little bit more awkward for him, you know, a little bit more just tough, but he's made a good showing of it. Level 7 already. Going to be able to make those rotations, get the Embers in, you know, the Remnants in, get those Searing Chains down, and just make life hard for OG, like you say, in this early portion of the game. And already Stormstormer trying to make a move into the jungle for stacks, just to get a little bit of catch-up, it looks like, here for the Queen of Pain in the mid.
Yeah, he just has no pressure on the runes, which really sucks to have as the mid laner, but it also typically says something about the game state. You know, if you're just stacking and not contesting the runes at all, I'm very much not playing for this early game.
He's gonna get himself
Even
away
just
from this one.
diving him.
Deadshot comes through, gonna be able to get the toss away onto Difference, but Difference has that Remnant, jumps
he's
off forward onto
chasing.
Days, and Days gonna get himself away from this one. It's gonna be another Remnant coming out here from Hemisphere, and Difference gets the lockdown.
Wow.
Gets the kill. Does commit a few of the remnants for that, but it doesn't really matter. He gets that kill locked down, and they apply a little bit more pressure to this tier 1 as well. You have the Nether Blast level 3 into that coming through from the Pugna. I think this tier 1 tower is just going to go down.
Tower is under attack.
Quick pause out from Abaddon and from Shad here. But yeah, I agree. I think this mid tower is going to go down eventually. That is kind of the benefit of the Pugna. Hakoda's been very active so far on the map. I am a bit interested, though. I wanted to talk about differences of skill build on the Ember Spirit. He's going for a Spirit Vessel, so not opting for, and not even opting for upgraded boots yet. Just going straight into Spirit Vessel. Obviously, he is doing very well for himself, so I think it's a very reasonable tempo choice. I'm just curious if that's going to... nice deny from Stormstormer. I'm curious if that's going to work out into Shad's Abaddon, because obviously I would... you want to negate the healing of an Abaddon, but, you know, generally, obviously, Spirit Vessel is not great against the hero just because you can purge it off so easily. So, curious to see how this works out for him. I would be hesitant to buy this, but I do like the confidence of just going straight into it. A lot of times, it's going to be really difficult for Shad to show up to any engagement anyway.
Yeah.
So, I'm skeptical of it, but I'm going to let him cook. He's currently stealing their stacks. Days is... He just has to kind of sit in the chair and watch, unfortunately for him. Maybe he'll get a Centaur for his efforts. It's not a great early game for the Tiny so far. Days is very, very poor.
Yeah, it's not looking great overall here for OG at the minute. I mean, I think they've got the heroes, especially when the team fights start to break out a little bit more. They can hit these big wombo combos, you know, but they kind of have to get to that point. I like this from Days, though, checking the Roshan pit, getting that ward just outside of it down, because one of the heroes that does like to do the Roshan early, which, you know, the Beastmaster going to go towards the Helm of the Dominator here, but with that Roar coming out, you know, with the Dominator creep coming through there as well. The axes, you stack him up with the 2 supports, and he can really chunk through the life of Roshan. So, yeah, I like this. The early protection coming through into the pit from Days. You'll just be able to set this one up. But you look at the bottom lane, you know, on the flip side here, Bottega, he's just having a free game. He's most of the way towards that Sacred Relic now. They're going to try and go with the Pulverize coming out to Bottega. Bottega, though, is going to be able to get the Infest because he gets himself away from this one. Has that toss back onto the creep. The creep will pop here. Bottega, though, he can just run himself away once again. Phase boots on the second proc. And Bottega, yeah, the second activation onto those boots, just walks himself out of 3 heroes.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward. I feel like they didn't really fully commit to going there. Days was just a little bit too far. They didn't want to press the egg from No Tail, so I guess they pressured him out a little bit. But if they overstay here, Difference is certainly going to be happy to show up. He's much stronger than all of them. This could be bad.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to try and do. Hakoda is here now as well. There's going to be the dead shot coming out to Mixer. Mixer can get himself away from this one. It looks like they've got the lockdown. Supernova will be coming out here as well from No Tail. No Tail, he's going to be able to break this egg though. Bottega, one more right click, and it's going to be enough. So 2 kills going the way of Yellow Submarine. The lockdown on to Days. Oh, baby, let's call it a triple. 3 heroes dead on the side of OG. And again, they have the Pugna down here. They could make a move, put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower once the creep wave gets into the lane.
Yeah, they have just great tempo over the map, and Stormstormer is going to try onto Infernal. No Aphotic Shield. Huh? He just walks away. Yeah. Seems like Yellow Submarine just gets to walk away scot-free every time, Rob, so far. That is not a good sign when you're getting beaten by boots. Not the best sign in the game. Yeah, it's a tough early game for OG. I think, again, I did expect them to struggle a little bit in the early game, but they just kind of look a little bit lost in some of the moves they're making. Obviously, you know, they are bringing on No Tail here, so I'm sure this roster is not as, you know, well practiced overall. But yeah, just kind of awkward. Just the movements that they're making, not fully, I feel like, committing to things. And then obviously that egg was very close to popping, but eventually goes down. And they've lost so much of their map so early in the game. And now the Dominator has come out finally from Infernal, which, you know, if you've lost this much of your map before that came out,
Shut out. Does he get himself away from this one? He's going to be able to get the point into his borrowed time here, run himself away. But difference is you want to try and go. Steering Chains card come through. They can get the lockdown onto Chad. Chad trying to run himself away from this one on foot here. Oof. They do have the Aphotic Shield, but it's not going to be enough. And Difference does get the kill. And yeah, it's just looking like, I mean, I'm going to get some angry DMs, I'm pretty sure, here for this. But, yo, OG, they've not really got themselves into this game at all from the get-go. They've not really looked prepared coming into this one. And Yellow Submarine, like you say, that the laning stage looks so much stronger, and the draft just looks a little bit stronger early game, which is putting OG on the back foot. So OG, hopefully they can recover, give it a good go in this first game. But I mean, we're only 13 minutes in. I'm not writing them off just yet, but it is an uphill battle for them. It feels like so far.
Yeah, especially considering Bottega's about to finish that Radiance, already having the phase boots level 10. I think, again, it's a very good lifestealer game, and he's not been shut down in the slightest, much the contrary. He is very much propelled forward. He's been walking out of ganks. He hasn't died yet. He's got 3 assists under his belt, and he's got a ton of max HP built up from, of course, that innate of his. So, yeah, I'm expecting this one to be quite difficult for OG, I think, as well. These are not the best heroes as well to necessarily stage a comeback at the state they're in, because they don't really have any engage without, if Mixa doesn't have his blink yet, which he's still working 1,000 gold, if Daze doesn't have the blink yet, it's just, they don't really have anything to go in, so they're kind of just at the mercy of, does Yellow Submarine want to make a move? Do they want to go into this Roche eventually? Even just the poke coming out onto Stormstormer is half his HP.
And the right, he's going to tick down to that. Like I said, the urn, the full spirit. Is that the full spirit vessel? It is.
Yes.
Coming out here for the Amber Spirit. So yeah, making that one work. And like you say, just being able to target heroes down and really put them under pressure. Because if you get caught out with that life drain from Hakoda, it is quick burst. Even though these heroes, in my mind, you don't see these heroes as the quick burst type. But yeah, the Nether Blast into life drain with that spirit vessel coming through, and you can make some really quick kills coming out with a 3-man rotation here as well. So No-Tail moving himself over towards the shrine area. Do you just want to take this tier 1 tower? It looks like that's maybe they're going to be able to go to Primal Beast now as well. Primal going to be locked down into this one. No way out, and Difference, another kill on the board.
Yeah, the gold is definitely 15 minutes, 6k, the towers, the map presence, everything obviously is mounting up against OG, but the levels, I think, really start to feel difficult. Hakoda's just doing a ton of damage on his own as the Pugna. These two supports as a duo feel almost as scary as one of the cores from OG. So
yeah,
definitely it's making the map very difficult to play. This is also Quap did get nerfed. I still think she is quite strong. I think they are still happy with Stormstormer on it, but definitely don't want to be in a worse position than you were. He's really tanky on Difference.
Let's see if he's going to go down here. Again, the Degrapify going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Going to be able to get that Remnant away, Hakoda. He might be not even going to be the sacrificial lamb. Hakoda gets across the river, and OG not sure where everyone else is. Don't want to chase this one down. And this is what I'm telling you. You look at the Abaddon level 9 up against the Lifestealer at level 12. This Lifestealer, he is getting ready to go, and the Abaddon, he's only just, in fact, he's not even going to be finishing the Radiance just yet. He's going to be about 5 minutes behind, it feels like, what this Lifestealer is doing. And Yellow Submarine, they can start to group up as 5. This is going to get really awkward really quickly for OG if they don't find a way to dig themselves out of this hole.
Oh, he does not have Icarus Dive.
Oh, and yeah, can he get himself away? There's going to be the Sunray coming out here. Deadshot, though, and they're jumping from Difference. Difference doesn't even need to get it with the Remnant. And this is going to be another kill going away. And Difference, again, forgive the pun, but he is making the difference here. 5-0-3 up against the 1-0-0 of Stormstormer on the Queen of Pain. And one mid more active than the other. Really, the Deadshot connects here. Mixer, can he get himself away? Going to try and get himself out with the Onslaught, but he's out of mana. Doesn't have that TP score for another 4 seconds. And the Remnant going to come through here. Difference, if he can get the Searing Chain Slider Fist off, he does. There's going to be more damage stacking up. Mixer trying to get himself away. Surely, even with a TP scroll, it's not enough to get himself out of this one. They have another kill on the board.
Almost made it away, but even if he got away, it still feels just a little bit desperate. Again, this draft from OG, when it falls behind, it just doesn't really have very much to play with, and this is part of, I think, kind of what my issue with the Abaddon was initially is. I just feel that Abaddon is quite weak before he gets to the Radiance, before he gets to the Manta. He's very, very item dependent, and he doesn't have clear ways to get into these fights. You don't really want to show up in just a Photic Shield. Your Primal Beast once, that doesn't feel extremely high impact. So you spend most of the game farming just to hope to get big, and they still have time to do that. But this map is going to close, and it's going to close pretty fast with this Helm of the Overlord. As you're talking about earlier, they're going to step into Roche very, very soon with this Beastmaster, and I'm not expecting it to get too much easier. Even with you're gonna see, yeah, Bottega, he's gonna get active as well.
Yeah, probably
Oof.
he's going to try and keep himself alive, but I mean, he really can't. Even with the pulverizer, the backup came through. Bottega's going to be the one that gets the credit for the kill. And now, Shadow on the top lane, there's going to be difference here as well as Infernal. Can get the roar off? They're going to be able to get the damage here. Yep, Stormer goes down. And Shad looks like he's going to be the next one on the chopping block here. They do take down Hakoda, so they double their kills. It only took them 18 minutes here. But again, the lockdown coming through, that borrowed time is going to be wearing off. And now No Tail could be in trouble. Gets the Icarus dive away. Is this going to set up for a tier 2 tower, though? I mean, difference. It looks like they don't even want to stop punting heroes. They're going to rotate behind. And yeah, No Tail having to go, but he's going to be going in the wrong direction. The ward will see him. It's going to be the Searing Chains. That is going to be the triple kill for difference. And my God, 16-2 and an 11k net worth lead here. And again, the top tier 2 tower will be going down soon. It looks like OG. It is now looking like an impossible task.
Yeah, I think honestly on a timer like this, they need to just 5-man Infernal. They need to. I feel like they really need to find something because they're, you know, before the plan was kind of, you know, okay, split up and farm, you know, turtle this game maybe a little bit. We have, you know, Queen of Pain is going to scale great. We have an Abaddon that's going to scale great. Eventually, Primal Beast can do Primal Beast things, but now I think you're just too far behind. You've lost too much of your map to kind of be doing nothing. Quote unquote, and you're gonna lose this Roche soon. They do at least get this Dominator creep in the top side for a little bit of a consolation prize, but yeah, it's 12k net worth at 19 minutes, and difference is he's doing so much in this game. I'm very, very impressed with his Ember performance and a lot of just how they're playing around him. It's just, you can see it's just this 3-man ball. You know, at least where to always run difference. They're kind of guarding each other. They're always there for kills. You have this Atos now finished on MRLS, which is going to be hunting for Stormer right now. He doesn't know that he has this. Oof.
Again, the lockdown coming through here. Like I said, the lockdown onto the Queen of Pain. Do they have enough with the silence as well? They do. And Difference gets another one on the board. And this is without, like you said, this is without Bottega getting involved here. This is like a 3-man, 4-man rotation. And that Lifestealer just continues to build up his net worth. 12,000 net worth on Bottega now. Be able to get himself a regen rune. I think this is where, yeah, they're going to go for the Tormentor. This is where he can start to get involved, Bottega. He's got that armlet. He's going to go towards, it looks like, the Sanjin Yasha as well. And once that up, I'm seeing the 5-man death ball coming out from Yellow Submarine. And again, OG, we'll see what they really have up the sleeve here to try and deal with it. Because, like I say, I think they still lack damage. This Manta style still not up for Shad either. And really, if you're looking at it, once the burst is down from the Queen of Pain, how are they killing off the heroes on the side of Yellow Submarine?
I think the big answer is once this pipe comes out from Infernal, they're not. Because he is... I didn't think too much of it with the Beastmaster here, but it should be pretty obvious that he's just going to build straight into a pipe. They would ideally really like actually to catch them on this timer, 200 gold before the pipe is finished. Because the damage reduction from that, I think, is going to be really, really oppressive. Difference does have a shield rune, though. I don't think he's going to be your target.
No, he gets that run away now. It's going to be the dive in here from No Tail, but he dived into 4-5 heroes, and this should be a scrambled egg. It will be Difference. He gets another kill on the board. Can go for even more now. Dave's trying to run himself away. The backlines, there will be the Sonic Wave coming out, but it looks like they are going to be able to make a dive further. They take down Daze. MRLS has died now for the side of OG. They pick up a kill. Shad trying to run himself away. Do they have any more lockdown onto this one now as well? He's going to be back behind the barrier. The Acorn shot comes through. For the Abaddon here, Shad, he's back behind the defenses. It is going to leave that tier 2 tower undefended now. So let's see what they want to do from this one, Yellow Submarine. Do they look to put pressure onto the tier 3? Or is it now going to be inside that Roshan pit where they look to maneuver to get the next big objective on the board?
Looks like they're heading towards what's going to be the Roche, maybe. OG can actually muster up a fight here. It's a good go.
Oh, they're going to try now. Yeah, the Sunray comes out. Do they get the kill into Difference? Difference. He gives up nearly 2,000 gold on that death. And now, chase down onto Hakoda. Hakoda, can he get himself away? The Glimmer Cape could be wearing off now. He drops that ward, but it doesn't really matter. It looks like Hakoda. Yeah, he is dead. Okay, OG. 2 big kills on the board. That's a lot of gold going their way. That's going to be, I think, what are we looking at? Nearly 3,000 gold between the 2 kills. So this is going to be a bit, I mean, it's still 13k net worth for the side of Yellow Submarine. But this is a big opening now for OG to get just a touch more map control back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it stops what would be the Roche attempt coming out. And, you know, it's 3k gold. That's also 5k experience. It's a lot of experience coming out. They won't be able to get the Tormentor, of course, as that was already taken, but it's signs of life. I mean, again, I do want to see them doing anything, you know, attempting to make this game more playable for themselves. And that's a very good start. The comeback mechanics in this patch, Rob, are pretty strong. I've seen a lot of. I'm pretty sure I've seen some comebacks that are definitely worse than this game looks. So I wouldn't count them out. Still very much favoring Yellow Submarine, of course, but I've seen some pretty crazy games in this patch, just based on, you know, 1 or 2 mistakes and giving away a few key kills, and definitely the levels can get just about even, and sometimes that's just enough, especially for a hero like Quap, who Transformer's getting pretty close to finishing that BKB.
Yeah, it's not going to be too far, I'd like to say. And yeah, it's not a rubber band, it's a full bungee cord, it feels like here, the comeback mechanics at the minute. So we'll see what they're going to do with this one, because Day's going to be able to get that Shrine of Wisdom. Aegis is going to go the way of the Lifestealer, though. So OG, they've got now just under 5 minutes to weather this double Life Storm coming up for the Lifestealer. And Yellow Submarine, they've not been shy about applying the pressure so far in this game. Now with this Aegis, that safety blanket coming out for them, we'll see what they want to try and do and what their priorities are going to be here for the next 4.5 minutes on the start of Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, definitely the Lifestealer is the biggest problem coming through. I think you can kill Difference if he's left without his team, if there's no pipe around. But he's a bit of a different story with Hakoda around him. I think pretty difficult. I think you have to line up the Sunray really well. Ideally, you really want this shard from No Tail, which he did purchase. You really want to get that Supernova going, and you kind of just need to time everything. You have to play very well here from this position. In OG is what I'm trying to say. You got to get these excellent tossbacks. You have to kind of, ideally, you want to punish Hakoda for doing this little Nether Blast spam, but he's not going to be too aggressive, knowing that that's probably what they're looking for. And you just have to, you really got to bring out all the stops, and particularly it's going to start with Days. The tossback is always scary on the high ground.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do. The blink is here from the Tiny. If they can find a good target for this one, and again, Bottega with the second life, probably not going to be the optimal. Maybe if they can burn that Aegis out, but Day's not going to make a jump just yet. Do they want to try and go the Hakoda, playing it back? The big thing is Amaryllis, again, with that dead shot on the back lines, has a lot. Oh, they're going to get on top of Queen of Pain now. Quap has that BKB here. Do they want to try and make a move onto this one? Sonic Wave going to be thrown out now as well. It's going to do a decent amount of damage, but a life baby burden coming out from Hakoda just into Amaryllis, going to keep him alive. And yeah, they're going to be able to get a kill onto Mixer. Can they go for any more? Shad trying to run himself away from this one now as well. He has that borrowed time if he desperately needs it. They're going to break that tier 3 tower, and now it looks like a lane of racks potentially. What else can they get from this on the start of Yellow Submarine? Again, Days has that blink dagger if you can find the right target for a toss. But with the Primal Beast being dead, that's going to be a lack of control coming up from the side of OG. And it looks like Yellow Submarine going to get this racks for pretty much free.
Haven't spent almost any HP on Bottega. It was a nice try. I think if they were slightly quicker, they could have gotten MRLS there. But the Lifestealer is also adding a lot of effective HP with the Infest onto any target they go on. So you're definitely feeling the heat for the moment. No pun intended here. No Tail trying his best to dish it back, but not too much effect. Shad doesn't pop the borrow time yet. Again, they're trying to get Bottega in a spot that maybe they can get him out of position, but it's not too effective.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky again with the dive potential Yellow Submarine. They could always back him up. There's going to be the toss now as well. There's going to be the Icarus dive away. Pulverize comes out now as well. Can they break this Aegis at least here? Botega's going to get low, but he's going to go down just yet. He is not dead now. Well, the Infest coming out. The Roar's going to be there as well. The Aegis this time it will break. They get the kill though onto Stormstormer. He is going to fall Shad. He's going to be next on the chopping block. He can't get himself away from this one. Pops that Mantis Tower, trying to run himself away. He is sound, so he can't use the borrowed time manually. Has to wait for the automatic pop there coming out. Icarus dive in from No Tail. No Tail though. This could be the Rod of Atos. Going to be able to lock him down, and now No Tail in danger. Dead shot comes through as well. There's going to be the Searing Chain, Slide of Fist. Do they get the kill onto No Tail? No Tail. They do have that shield coming out. How you blink in from Days. Days, where's that toss? They're going to be throwing it out to Difference just yet. Yeah, he waits for a couple of seconds and now dive in from the Primal Beast. The Primal Beast is going to be able to get that Pulverize off. They do get the kill out onto Difference. Can they go for any more onto this one? It looks like Yellow Submarine going to start to back themselves away. They get 2 out of 3 racks. 2 out of 3, it ain't bad. So we'll see here, Yellow Submarine. If they're just going to fully back themselves away, maybe play more defensively until the next Roshan comes out, or do they have a plan up the sleeve to try and take down that 3 out of 3? And we'll see. OG, it wasn't, I mean, they still give up 2 lanes of racks, but they got something for it. They pop the Aegis, they get a kill onto Difference there as well, so they do get something back, even though they lost quite a bit of their base.
Yeah, I think, I mean, for difference, that was just obviously way, way too aggressive. It took he also, like, threw his remnants in a weird way. I don't know if he misclicked by any means, but it took him a huge amount of time to travel to the Phoenix. Definitely not the ideal kill to give away. And again, you have to be careful, it seems, they
Mhm.
get 2 racks, whatever, but giving away these kills, it's just a very small way to give some opportunities over to OG. And particularly, I think often when I'm thinking of position one Abaddon, I think one of the biggest power spikes for him in the entire game is when he buys Blink, because Blink is very
Yeah.
versatile on this hero. Obviously, you can negate a lot of damage so that you can kind of use the Blink during borrow time, even if you're taking damage. Same with the Photic Shield. But just being able to position around the fights to actually get those dispels off onto key targets, being able to jump onto a support in the backline. It's really when this hero I think starts to take off, and now he's level 18 on Shad. I think he's a real contender in this game on the Abaddon after kind of getting these few kills, farming pretty consistently. I'd say that he's definitely something that you need to respect.
Mhm.
So maybe we'll see Yellow Submarine kind of wait until this second Aegis coming out. So far, they're smoking at least to get some vision
Oh,
in the
Storm
top
Storm
side.
is
They'll
going to
run
be
into
careful here.
one.
Yeah, if we can get on top of the Queen of Pain, they might be able to get this lockdown.
This
Quap got to be able
is
to get the blink back. So Storm, and maybe trying to bait something out. Does have that BKB. 8 seconds left on that now as well. The Sonic Wave is back up. Searing Chains comes through. The Infast going to be used now as well. Bottega going to try and be able to get on top of Storm. He gets the BKB off. Pulverize will be used now as well. Bottega, can he get himself away? The toss back in onto Hakoda.
Hey.
Let's say the dust reveal as well. Supernova coming through. Do they get the break onto this one now as well? Hakoda's going to get low. The Sunrays out as well. Hakoda, he just quite doesn't die now. The lockdown. Primal Beast will fall. Bottega, they can go for more no tail. Has to go for that Icarus dive away. Fortification will be used here. Difference has that AD rune now as well. The lockdown on the backlines. Days will fall. Couldn't quite sneak himself into this one. Now Difference got to be careful. Excuse me, No Tail got to be careful of Differences. Infernal gets the kill. I think, yeah, the GG comes out. We see the call. And Yellow Submarine in 29 minutes, 40 seconds will take game number 1. 24 kills and a 23k net worth lead.
Yeah, they didn't even have to finish the tier 3 that we were talking about. They just end the game in style. Not much to say, Rob, honestly. Just a very well-executed game from Yellow Submarine. I think their draft was nice. I think they set Bottega up for a very, very wonderful Lifestealer game. And truthfully, not to be amiss, OG did look a tiny bit lost in some of their movements, I think, especially in that early game, which I think they really needed to survive. They just kind of made some awkward movements into that bot lane. They kind of got punished on that 3-man kill, and they never got the tower. They had that awkward death in the top lane. It was a lot of sequences of poor events in the early game, which just made mid to late game just unplayable for them. So very unfortunate, but well played overall to Yellow Submarine for under 30 minutes in that game.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to go here. OG maybe look towards something that, like you say, is a lot more effective in the early game up against Yellow Submarine, because I don't think it's ever been a secret. Yellow Submarine, even though they changed roster, it feels like the team play is always the same. You get aggressive early on, and you go, all gas, no breaks here. And OG, like I say, maybe just not ready for that in the first game, but now they have that the experience, the knowledge of this is what Yellow Submarine, how they want to play. Maybe going to be able to even it up in the second game. But first, we are going to take a quick break as we get ready for that second game to see if it's going to be the 2-0 for Yellow Submarine or if OG can pull it back to a 1-1. We'll find out after this break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
straight into this draft to see how this one is going to break down. And once again, the Dawnbreaker straight away being banned out here by Yellow Submarine. So, Rojo, if you're looking at this second draft, what are you looking at? Is there anything you potentially don't want to see in the second game?
Abaddon Primal Beast, right? Because those heroes are strong. They're strong together. Both those players play those heroes, but I think as the game plays out, I don't think that those are the two. He kind of, he does a ton of damage. He just, that is the one thing that he can output, is just a shit ton of damage. But particularly, he also will typically build things like Mask of Madness. He'll go into BKB, Satanics. The hero gets quite tanky if he's allowed to hit. And if there's kind of not burst damage for him. And so far, Puck and Naga Siren are two pretty low damage heroes for OG. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they pick something up that is able to remedy that. Particularly as well, Yellow Submarine, they picked up Void Spirit and Shadow Shaman right away, which are a very aggressive duo to pair up along with the Shadow Fiend. Pretty tanky heroes in their own right. Obviously, the Shadow Shaman is quite annoying for the Puck even throughout the game. You can kill the illusions in lane with the Hex for the Naga Siren, because this is very likely a Naga Siren 5 for No Tail. So I actually really like what Yellow Submarine has already. I'm just curious what the 16-17 is for OG. And it's kind of hard. You could maybe just go straight
Oh.
away for ooh. I have
Okay.
this is a hero I haven't seen in quite a while. I saw Thompson play it on his stream, but that should be a strong indicator that the hero is pretty weak.
Yeah,
Thompson's playing it.
is this a new hero? Did this come out after? This is Kez, right? The
I think
bird hero.
Crownfall. He came
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
Crownfall. That was a really nice update by Valve. He's the one that you play where you go collect all the tokens, and he's it's like Vampire Survivors. They do pick up the Undying, which is damage in some form, but now I feel like they're lacking lockdown. Maybe they can make up with it just for having this kind of combo of running at you, but
Yeah.
I do not. I'm not feeling very confident so far in this OG draft, truthfully, because I was thinking of Yellow Submarine, if they wanted to pick something up just straight away, like a PL or in Medusa, which I know I've talked about a lot, but if they want to kind of shift these roles around, it's a very, very good Medusa game. They have very little damage to deal with that here.
there is ways to build it up, especially up against the Shadow Fiend, being able to get on top of the Shadow Fiend, lock him down with the Naga carry. So yeah, we'll see how OG want to try and play this one.
I really think an Enigma would be so good here. It's very good against Ogre in lane because you just kind of, he can't really deal with Eidolons ever. Obviously, it does quite well into Shadow Fiend if you're ever able to actually close the distance. And particularly, it's just great with Naga Siren as the game heads on. That's a very classic combo. The sleep into Black Hole, they have very few ways to shut it down. They instead go for Jakiro.
So it is going to be the carry Naga Siren on chat,
yes.
but
not
no tail.
the direction that I personally wanted, but I'm still happier overall with this than seeing No Tail on the 5 Naga, just because I feel like their draft would have been really awkward if they went that way. But I'm very skeptical on how well this offlane is going to go for Yellow Submarine, and I think they've now drafted themselves into a bit more of an awkward position in terms of that offlane. But maybe it's just Undying. You know, sometimes Undying is Undying. Maybe everything is, you know, rainbow and butterflies in Days and Mix's eyes. So hopefully for OG fans, I still, Rob, me personally, I'm still gonna give the benefit to Yellow Submarine here, but I did like the switch up of the Naga Siren carry.
Yeah, I think if you can get that Naga Siren, like the big if here is if this Naga Siren gets to like a 40-45 minutes in the game, it does really become unkillable. Quite literally, you sit again with the Undying there right next to you. You sit yourself on like 3.5k health. You've got the Undying that's going to be able to get like the 5.5k, 6k health there as well. Even with this minus armor coming through from the Shadow Fiend and the Slider, it's still a lot of, it's not even effective HP, it's just pure raw HP that you have to get through on these two heroes. And it's going to be interesting to see how Yellow Submarine try and approach that one. But the big point there, it's that if you can get to the 40-45 minute mark, on the side of OG, it does become, I don't want to say inevitable, but it becomes so much easier for you. But Yellow Submarine, we've already seen the pace that they set in these games. So are OG able to make it into that late to the ultra late game here? Are we going to see them even get past the 30-minute mark here in the second game?
I would expect to get past 30 minutes. I will say that will be, I'll take the above, the over on the 30 minutes, but I still do think that probably Yellow Submarine is going to take over with the tempo. I think, notably as well, it's a pretty hard Puck game. I don't think Puck, this hero has, it was first pick. I know you haven't been watching too much professional Dota with, everything going on, but obviously this hero for quite a while now has been pretty high prio. Puck is just very sustainable due to her innate, the Puckish. So she pretty much, any like lane that Puck used to have that's really bad, she kind of makes up for it with this curveball facet. You can kind of move it in weird ways. Story is that Puck is a pretty good hero, but it's not a very good Puck game. These are really tanky heroes to get through. These are heroes that can instantly jump and disable you. The Void Spirit's a pretty good matchup into you. Stormstormer's going to have to do a little bit extra on the Puck to get the mileage out of this hero necessary. Obviously, Shadow Shaman is just annoying to play into, period, for any hero ever. But as Puck, especially, any hero with an instant hex, anything that can instantly disable you is quite obnoxious. I will say,
they didn't get
they do get 3. 3 actually this time for the likes of Yellow Submarine. Last time it was OG, and the game went very poorly for them. So maybe that's a good sign, actually. You get 3 bounty runes, the game goes horribly for you. But one interesting thing is going to be that there is, so on MRLS, there's chicken fingers on the Shadow Shaman. Typically, people have been favoring the big ward. It did get nerfed, but it's still very, very strong. But in this matchup, you can instantly kill the illusions from Shad. So that is kind of nice to patch their lane up a tiny bit, but it should still be quite difficult. Slardar is just really bad into both of these heroes, and in general, not the strongest laner, period.
No. And we'll see where the rotations are going to come from. So it is, going to be MRLS on the slate, and with the, like I say, with the Slaughter, being able to make that move around. No Tail going to be able to put a little bit of pressure out onto the Slaughter early on. In the mid lane here as well, difference. He's taking a bit of a beating from Stormstormer. Obviously, well, we're not, we're just over a minute into the game, so we don't even have bottles on our mid lane as you see. They might be coming out in the next 30 seconds or so. But this is a big beatdown from Stormstormer. Like you say, being able to you do need to set a really high tempo here for Stormstorm, because like I say, the Remnant coming out from Difference, being able to get the catch from the phase shift, the jump in, the Hex into the Shackles from the Shadow Shower, the instant crush coming out. Oh, top lane, Hakoda's going to get low, Botega's going to get low there as well. Mixer, he's going to be able to get the first blood. Hakoda is going to be going down here. Botega just barely hanging on to his life, but that is going to be once again OG. Well, this time it's going to be OG. The first blood going their way, and OG, like I say, they needed to set some aggression in the lanes, and this is how they're going to try and do this one. And maybe this is where, you know, the Scarith Mage comes in. Just the amount of early aggression this hero puts out with the concussive shot, with that arcane bolt, might make the difference for OG in the lanes.
Yeah, I mean, this is he did take the learning curve on Hakoda, which I think is, you know, kind of the popular facet for the ogres, but didn't mean that during that dive he did not have an ability. He's just fully his stats. He does not get his skill points until level 2, and then he has 3, which is very strong, but abused it quite nicely. So lane's so far going much better in the bot lane. However, no tail.
Gonna get low.
Let's go down.
Amaryllis gets a kill Infernal now. Can he back himself away from Shadow? I mean, Shadow's already used the... he's gone for the Riptide. So it's going to be the Riptide and not the Deluge coming out for the Naga Siren there as well. That's going to be a new one. Going back to the old one, let's say the classic build here for the Naga Siren. And yeah, not going for that Deluge.
Yeah, I think it's just... it's been nerfed enough to where definitely not favorable on carry. This is much better at kind of... You know, as it scales on, this is definitely... the better one to play. And Shad, he did used to be a very proficient August Iron player, so I'm sure he feels quite comfortable in this game. But it does have to be said that Naga Siren support is not nearly as Naga Siren carry is not nearly as popular as it was for a good reason.
Yeah,
it's not very good. Period. It struggles in most games. It typically just doesn't have the damage that it kind of used to scale up to. But this game, you know, particularly I think the evasion is just very, very high value against Slardar, against Shadow Fiend, and you have that innately nowadays on the Naga Siren. Just having your illusions around you is already 16, you know, kind of, I think it goes up to about 24% when you have your mirror image around you, which is a very high amount. So that will definitely benefit him the whole game. And laning phase, again, is going better so far for OG, just in the first 3 minutes, at least alone. Already, you know, got themselves a kill, being relatively even across the CS.
Do the Mantis illusions count in that as well? Do you get yourself up to 40% evasion with those right here at top lane? Bottega, yeah, going to get low here. Hakoda going to try and dive that tower. They do get the kill. Dave's going to be the one that gets the credit for it. Excuse me, Mixer down the tower. Hakoda was the underneath the tower. Hakoda, what's he going to be able to do underneath here? He does have those skill points up now, like I say, at level 3. So it's going to be bottom lane. Infernal going to be taking a bit of a beating now as well. Caught in the net. No Tail going to be able to get the right clicks out too. Looks like Infernal not going to be able to bash his way out of this one. No Tail will get the credit for the kill. So starting off so much better here in this second game in OG. Yo, maybe took that one game to wake up, but yeah, infinitely better here for OG in this laning stage start.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of the adjustment as well that I wanted to see from them is to give Shad kind of a win condition. And Naga Siren is definitely one of those, especially in this kind of game. I do think that the Manta counts, so I think you can get up to about 40% evasion if they don't kill any of the illusions around you, just innately with that Manta Siren or Manta Style in the top lane. It's gonna be TP out from Hakoda, no Ice Path yet, so no Tail Meter rotation, not necessarily going to get too much off of it yet, but it's a pretty struggling Bottega on the Shadow Fiend. Been dived a few times already, just kind of on the back foot here. It is unfortunate that they got behind in the early laning phase, because now I think he's kind of resigned to the jungle here for Bottega. He's going to be constantly haunted by Daze.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get on top of him. Bottega, this could be the concussive shot coming in, the arcane bolt now as well. Trying to get the races off. No Tail and Daze here, though. Going to be able to get the kill into Bottega. He's going to get low. No Tail, does he go down for this one? Hakoda, I mean, he's going to be happy even if he does go down. Tried to get the deny out to the neutrals, just could not get there in time. Hakoda with a kill back on the board here with the side of Yellow Submarine, but you've already got the kill, onto Bottega, so, do what you will. He's already won this battle. And OG, once again, like you say, forcing the Shadow Fiend out of the lane. He's not having a great time here. Complete mirror image of the last game where Bottega just got left alone. There was no pressure applied to the lifestealer. And now Bottega, he is fighting for his life in every interaction, it looks like.
They're going to try to go and mix
Do they have the damage here? It's good the shackles coming through. Bottega will get the kill, and now Daze might be caught out in no man's land here too. Can he flap himself away to safety? Might just be able to get towards that twin gate. There is going to be that ward though that spots out Daze, and I think Hakoda. What does it? No, it does see him now. So they are going to get a fire blast out here, and Daze going to be caught out. Should be killed off now as well. Do they give the kill over to Bottega? A little bit of extra gold. It looks like one more right click. It will be enough. Yeah, gets himself another 220 on the board there for the Shadow Fiend back into the lane. But the lifesteal, excuse me, the lifesteal, the Undying Mixer is back in this lane and ready to start being a pain in the arse again up against this Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, it is unfortunate to give away those kills. I think that definitely switched the tides a little bit back into Bottega's favor. Not in terms of XP though, but MRLS, Hakoda, doing quite well for themselves on the supports. They're going to try and get this Wisdom Shrine. Difference is even making a move as well. It looks like they are going to get it. Maybe even another kill.
Yeah. This time, this is going to be the Ceaseless Sturge coming through for the Undying, I do believe. Going to be able to get that instant respawn, but even on an instant respawn, not there in time to be able to get that Wisdom Shrine. So you see No-Tail on the other side make a move. Infernal, he has to make a move now as well, trying to get himself away from the danger. He is going to be able to get that sprint down the river now. I mean, in the water anyway. So he is away to, let's not call it safety just yet, but he's not dead either just yet. The water goes down from Daze, and Daze, he's waiting for that kill. Obviously, the creeps are going to be able to see Infernal, so Daze moves himself back. Does he want to try and spring this trap out onto Infernal? Infernal can be rotated around. He does have that 1 point in the Ancient Seal too, but Daze not wanting to throw these spells out just yet.
Yeah, I don't think he quite has the damage into Infernal's 9 wand. I think he would just be a little bit short. Maybe it was worth trying for. But just being careful, and Mixa again. Oh my god.
Yeah, and now Yellow Submarine. This is the aggression that I was talking about in the draft, you know, that we saw in the first game. Once they get the bit between the teeth, they are just going to run with it. And this might even be a decent chunk of health from the tier 1 too. Not quite enough to take the tower down, I think. Maybe with the Ogre behind, actually, they might be able to get this one.
Yeah, and I would like to note that because they've been kind of staggering these kills out for Bottega, he is a level 5 Shadow Fiend, but his presence is minus 12 armor. Infernal trying to live in the bot lane.
Oh,
does it? Way.
No way. No.
The wand just in time. So a pretty bad sequence of events for OG. Just, I mean, MRLS really kind of making things happen. Even kind of hunting the mid lane. He's definitely been making really good moves, but because of this lasting presence in the top lane for these carry Shadow Fiends, Bottega's, he eventually ended up having his presence be negative 10 armor to anyone who walks in his vicinity, which is absolutely ridiculous and definitely not a benefit to an Undying who only has 4 if he's outside of the tower range. Now even Bottega is coming towards the mid. It is interesting. He's... Oh.
Did they get a catch out now as well? There's going to be the Hex coming through.
Wow.
Dream Coil did get popped to the AD rune on Difference. He will get the credit for the kill. And this is going to be another tier 1 tower. Yeah, Difference going to be able to hit this one. The fortification will be used, but the creep wave coming in going to be cleared up almost immediately by Bottega and Difference if they want to. So again, pressure being applied around the map. MRLS, he gets that route at the ward down as well. So this is looking rough. Yeah, No-Tail going to be caught out here. They have that instant remnant coming out, and Difference just gets another kill on the board. Mixer can to get himself away from this one. He's a bit more tanky than the Jakiro, so he's going to be able to live through this, but I don't think he's going to be able to get in range to deny this mid lane tower.
Definitely falling apart for the likes of OG. Just, I mean, MRLS definitely making some very, very good moves on the Shadow Shaman, but just not quite respecting that. And again, I really like this from Yellow Submarine. Oof, again, on to Daze.
Yeah, easy catch out, easy kill.
Finding so much. They had a really good position on OG, and Mixa, surely he doesn't die, right?
I mean, the Requiem's going to come out through now. There's also Undying going to be burnt down. Bottega, again, a really quick kill on the board. He's got himself that Falcon's Blade now. The Morbid Mask now as well. Is that the full Mask of Manus being flown out to him? It is going to be the Broadsword being flown out here to Bottega. So, yeah, going to be able to get even more damage on the board, get farm potential. And like you said, they forced him into the jungle, and he went, what am I doing here? I'm the position 1. I need the farm, you know. And he came through swinging, and they've got 10 kills on the board after being down 4-1. They've just added that 0 in, and OG, they're struggling to keep back up now.
They really, really are. They see MRLS, but they're getting jumped on themselves.
Yeah. Daze gets caught out again. Difference looking for that kill. MRLS is going to be the one that gets the credit for it. And now, can they get away on Stormstorm? A Stormstorm, he doesn't have that phase shift. Excuse me, the winner riff with the Illusory Orb.
Bottega's here.
They're going to make a move towards the backlines now. It's on
Ooh.
No Tail. Look at this right-click damage come through Bottega. Just ripping through the OG heroes like they were paper. And this is what you were talking about in the draft here. Apart from the Undying, really not a tanky hero on the board for OG just yet.
Yeah, and that's part of my worry with Undying. And I am quite... Mixa went for this build where he has the Perseverance. By the way, note again, the last instance presence from Bottega. Since he's been so involved, his XP isn't super impressive, but he is extremely farmed. And now his Presence of the Dark Lord is currently 15 negative armor in an AoE around him, which is quite nice for him. But man, this is shaping up really poorly. They just, again, Yellow Submarine is just making a lot more kind of coherent moves around the map. They're moving very, very well as a team. Except for a little bit of XP on the cores, but they're going on to Stormstorm in the mid lane, who's going to die.
Yeah, and even on the top lane now as well. Mixer,
Oh my God,
right
Mixa!
damage going to Mixer. Mixer's supposed to be the tanky hero, and Bottega's just ripping through him again like he's absolutely nothing. The Flash Golem will be used here, but Bottega should be able to get the kill. Mixer, oh, it's going to be close. He does get him with the Death Requiem. So, I was not wrong, technically, but still, that was a good last stand there from Mixer.
Yeah, it was what he kind of wants to do. He wants to be on top of the SF, which is why I'm a little confused that he went this early Perseverance that he did. But now he's into the phase boots. He'll eventually get, it looks like he's eyeing a soul ring and a lotus, so he'll build up some armor because that's definitely becoming an issue for them. Just getting torn through by the Shadow Fiend, and that's notably without Infernal really ever being in any of these fights. He's the one player on Yellow Submarine who's been just kind of chilling. He's falling behind quite a bit in terms of Shad, but his levels are good. He's close to the blink. He's going to be, very much a supportive character as the game goes on. So I don't think he's too upset with that game state. Finally, they're going to go for this. I'm saying finally they're going to go for this tier 1 bot, but it's only 13 minutes. And
yeah. Oh, they're going to catch
prize.
up now as well. Does he have the song to try and get himself away from this one? He doesn't. Doesn't even have it skilled up there on the Nag Siren. And this is going to be, that third and final tier 1 tower of the game for OG. Going to take a fall here to Yellow Submarine. So Yellow Submarine, like I say, they're setting up for this one. They've just set themselves up, even with that early game pressure, weathered that storm, and now 5k net worth lead and 17 kills to 6 in the first 13.5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and this is also a buffed up Shadow Fiend. He has level 3 Bloodlust already on top of him. Of course, he has the support of, these heroes that all just kind of go in around him. He's got the extra minus armor. So Bottega's in a great game for him. And I think for Shad, that is... Unfortunately, that's a position where he kind of just can't die there. I don't think he's afforded in this game so far a death. They're going to try.
Do you think the damage out onto Difference is going to try and get himself away? He's still going to be sassed out now. He's going to go down, and Daze gets the credit for the kill, but it's going to cost him Stormstormer, it looks like. Morales gets the credit for the kill now. Can they get the chase out onto Mixer? Mixer going to try and get himself away. Tombstone will be dropped here, but whose grave is it going to be? Hakoda going to be able to get up and hit this one down now, too. And Infernal with the chase out gets the double crush. No Tail will fall next. Mixer is going to be the next one on the chopping block. No, it's going to jump in onto Daze. Daze going to get himself away. The buyback comes through from No Tail. No Tail going to try and get the TP out to that shrine. It looks like he's going to be able to get himself out to the outpost, but not before Mixer dies now as well. This is going to be the dieback for No Tail, and that is going to be 4 or 5 heroes on the deathbed here. And Yellow Submarine, they ain't done just yet. They are chasing down. Can they get themselves on top of Chad? Chad trying to get himself away. Again, still doesn't have the song, so has to back himself close to that tier 2 tower and back towards his base. Even the Manta style being used, he's going to be so careful that he doesn't get caught out.
MRLS is the same level as Stormstormer on the Shadow Shaman. I'm starting to think that's not a very good sign for the likes of OG. Stormstormer is going to try to get Hakoda, but doesn't quite have the damage into the cloak. Maybe the Dream Coil in a second will be enough. Looks like doesn't even want to go for it. It's just a little bit too scared. I really like this by Yellow Submarine to bring just bring every hero all the time, and they're doing it again.
And they're going to go. The Hex comes out. They're going to get on top of Mixer now as well. It's going to be the ultimate coming through from Scarth Mage. Mixer, again, he has that Ceaseless Sturge if he goes down this time, so can get back in this fight. But again, they got the kill onto Daze. He'd already thrown out the Mystic Flare. And apart from that, really, this hero, he is 2, 5, and 4. I mean, okay, he's got 2 kills on the board here for OG on this Skyrath. But again, he's a feast for everyone inside of a Yellow Submarine. Once you get on top of him, he's got no Force Staff, he's got no momentum items, he's got no movement items, and he just gets taken down every single time.
Yeah, and that's part of why I was a little bit skeptical of as they do the Roche here, very, very quickly. A bit skeptical of the Jakiro from No Tail, just because it's kind of like Skywrath Light. You know, it's just this low armor, low mobility hero that can offer a lot in the right circumstances, but in the wrong circumstances has just been getting 2 or 3 shot by the likes of Bottega, and it kind of seems to be the theme so far for OG. They're just, again, they're very, very squishy outside of the Naga Siren. And even then, Shad is only a 1400 HP hero. He only has the, you know, the evasion to play with.
Yeah.
That's kind of what makes him tanky, but right now it doesn't, you know, he's not tanky for quite a while. He's even going for an Orchid to be a little bit more aggressive. Probably feels that he has to do something to make something happen, but it's really unfortunate for OG. It feels like they were having a really, really solid early game that we wanted to see, and then just kind of one wrong rotation and Mixa dying a few times, and everything just kind of fell apart very, very quickly, and they've not been able to piece it together since.
No, and you know, you did take the over on the 30-minute mark, so gonna reoffer it now, yo. Over under on that 30 minutes. Do you want to change your mind?
You know, I think I would like to, but I'll try to keep that to myself. Don't want to give any kind of threats in my DMs.
Yeah, don't worry. We're only on a broadcast. You know, no one will know if you change. But yeah, difference on the bottom lane here. Difference not going for that deny on the tier 2 tower just yet. I mean, it's only got 14 health left. But yeah, maybe difference just trying to. I don't know what he's trying to do here. Just keeping that tower up.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, he's attached to it. I respect it. Wants to keep it alive. Maybe thinking, you know, maybe we can win this game without ever losing a tier 2. Probably unlikely with the Naga Siren running amok, but so far OG doesn't have much to do. And I do think Yellow Submarine, they've kind of just drafted for it, and they play well around it, of just, they literally just run 5 heroes at you. I mean, most of the game it's been 4, but now it's 5. I mean, I guess Bottega's in the top lane. Probably eventually connect if he wishes to through the mid lane. And I think that's typically a good way to play when you're ahead. No Tail is going to die again.
Yeah, they're going to get a catch out here on the Twin Dragon. He will go down. Mass Serpent was dropped for that one, so that is going to be on cooldown for the next 100 seconds or so. We'll see how they're going to try and play around this one. There is going to be the... is that the rune? I think that might just be a map bug coming through, you know, the rune not being there, unless it's being hidden by the fog of war for me too. But yeah, no, overall, it is just a... No, it was. Okay. But yeah, this is, again, Yellow Submarine, 24 kills to an 8k net worth lead here at 18 minutes in. And this is what we saw in the last game. They have this Aegis for another 2.5 minutes, and OG can't really, you know, fight into this one. They just need to give these objectives away, maybe make it take a little bit longer. But every time they try and go for a defense now, again, the Blink is up for the Shadow Shaman, the Blink is up for the Slardar. You've got the jump up for the Void Spirit, who's going to go for the Arc Scepter now as well. Top lane TPs, mass TPs coming into this one. Mystic Flood, does it do enough? No, it's going to be, he's going to go down in the end. MRLS gives up a decent chunk of gold there, but is it going to put Shad in danger? Yeah, Daze now as well. Might be the target they want to go for now as well. Shad's going to be silenced out with the song. Can they get the TP away? Any interrupts? It's not going to be an interrupt. It's just going to be the Igniter, not that Fire Blast. Fire Blast just a lot more small range, which would have meant walking into the song.
I think he did try, but obviously not enough range. Daze actually died to neutral, so overall a pretty good sequence of events for OG. Not enough to, I think, remedy what is currently going on in the game, but still overall a nice little movement that kind of distracts Yellow Submarine for the moment. It is only a 5k net worth lead, surprisingly, 6k now as it takes over, but definitely the levels, I think, are more harmful. I think these supports are honestly very, very strong for the likes of Yellow Submarine, and they are going to start knocking on your buildings, but it's not unrecoverable by any means. I think my biggest, you know, gripe kind of, I think, as well with the Jakiro is mostly that it is just kind of hard to make things happen against, you know, on this OG draft. Again, they are kind of just lacking engage overall coming out from their draft, which means that responding to what Yellow Submarine is doing is kind of their only option, right? They can only, you know, hope that you fight around the tombstone. They can only hope that you get kind of a botched engagement, some kind of Lotus Orb play from Mixa kind of turns the favor, but in terms of, you know, making things actually happen, it's really only the Dream Coil from Stormstormer, and we talked about it being a pretty hard puck game. Certainly it has been so far. He hasn't had a horrible game, but 4. I mean, no, it's been a pretty tough game. I still think his XP is fine. Is the only reason I don't hate the game that he's in right now. But 0-4 is pretty tough. They get the Tormentor Shard over to Hakoda, which is a pretty nice one to get for free. This Fire Shield does end up blocking a pretty good portion of damage as it comes through, and obviously OG is already struggling with damage. It's also they managed to kill in the downtime there. They managed to kill Shad's Courier, which had a Reaver on it towards his heart, which is something, just a little bit more oppression to go against OG, meaning that this Naga Siren is still quite squishy for the moment. Tough game state.
Does have the Orchid at least on the Naga Siren, so it's not just purely defensive items with that Manta style. There is a chance to try and fight this one out, but like I say, Shad going to be level 14, actually keeping pace with Bottega on the other side. It's just going to be the 2k net worth difference with the buff up, I guess, from Hakoda here with the Bloodlust 2 that makes Bottega so darn scary to try and fight into. He's got that Hurricane Pike now as well, building towards a BKB, and then it looks like he's going to go Satanic here on Bottega. So we'll see how OG try and deal with this. No Aegis anymore. Roshan's still going to be at least 2 minutes away from spawning. Could be a little bit of a longer one. So they do have a bit of breathing room here, OG. What is the game plan? How do they try and shift around while they have this time, and what should they be looking for?
Probably not dying, probably getting out in any capacity they can. Does have a blink on Stormstormer, so he should be okay. Finally got that max phase shift. Maybe they catch. Looks like they do get No Tail. Kind of the story of this game so far. No Tail is not going to survive any engagement. MRLS is still smoked though, and he's gonna break his smoke here. Oh,
the heck! Excuse me, into the shackles now as well. They're gonna be able to get the Master Serpent Wards down as well. Stormstormer just could not get himself out, and this is what again we were talking about in the draft. Just the instant lockdown coming through from MLRS. It just makes it so much of a big threat to the Puck, and the Puck 0-5-1 Stormstormer. This has not been his series so far.
No, it has not. And you can see how confident Yellow Submarine is. They have a gem on difference. So this is a very, very early time in the game to get one of these gems. It's kind of a nice return on investment in some ways, because obviously the longer you hold on to it, the more D wards you're getting. And obviously the map control is the huge aspect that they're looking for. It's a blink on Mixa. Not a lot of great timings. Shad did just finish the heart, so he is quite tanky.
Yeah, we'll see how quickly they're going to be able to get through Shad. Shad might even try and turn around to this one. The Mystic Flood comes through. Might be able to get the kill. Hakoda will fall now as well. But look at the damage onto Daze. Or even through the heals goes down about 3 or 4 clicks there from the Slaughter. Going to try and go for a little bit more now with the Dream Call being out. Difference could be taken down. He's going to try and get the power, but he still gets killed off the song for the reset. Do they have the damage? Stormstormer's going to try and move himself back from this one. Yeah, the Tombstone is down, like you say now. Do they get the damage out here? It looks like they might be able to make a move out onto the Shadow Shaman. They get the Ice Path now as well onto the Shadow Fiend. And Morales going to get low. Does he go down here to the jump? Comes in from Mixer now as well. He will fall. Bottega, he's fairly strong, but maybe not 3 or 4 heroes at the same time strong here. No, Bottega's actually going to take a lot of damage onto Mixer. Mixer falls here. Buyback comes through from MRLS. You want to try and fight this one out. Do they get the damage out onto the Naga? The Naga again, or to use that song out, so has to try and slither away from this one. So it's going to be another kill in the bank. You're forced into a buyback here on MRLS, but you look at the trade, it's still an okay trade going the way of Yellow Submarine though.
Yeah, I would say overall you're probably still happy for OG, even though it does kind of end up favorable experience-wise and gold-wise for Yellow Submarine. I think, kind of stopping that bleeding a little bit, and the timing was really nice, right? They went on to Shad the moment that he got his heart delivered. And you can see that he is pretty strong on Shad. He isn't really taking too much damage from the SF, who is opting to go for kind of this tankier build as opposed to building an MKB or something to deal with this evasion. So Shad is good. I mean, he is a win condition, and I think he's working towards it. He's pretty much equal net worth to Bottega, all intents and purposes, similar in the XP as well. But I think he has some strong potential this game on Shad, especially considering there's not going to be any answer to the evasion for a pretty long time. It's mainly, I think, for Shad and for OG, the question is going to be more of can you kill or can you survive away from the rest of Yellow Submarine? For Yellow Submarine, can you kill everyone around the Naga Siren? Because then he won't be so scary. And Bottega, he has no fear in his heart. He is still incredibly tanky.
Yeah. the damage coming through onto Mixer, but Mixer is still going to live. Shad, and now the net comes out onto Bottega. Bottega, though, does he want to try and move himself into this one? He's got that Satanic up now, just gets delivered, so he's going to be able to put out a lot of right-click damage. Mystic Flare comes out, but he's going to be the force staff away here from the Shadow Fiend with that Hurricane Pike. Can he go for the right-clicks out now as well? It looks like they just deal with the illusions from the Nagasar, not the hero himself. But Roshan, it's going to be a respawn coming through on the big man in just a second, and it looks like Yellow Submarine in prime place to take the second Roshan down.
Yeah, now with the Satanic, Bottega is a very, very tall task to get through. He is definitely too tanky. Again, I mean, for both teams, it's kind of, can you kill the people around the carry? Ideally, if you can get Shad onto MRLS, I think that is probably your best situation. Maybe you can try some engage with the song with the Tombstone setup. That is kind of a typical combo that you could find, usually with a support Undying, of course, or a support Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Pause out from Shad, but the game looks okay, and mostly in terms of it is, Shad just about the same net worth as Bottega. The question is if he has enough damage to get through something like the Satanic, which I don't think he does, and there is going to be a second life for Bottega coming out. But I think this game is much more playable so far than the previous one was at this time, considering it was just about over. And speaking of over, looks like the 30 minutes is looking pretty good.
Yeah.
Should have stuck to my answer there.
Yeah, making a move now. Speaking about making a move, though, they're going to be able to get the Sands out into Stormstorm, just get that dive away to the orb, though. Blink Dagger is up for the Shadow Shaman in 3 seconds, so Puck, Stormstormer trying to make a quick, hasty retreat. Looks like he might just be able to get himself out. The Requiem gets thrown through, so they do get the kill out onto Daze on the other side of the map here. Might even be able to get on top of Mixer. Shad is close by the No Tail 2 now. Look at the right-click damage coming out onto Mixer. The Mixer is going to be caught in the kiddie pool. Can he get himself away from this one? It looks like on the other side, Infernal's going to get low. Not going to be killed off. Caught inside that Dream Call. Shad is trying to get the damage out onto the Slardar now. The Dream Call, it wasn't killed coming out onto Infernal, so Infernal gets to get taken down. Like I say, Stormstormer with the credit for the kill. The TP's away with the song. No BKBs out on the side of Yellow Submarine, so no way to interrupt that one. And that is going to be the escape coming through. So they get a high priority pick, and they're able to get themselves out mostly alive on the side of OG.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of bringing a bunch of, forcing Yellow Submarine to kind of respond to them, and then being able to kind of weasel their way out the way that Naga Siren typically does. And Shad is getting close to surpassing Bottega in the net worth to get this Wisdom Shrine even for himself to catch up a little bit in the XP. Now has the full butterfly finish. This is definitely the turning point for Naga Siren, is having this butterfly finish. He's already so tanky. There isn't an MKB, there isn't a Mjolnir or anything from Bottega to deal with these illusions or the evasion yet. So for quite a while, Shad is definitely king on the map. If he finds a hero in the ensnare with the Orchid, I think he's certainly killing a support. He can force BKBs very easily. Shad is on his win condition. Again, much happier with him here on this Naga Siren compared to what was happening last game with the Abaddon. And that's only a 6k gold lead for the likes of Yellow Submarine. Still, the map control is great for them. Still, overall, as a team, they're much ahead, especially for these supports. But it's a much better game state for OGA.
Well, we'll see how it's going to play. There's going to be another Hex coming out onto Daze. Daze going to get himself away. It looks like, again, might be the Sacrificial Lamb coming through. So, yeah, they do get the kill onto Daze. I mean, I had to ask the question, but, yo, it was
No Tail.
You knew the answer before it happened here, and No Tail. Bottega just rips him apart. And Bottega, I think he's only about, what's that? 700, 800 gold away from finishing this full MKB. So the more kills he gets, the easier, the quicker that's going to finish now. Shad, can he run himself away? No song for another 20 seconds. Doesn't have a TP scroll here either, so Naga Siren could be in trouble. Yeah, there's going to be the runner going down here from Difference. Do they get the catch out? The Tombstone's going to be up now as well. Do they have enough damage to get down? 10 seconds until that song comes through. The Shadow Shaman gets low. Stormstormer gets the credit for the kill onto that one and immediately dives out there as well. Infernal having to use that BKB as well to keep himself alive. So do they want to try and fight around? He's going to force that Mixer. He's only just popped that Flesh Golem, and Bottega just rips him in two here. Shad going to be close. Do they want to try and fight into this one again? There's going to be the Satanic up for the Shadow Fiend, that MKB. If he sends his courier over to the Secret Shop, might be able to get it delivered here and get the final item from that closer Secret Shop. So again, Shad has to be careful because that evasion is going to be less effective once this MKB is up for the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, this is definitely the turning point in the matchup. I think this MKB, it's very nice that he can just comfortably get to it during this butterfly timing, during this Aegis timing. It's level 20 now on Bottega. So I think he can stand pretty toe to toe with the Naga Siren. I think maybe for Shad you want to kind of work towards, yeah, definitely the Scotty to get, you know, if you can actually get on top of the Shadow Fiend, you can apply that healing reduction. But difference is going to be fine. He did pick up the gem as well from that pickoff onto No Tail, which, of course, in every engagement, No Tail is going to have to eventually go down. But still, it's the net worth is still not climbing too much for Yellow Submarine. But this MKB is certainly problematic. I think it's also quite nice for Bottega. His neutral item is a vast serrated shiv, so that's an extra way to pierce through the True Strike, and of course, having that extra attack range is much appreciated on the likes of a Shadow Fiend. He's pretty scary on Bottega. He's eyeing up this amplified damage, but he'll hand it over to Difference anyway.
Yeah, I don't think he really needs that AD. Look at the amount of damage he's putting out and his right click spread. So if you're looking at this, Yellow Submarine, like I said, the game, it's even-ish. You know, it's not quite even, but it's not far off there as well. But you look Bottega getting the that steroid coming through from Hakoda. Is this just a case of this Aegis is going to go down in the next 18 seconds or so? Do they wait it out for the next one? Or do you think Yellow Submarine, do they still continue to carry on this aggressive path?
I think you would like to continue being aggressive. They're going to get this Tormentor from themselves. Shad is actually in a good position. They know it's the real one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, they're going to be able to get the Dragon now as well. And again, the Shackles into the Serpent Ward. He's got that heart, but how much is he really going to live through this one? Shad gets taken down. Difference gets the credit for the kill. The Tormentor is still alive, though. So, yeah, it's still well worth the trade because it's going to be 70 seconds. This might just set up for a base push here for the side of Yellow Submarine.
Okay, that is not the way that you wanted to die there. I think Shad, honestly, what he was doing, I think, was a pretty smart play, but he just gets caught out by that instant hex from MRLS. Probably he was thinking, you know, this is just an illusion. I'll go ahead and hex it to instantly kill it, but this time he caught a bigger fish. Stormstormer has to use the Dream Coil to stay alive. He's just about 300, 400 HP in the river.
3 hits. It took 3 hits from Bottega. Corrosive Haze was there as well to take Puck down from 2,000 health to 200 health.
Yeah, and I'm afraid that's only going to get worse. He's trying to slowly push out the wave, but this banner is going to mean that there is going to be some form of push while Shad is dead. So this is going to be Rax for his transgressions. Accidentally dies that one time, and again, he is the win condition, and they're playing aggressive while he's dead. Of course, that kill dies. We've grown accustomed to that.
Yeah, 2-13-5. It's really not been, you know, maybe a lot of competitive rustiness to shake off for No-Tail. It really hasn't worked out for him here in the series. And yeah, like you said, they're going to be able to go for another tier 3 tower now. No-Tail is down for 30 seconds, no buyback. What do you really want to do?
And see, Bottega does kind of rip through these illusions now that he has the MKB. Still pretty tanky, but it's not going for the Scotty right away on Shad. He did finish the Bloodthorn, which is much more burst heavy. I think this is understandable given the game state, but for the time being, there's 2 different ways of Bottega to purge that. Which means I think he is not too threatened by the Naga Siren alone. And stand toe to toe at least, and you know, if it's just Naga Siren versus Shadow Fiend, I think that is quite an even battle. But the moment that you throw any other hero in the mix, a single Satanic hit can full heal Bottega. So be really, really careful. Dancing on, you know, kind of dancing around eggshells here with Bottega, who does have 29 Necromastery, which he's accrued throughout the game. 16, 3, and 5.
He's
a pretty big number.
He's a heavy hitter. Yeah, he's a big boy here, Bottega. He's going to get even bigger now with the Bloodlust coming out. Interesting that he is happy to sit with the Satanic, you know, because it's going to be, he's got the Mjolnir queued up. You know, he's going to go in for the Swift Blink now as well. Hex out to No-Tail. Is he going to do the 14th? Oh, yeah, it's going to. I don't even need to ask the question. Bottega gets another one on the board here. Mixer gets solo now as well. The Requiem comes out. And Shad, going to be caught out, cancelled. Does he get the kill out? He does. Shad gets taken down by Bottega. They get the lockdown with the Remnant onto Scarlet Mage. I think we might just be hearing. I'm hearing a brief singing here somewhere in the background, you know, because this one is looking fairly over, it looks like, on the side of OG. Bottega, again, they're going to be able to take down the Tombstone on the high ground. They've got the Master Serpent Wards as well to try and deal with these crits. Mixer's going to try and do what he can with that Flesh Golem, but the jump comes forward. This is going to be the second death. Yeah, with that Cecil Sturge coming through. from the Undying, so he is back on the board once again. But yeah, once that again the flesh golem's down, really can't stand up to the punishment from Bottega.
No, certainly not. MRLS just fishing. They're not actually ending the game off the back of that, but it feels like the game is coming to a close regardless. The net worth lead, it wasn't too bad, and now it's shot up very explosively. Bottega, oh my god. He's
Yeah,
dead again.
Mix,
Oh.
that's going to be his third death in about a minute and a half if he goes down there. Inside
He's
the fountain,
fine.
though. So, I mean, fine is a stretch. Fine is a bit of an
Oh.
over-exaggeration here as the jump comes in from Stormstormer.
Text again.
Stormstormer, Ice Path comes out. Stormstormer is going to be dead. And again, he does have that buyback. It's going to be No Tail that goes down for, I think, a 15th time there. And they break the Mega Creeps out of the hold as that final Rax goes down. Can they get the kill onto today's now as well? Stormstormer at least takes down Hakoda. Shad trying to get himself away from the right clicks coming through. Bottega, he's just on a spree.
Oh.
He is unstoppable, it looks like, at the minute. He's got that Satanic back up in the next couple of seconds now as well. And even without that Satanic, he's not taking lethal damage just yet. No Aegis. He doesn't care. He's going to go into this one. Pops that Satanic once again. Song for the reset now as well. Tombstone is down, and it looks like everyone on the side of OG not too far away from being up. But what do we have to throw at this one? Because it's going to be everything in the kitchen sink if they even have a chance of surviving through to get the lockdown onto the puck. Bottega, another kill comes through. That's going to be the death of days. And No Tail respawning to see his Ancient being in looks like mortal danger now. Mix is going to go down again. No Cecil Sturge, no buyback this time. The Master Serpent was come down, and this should be, I think, the GG. Yeah, only Shad left alive, and I don't think Shad, he's going to be found inside his own fountain. Infernal gets the kill, and that is going to be it for the series here. OG going down 2-0 to Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, Bottega ended that final streak, that killing spree that he had there, with a 39 Necromastery stacks and 10 Presence of the Dark Lord, so an extra 20 minus armor just walking around. Very casual. I mean, yeah, Yellow Submarine cleaned it up very nicely. That one death from Shad just completely snowballed the game. I think, obviously, there's a lot of very tragic things that happened to OG in the early game. You watched them go from 4-1 to 4-10, which was rather difficult to see, but yeah, just getting caught on a lot on a deal. It was very unfortunate. I think, but credit where credit is due. Yellow Submarine, I think they read their drafts very well. They read their game state very well. They ran together as five, and Bottega definitely certainly the MVP in this game. But I think very, very solid shout out to MRLS on the Shadow Shaman, because he set up pretty much that whole game for Bottega. I think he's never in that position to have a game like that if MRLS wasn't killing Mixa, what was it, 3 times in a row in the top lane. He absolute menace on the Shadow Shaman, and I think he deserves just as much credit as the person doing the right clicking in this game.
Yeah, and that is going to be, like, safe for this one. So Yellow Submarine, they did the homework here. Bottega 26-3-7, difference 11-19. The kills across the board. You look at it, and everybody putting their shift in, like you said, on the side of Yellow Submarine. OG back to the drawing board. I do believe that's going to knock them down to the lower bracket. They're not quite out inside the CCT just yet. This is going to be the playoffs. Knocks them down into the lower portion of it. So, I mean, there could be that lower bracket dream run on the boards here for OG, but for now, that is going to be the series over, and it is going to be one series left for the rest of the day. It's going to be MOUZ versus Liga coming up in about half an hour. So we're going to take a quick 25-30 minute break, and then we'll be back here for the final series of the day. We'll see you then. warmed up ready. They have been
very much about them as a team. Maybe that's expected. So coming in as the underdog, I think, can sometimes be like a nice little cushion to just kind of just to step on.
Yeah, I think everybody, it's kind of the same thing. The pressure's off whenever you come in that underdog. It's up to the other team to perform, because that's what everybody's expecting. We are just waiting for one more player in the lobby, so it looks like it's going to be Celery that's not turned up just yet. But it is going to be legal with us standing. So instead of Hellscream, we've got Slamio standing for them. So we'll see again how that affects them coming through. How that affects the drafts, the way the team's going to play. How they try and approach these matches. It is going to be the position 4. So I'm not trying to dismiss any kind of role in the game, but position 4 for setting the tone in the off lane is quite important. So yeah, we'll see how League are going to try and adapt to that one. How they are going to be able to adapt, and if they have any history with Slime here as well, that's going to help them prioritize different heroes, different ways to play in that lane. And coming through overall, like you say, they are the underdogs, but they've already got a couple of matches under the belt, so it's going to give a little bit of information over to MOUZ. You can see that in the first game against Kalmychata, they picked up the Shadow Fiend both times. Looked really comfortable with that. The Primal Beast was picked up. They picked in both matches as well, so there is a little bit of information coming out that way. When he lost, they did go for that Conker coming out the back right of the Silencer coming through. So maybe if you want that clear edge over Liga here, you are taking away that Primal Beast, that Shadow Fiend in the first couple of bands.
Yeah, I'd probably look for that for sure. I think it's also something that's nice for MOUZ is they definitely have that flex potential between heroes like that. The Shadow Fiend copy is perfectly happy to take. Halo's playing the Primal Beast, so I do like the copy is a rather versatile mid laner. I think compared to partially, I think what OG in this last series was struggling from a bit as well as you notice in their drafts they just straight away first picked their mid for Stormstormer. They picked him Quap in the first pick, and then they picked him Puck in the first pick, which I don't think is bad. I don't think it's necessarily bad for them. I think it works for Stormstormer. But it does kind of limit your drafts, especially coming out of the mid lane. It did mean that his puck game was very, very difficult. I think with a player like Copy, I do think the Undying could be quite annoying. I think getting rid of the natures is probably just nice for a Liga team. I don't know if it's necessary, but I think playing against that hero is very obnoxious. So I am personally an advocate for Liga team to just get rid of it as they have. Maybe probably you want to watch out as well for the Quap. I would say that's another kind of flex that comes through for MOUZ. In terms of Liga, I don't know too much of their mid hero pool. I know I've seen a race play. I've seen him play the puck. I know for sure. I think he played a very good Leshrac, one of the games that I was watching with him. So he's versatile, I think, in a similar way to Copy. But from my understanding, I think a lot of Liga team comes down to can Violent on this carry really get the win conditions, similar to kind of how we were talking with Shad. Can he play this Ursa where he just is aggressive all game? Can he play a PL in a really, really excellent PL game? I think they're a little bit more centered on their It's still very low in damage, so having this kind of innately tanky position 5 is definitely.
It is going to be interesting. Just the displacement coming out on the Naga from the Pudge, and then this tied onto here as well with that AoE Ravage. If it is a runaway song, you know, you've got the ways to interrupt, you've got the ways to pull heroes out. I really do like these two heroes being picked up on the side of MOUZ, and big tanky heroes here as well. I'd even put Ench technically in that tanky kind of category, thanks to the the heals coming through from the wisps. If you go for that passive heal there as well, it's really hard to kill all three of these heroes. And so far, really, Liga to me don't really have the damage. You know, I'm expecting like a Terrorblade to come out. I'm expecting like just a pure right click or a pure damage hero to come out. Lifestealer to come through, maybe like so you mentioned that Medusa in the last series. You know, something that's really going to be able to chunk these heroes down. Because for me at the minute, I don't see it on the side of Liga.
They go for Abaddon instead, so not exactly necessarily what I was hoping for. Kind of similar to when I watched Shad play it, but I think this game, I mean, it's against Batrider, so it always has merit. Probably an August Iron support, which means, you know, getting rid of that net is always nice. They're pretty heavy in on the purges with Tidehunter, so they've got great responses to Batrider. I think maybe MOUZ's read is actually that this is going to be a mid Batrider, and that this would be a support Earthshaker. I wouldn't be surprised to see them kind of switch it around now. They go for the Doom, which I think is probably the best pick, honestly, they could have gotten here. If this is, you know, you can throw this as a Doom carry, they can throw this obviously in the off lane, but it's a hero that doesn't really care about Abaddon at all. Historically, one of the best matchups in the Tidehunter. Can eat the Enchantress creep, doesn't care too much about what Pudge does. Just a very, very solid draft to pick up the Doom, especially into Tidehunter Abaddon. Those two core matchups are very, very favorable for the Doom spell, at least on its own.
Do you think that MOUZ look at the Timbersaw here, potentially then? Looking at the lineup here, you got the Battle Rider, you got the Earthshaker Doom. Even dealing with the Naga Siren Illusions coming through, it's a great way. They ban out the Tinker, actually. To me, it just... I'm just looking at this one going, okay, this might actually be a fairly good Timber game coming out. If you want to run that Abba carry, and potentially it is going to be that Earthshaker in the mid lane.
Yeah, I could see it. I don't love it into kind of... I think they have enough kind of off weird disables that it would be annoying to play the Timber at the very least. So I would maybe aim for something different. Clearly the can be really obnoxious for a race on the Monkey King because this matchup is already pretty tough. I like that they picked up the Leshrac. Leshrac kind of dominates Monkey King naturally most of the time just because it's so hard to commit for the Jingu in risk of just dying to Edict. And anytime that a hook comes out for Monkey King is probably just a death. So I think that Jaunter has a lot of ways to really swing the game in the early lanes into MOUZ's favor. And in that sense, I think that they can play pretty well around that tempo. So it's really just, it's him to watch. I think purely based on consistency, I would probably end up going for this Liga draft more often than not.
Yeah.
But I think if Jaunter is landing the hooks, then I think that this could get pretty dicey pretty fast for Liga team.
Yeah, that's another thing as well, that you're looking at this Monkey King, with the Wukong Summon starts to come out, like you're saying, the displacement from the Pudge, if you're landing these hooks, it makes it a lot harder for the Monkey King to get off a good ultimate if he is being targeted down. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how Liga play around this position, and if they're going to try and maybe bodyguard the Monkey King when that starts to come out. But at the minute, we are going to see a wrap coming from the side of MOUZ. Okay, so they want to go for this one early, and it is going to be the hook level 1 as well for the Pudge, and not that rot. So do they have the vision? Do they have the wards down? Do they have the angle? They do. They get it. They grab out onto Verse now. Verse going to get himself away from this one. He's going to be slowed down, but there is going to be the Fisher coming through, and the Earthshaker maybe saves the Naga Siren's life this early on in the game.
They had to commit to leveling, of course, the Flame Break and the Fissure, but not too bad overall. It is going to be the offlane Earthshaker. Looks like this is Corrupted's kind of a signature. He's master tier on the hero, so he just likes to play it, it seems. Of course, we have Violent on the carry Doom. Quite good game, of course, for the carry Doom. A little bit worse into Lesh, obviously, because Lesh just gets off all of his damage. And then he gets doomed, typically, is how that'll go. You're not as heavy into the lifesteal anymore, so you don't worry too much about that on Leshrac. But yeah, I think, you know, as well, it's really annoying for the Wukongs for the hook as well, but just in the early game as well, it really dissuades playing very aggressive on a race period. Because if you overstep on the Monkey King, if you use the tree dance in a wrong way, you can very easily get hooked into a position to die. So I feel like this game is going to be kind of slow for him. Going to be rather annoying for him. I'm trying to make sure, of course, that the wave breaks into this bottom tower. Nice double fissure there.
Celery did go for the overprotective wisp, excuse me, so he's going to have the double heals coming through onto that one. Going to be able to sustain through, try and trade back a little bit of damage onto Slimy. Corrupted here as well. Do you think Corrupted, this is going to be maybe a little bit of an awkward lane, right? Because you're going to see the, once the impetus starts to come out for the Enchantress, you know, once that damage, does it make it a lot harder for the Shaker to stick in this lane? Or with the back of the Batrider, is this going to even out somewhat in this bottom lane?
I think generally if you're picking Earthshaker off lane, you're probably, especially into something like an Enchantress, you're probably pretty content in just sitting back, blocking your waves, getting a CS here or there. You're generally just kind of playing that you're going to lose the lane, and then maybe if Celery oversteps, you can do some kind of burst damage onto him, you know, with a displacement maybe. But overall, it's I think he's probably pretty consigned to losing a bunch of CS. Slimeo is gonna, of course, just kind of drag the wave, so very much akin to maybe what like a Primal Beast might do. Takes a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Race here, still gets the Jingu.
Okay, and yeah, we'll see what potentially this mid lane is going to be as well. Is this, you know, we've already seen, like I say, the lightning bounce around here, Race getting off the Jingu Mastery for that lifesteal. Is this an awkward lane for the Monkey King, or is this one, you know, just a case of you kind of have to weather that storm until you get yourself in a good position?
Yeah, generally, I mean, you can't really utilize Jingu generally too much as the Monkey King, so usually you're just kind of playing for CS off a Boundless Strike. A hook lands, just good damage overall. A lot of damage with the Gush. Oof.
Well, I'm going to be slowed down here, yeah, with the rot coming through here as well. Violent goes from pretty much 100% to about 20-30% of his health there. And that was, you know, you look at it, are they going to be able to go for more here? One more good hook and potentially, and potentially Violent is dead. So we'll see how that one's going to play here. Mid lane, again, the line and bounce around, but Cappy, you can see, taking a lot of damage on this Lash. You're going to be out of bolt charges now as well, so to the water rune he goes, and no one taking advantage of this from the body blocks out onto the Pudge as well. Yanta, can he run himself back towards the tower? He can, but not a lot of life to play around with here on the Pudge.
I took an unfortunate trade with the Naga Siren. Not too strong yet with just the level 1 rot. No meat shield yet to kind of block the damage from Naga Siren, so not going to be the best so far for Jaunter if he doesn't land that hook. And again, to kind of saunter back to the mid lane, it is, I mean, so far Race is actually doing a pretty good job, but that's kind of just Monkey King in a nutshell. Sometimes you just kind of end up focusing on CS and you can dominate any lane through that way. I've seen Monkey Kings do pretty well into things like Lina, which you would typically think just kind of outrange him. So Race is playing it very, very nicely on the Monkey King. Kind of just kind of outspacing Copy and just getting overall kind of favorable trades in the lane. Has a really nice Mischief as well that we didn't catch. Otherwise, these side lanes are going to be pretty snooze, I think, Rob. Maybe
Oh, we'll see, yeah.
they do some damage in the top lane.
Taking a little bit here, but yeah, like you say, this could be a much slower game, I think, than the last two. So we did see that, yeah, it's a little bit harder to find those angles for the kills. And If you're looking overall, Celery, oh, he's going to go for, what's this? Is he just going to try and get scouts out? Yeah, get himself a creep here. Slamyow's moving himself back, but, oh, Celery's mouse. Hopefully it's just the mouse, you know, at his computer and not like a mouse that's loose in his house. But yeah, he's, you know, going to be able to get the snatch out like this. It's going to be interesting to see how much time gets spent by the supports in the side lanes once they pick up a couple of levels like this, and how much they're going to try and maybe make a move towards that mid lane. You'll try and put the pressure on and try and maybe look for potentially get a kill out onto one of these mid lane heroes that at the minute don't have the most momentum under the sleeve and in the kit.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it should also be annoying for a race, I think, especially if Celery does want to put some focus onto the mid lane. Obviously, Monkey King can't really do much about a creep just kind of walking into his lane.
Yeah.
So that could be potentially annoying. I expect MOUZ to put a pretty decent emphasis on the mid lane, but for the moment, Celery just wants to stop these stacks coming out on the side of course, the Dire here, because generally with Earthshaker, again, you're pretty, you know, you're not doing a whole lot. You're kind of playing to scale.
Oh, Slamyao might be in trouble here. In fact, the chase down coming through from the Edge gets Slamyao low. It's not enough for the kill. And again, level 3, 2 points there into the enchant, nothing into the impetus. So the right clicks were doing just bare minimum Edge damage here. Corrupted has stepped himself up though. Tomato going to go with the Photic Shield out on Corrupted. Corrupted, does he move himself back far enough for this one? He should be able to move himself out. The chase down from Tomato won't be enough to really lock Corrupted down.
Yeah, this offline Earthshaker again, it is interesting. I really want to see how he plays it throughout kind of navigating the mid game. Obviously, I think a very big emphasis on stacks makes sense. Sometimes these Earthshaker cores just go ahead and echo slam a few stacks because you might as well. Basically, you know, most of the time your first echo slam doesn't get too much value if they're playing around it. So just play around that. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Race gets
Copy could be in trouble.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yanta's backing him up here. I mean, you see that the Jingu's up for a race, so he's probably not going to be scared of the punch too much. But at the minute, mid lane is trending a little bit more towards this Monkey King. The blood grenade comes out here. Yanta could be in trouble. In fact, this might actually be our first blood. Yanta can get himself away. The lightning for the slowdown, but the body block comes out from Copy. He needs to be careful now as the balance strike comes out. It's going to be Copy that goes down first now. Rotation comes in from Celery. Great hook back out onto a race. So a trade out a mid laner for a mid laner, but that is going to be the first blood going the way of Liga, I do believe. And yeah, that's going to make it just a little. I mean, it was the support that picked it up, so it's not the Monkey King that got the full benefit from that. But again, just means that the Monkey King gets a little bit more out of this lane compared to the Lesh.
Yeah, he's just playing it very, very well on a race. Very, very good spacing, very good understanding of when to use the Boundless in this lane, good itemization. So far, just playing it very, very nicely on a race to get a little bit of that kind of a one-up on him. He is going to have the Wukongs as well soon, which is typically a pretty huge power spike for these Monkey Kings. A lot of times before, you wouldn't really level the Wukongs at 6. But nowadays, of course, you have the changing of the guard, which makes you kind of invulnerable for that second or two if you choose. They're going to go straight back.
Yeah, they're going to try and fight this one. Copy. This is going to be a great fight. If he can force out, yeah, he's not going to have a TP. He's going to have to do the Walk of Shame back into the lane here now as well. Celery, 3 heroes onto him. The blood grenade comes out. Those heals. How much are they really going to do here? Celery, I mean, it's going to take a while to get the kill out onto him. Maybe enough for backup? Does he get himself away? He's trying to prance himself out here. Only level 4, so no ultimate up. It does take a bit of time, but he will finally be able to get the kill. No response coming through from the side of the rest of MOUZ, though. I'm surprised there wasn't maybe a TPM from anybody else. And this is going to set up onto Boom now as well. Level 5 onto Violent. They're going to try and go for this Wisdom Shrine now as well. Boom, can he try and tank this one out? Waiting for the rest of his team out now as well. A race going to stack up onto the Titans. The Titans are going to have a bit of an awkward time, so he has to back himself with a Doom. Violent does get that level 6 just now, so he's going to be able to throw his ultimate out to the Titans. The Titans, he might just be tanky enough to live through it now as well. Tomato gets a kill onto Corrupted on the bottom lane though, and Violent erased the race. He jumps past the hook like a skip rope. Tomato going to be able to get the double kill on the bottom lane, but it will mean, excuse me, the Shrine gets Violent to that level 6. And yeah, okay, it's going to be a 1-for-1 in terms of the Shrine, so the double kill going the way of Tomato, but still putting a lot of pressure onto the side of MOUZ here, Liga.
And Tomato just kind of doing everything to salvage the situation. I was wondering if he was going to have a good time in that bot lane, but does end up getting a double kill and the Wisdom Shrine. Resalvage that. Of course, Celery.
Slowed
down. Gonna be able to dispel it.
So Erase, it's a lot of damage coming out onto the Monkey King here. Yanta is close, not going to be able to get that hook off though. Violent wall goes down. Do they see Violent? Do they want to try and make a move onto Violent? Violent's out of mana now as well. The hook comes in, but he's going to be able to dodge it back. And Violent back towards that tier 1 tower. Really well played to kind of predict that was probably going to be coming his way. So yeah, really nice turn back there. Just going to be able to dodge it off. Tomato in the bottom lane. Borrowed Time is on cooldown.
Race is here.
4 heroes down. They want to punish out Tomato. Tomato not going to live through that one this time.
Race is all over the map. He hasn't been in the mid lane for the past like 3 minutes. Just kind of walking around, going to the Wisdom Shrine, staying top, and then going through the Twin Gate. Nicely done by him. It does mean that Copy's about caught up in terms of net worth. At least is similar to him, but they're putting a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah. Can they make a move here? Going to be the point blank hook coming out into Slammy. Slammy's going to take a lot of damage coming out, but he's already got the sticky napalm coming out. Oh, good one. Celery gets the kill onto Slammy on the back line. Yanta trying to run himself away. Verse is going to be able to keep on top of him now as well. Celery with these healing wisps to slow down to Verse. Verse, is he going a little bit too far here? Yanta, it could be the bait in. Verse still gets the kill before he might not even go down. The enchant to slow him down now as well. Boom. He takes out Wisdom, the bounty rune out. Ravage being thrown out for the kill on the support Naga Siren. They do take him down, but yeah, that's a big commitment just for that kill.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably worth it, but it is kind of, I guess, annoying that he didn't even get the permanent damage from the Kraken Swell. Did not have the Anchor Smash debuff applied. So a little bit unfortunate there. Has to use the cooldown. Probably worth it. Just say, you know, this Naga Siren's annoying. That's a good enough reason to press the R key sometimes. It does mean that, for the most part, they've been pretty open in the lanes in terms of Liga team. Obviously, Tomato is coming away far above Corrupted, but his game's pretty good for the Earthshaker. Really, really nice dodges on these hooks on Liga team. They are being very sure to not give those opportunities over to Jaunter.
And if you look at this pressure, 5 for 5, you know, only a 1k net worth lead, or even less than a 1k net worth lead. In fact, that's probably going to change hands now with this tier 1 tower going down. Who's this early game benefiting? Yo, who do you think's coming off better here? Who's getting that momentum built up in their favor with the way this game's going?
I definitely think Liga team are quite happy with it. I think Doom is a hero that takes a little while to cook. I think the Bat Rider typically wants to make he's some stacks that he hasn't cashed in on. He typically wants to have a bit of a slower game. They are going on to Copy though. Nice hook to save him for the moment. Pretty scary with that amplified damage. But I mean, the slow game, I think, you know, it's kind of annoying for Copy. He hasn't even kind of taken past that level 8. He's getting constantly kind of harassed throughout the map. It's I think Liga team is very, very happy with the game state. I think MOUZ, maybe Tomato and Boom are quite happy so far. But if you're going to play something like Doom Earthshaker, I think that having a pretty quiet first kind of 15-20 minutes is probably going to be a benefit just to work towards that scaling. Because again, it is, you know, a very good game for the Doom overall, especially in terms of the carry-on-carry matchup. Just press the Doom onto the Abaddon and hope to call it a day.
Yeah.
Should be pretty efficient at kind of shutting down this lead that he is building himself on Tomato.
Oh, Celery going to be in a little bit of trouble now. Again, 3 heroes around. Is he going to survive through this one? Level 6 now as well, so he's going to have the slowdown on the right. Clicks the hook, comes in, drags that Bat Rider away. So it looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1 support for support. Really nice played. And yeah, it just, again, both teams keeping it neck and neck in these ganks, in these fights.
I'm a little bit surprised that MOUZ don't want to walk up for the... Well, I think they do want to walk up for the stacks, but they can't. Necessarily into, of course, Erase's Jingu. He has a full Diffusal Blade finished, which he's not the highest in the net worth. He's actually sitting very close to Copy, but he is extremely strong. Real in.
Good. I mean, but he works himself back in here, Copy. He's got to be careful about that Jingu Mastery coming through, as well as the Wukong's Command, because that damage will stack up so darn quick. And it looks like he is going to go down, so really well played. Again, really nice Wukong's coming out for the Monkey King here, you know, being able to get that damage off. And yeah, I'm surprised Copy walked himself back into that one after the hook came through and dragged him out of danger.
And I mean, definitely not a good game so far for Copy. This is typically Leshrac. You want to be accelerated. You want to get into this Kaya a little bit earlier. You want to be taking stacks. Just, I mean, Erase has really had his number. Played very, very well on the Monkey King so far, making a ton of space and On the contrary, you know, Jaunter, I think he has had a lot of responsibility or is supposed to have a lot of responsibility in this early game, and the hooks haven't been landing for one reason or another. Fortunately, still they'll use just the presence of the team to take this top tier 1. Overall, just a less than, or just about a 1k lead for MOUZ, but honestly, most of that is coming through onto Celery.
Yeah.
A little bit onto Tomato, I suppose. It is a good game for him. He's, of course, getting into that Radiance very, very early. He's going to be quite accelerated of Violent, but again, the team, they're just kind of, I think they're perfectly fine with this. They're vibing, probably have the, you know, have a little bit of payphone from a Maroon 5 playing. Maybe mute your team if you're Violent, you know, just don't got to worry about too much on this Doom.
Yeah, get into the carry mood, like I said, that PvE mood that all carries seem to play in the first 15-20 minutes of the game, because like you say, there's no real pressure being applied to the Doom. Tomato's looking fine here as well. In fact, Zero turn it around. Tidehunter's going to be doomed up now as well. Doesn't have the damage, I don't think, to get this kill here in Violent. Needs to be careful about how far forward he comes, because Celery and Yanta are close by their offlaner, but it's still a decent chunk of health from the Tidehunter.
Yeah, Boom is going straight into a pipe for the very first item, which is a bit interesting to me. It will be quite good against Violent whenever he does choose to join fights. Obviously, he's getting a Radiance, as a Scorched Earth, as pretty much all of his early game damage. So it might be effective. Maybe Erase is a bit too much of a problem right now.
Oh,
for that to truly matter. Gonna try.
Yanta could have to get the caught. Oh, he's going to be caught out here. Yanta, yeah, Erase gets a kill on the board here. 3-1 and 5 for the Monkey King, so he's having a fantastic time. Diffblade is up, going towards the BKB for the Monkey King here too, and it feels like Liga just starting to set the tempo just a little bit more here.
Yeah, they're finding a lot with this Naga Siren. Very much just this duo of Erase and Bapir on the Naga Siren. I'm getting a lot done, just constantly reeling heroes into the Monkey King, which is a very nice combo on its own. Eventually, you can set up with the song for the Wukongs, whatever flavor you feel, but does mean that as well.
Echo gets thrown out for this one. Boom. Does he get himself away from this one this time? They have the lasso if they desperately need it. Ravage gets thrown out now as well. And it looks like, is he going to be able to get himself away? There's going to be heals coming through from Celery too. And yeah, that is going to be a Ravage being committed for an Echo Slam. So a decent trade here. Oh, the Split Earth, it connects onto the Earthshaker. Do they want to try and fight this one out here? Got to be careful as well, because they're slashing. Well, the Fissure comes through. It's going to be a lot of damage here. And boom. Maybe they don't want to come back into this one. There is going to be the Flame Break pushback now too. Just might keep Slimy alive.
Jaunter is here.
He's going to be able to go. There's going to be the double bounce strike coming through here. Boom. Again, going to live a little bit longer here. Yanta trying to maybe find an angle onto this one. Boom. Is he going to live through this one? Violent not going to be able to get the chase down. Yanta's going to take a lot of damage now as well. Even Tomato's going to get involved into this one. So it's a full fight between the two teams. They get the kill onto Yanta, but it might cost Verse his life. Tomato going to look for the chase down here. Slimy not the healthiest Batrider here in the world too. So Verse is going to be slowed down by Boom. It looks like Verse, yeah, he should eventually fall. Tomato gonna cook this sushi with the Radiance and get the kill.
Yeah, it's definitely a good timing for him. I think Violent is gonna soon match it, because you can kind of sell this Midas, finish off the Radiance. A nice time to get involved. Again, this Abaddon, you know, it's definitely a slow cook. It's kind of similar to Doom actually in terms of item timings very often. Kind of want to get to that second item, and then you eventually want to head back into getting a blink and getting a little bit more involved after that. But Tomato, so far in his queued up items, he actually has the Shard, which is very good for farming, very, very strong for fighting, and then a blink queued up. So maybe a slightly more aggressive build coming out from him. I will say there is a lack of blink on copy on the Leshrac. He's gone straight into Kaya Sanj, which is, you know, usually if these Leshracs have a better game, they would like to go for the early blink.
Yeah.
Obviously, Copy has not been afforded that, so they are lacking a little bit of engage, especially with Boom going for the pipe. So I like this by Tomato, potentially, to just be getting something where they can actually make something happen on the map. Because so far, it has been Liga kind of making most of the moves, and then occasionally MOUZ will get kind of a clap back whenever that does happen. But Liga has been setting the tempo pretty well, and even Erase is kind of always just fishing for something.
Well, they might have actually seen a race, so he's going to jump himself down onto Celery, but Yanta's on the low ground. He gets the pullout, so that's going to be the Wukong's man down out a race. Can he run himself away? Violent is close as well. They're going to turn around. Balance Strike comes through. Do they have the Ravage? Going to be there in 1 second. Might be able to get it up. But the Echo Slam comes out now, so Yanta is low. Does he want to try and throw that Ravage here? Boom, he does not. Not going to have 5 for target for the Gush, which is still on cooldown anyway. Corrupted running himself away. Backlines. Violent looking for the kill. Gets the kill out onto the Pudge, and boom. Already started to run himself away. Tomato is on the other side of the map, though, so going to leave his teammates 3v5. And it looks like maybe Liga, like you say, not done setting this pace so far. No lasso from Slimy, though. He's already used it. The slowdown comes through, and even the neutral's going to get involved with the tendrils of the deep. Balance back onto Celery. Celery going to try and get those heals, trying to run himself away from 3 heroes. 3 big heroes. The Balance Strike comes out now as well, and Celery, he will melt to this one. Corrupted gets the credit for the kill. While that is going on, Tomato was finding the farm on the top part of the map. Boom was in the mid lane there too. Gets himself or spots out a haste rune. But yeah, again, like you say, Liga, just the ones setting the precedent here at the minute. Just the ones that saying, okay, we're the ones in charge. We dictate when the kills happen. And MOUZ just couldn't get a good response from that fight.
Yeah, it's overall a very, very even game, but Liga team is kind of coming away with just a little bit more off the back of all these fights, playing them very nicely as well. I will say I wouldn't be that surprised this game if we saw a Doom be popped onto the Enchantress at some point just to get rid of that pesky little creature. But again, for the most part, Liga team, I think, they're using their cooldowns quite well. They're not really afraid to just press the Doom. They're not afraid to press the Wukongs, press the lasso if it gets them even a singular kill.
Yeah,
which is quite nice. But so far that really only works for kind of the 3 squishier heroes in MOUZ. So far, they don't have, I think, a exactly perfect plan on how to deal with Tomato or Boom yet.
Yeah, we'll see as the game goes on, like I say, how the trying to adapt to that one. Yanta's not too far away from his Blink Dagger now as well, about 100 gold, so this could be the game changer when MOUZ decide to get aggressive, to try and make something happen. Lesh should be able to get it after this Ancient stack here as well. If not, yeah, 50 gold away here for copies. So this is going to be both Blink Daggers come out on a similar time in here. That could have a massive impact, especially if they could get a surprise, reveal it out onto the Monkey King or out onto the Doom. Tomato out on the top part of the map as well. He's already picked up that shard that you were talking about, going back for the Manta Cell. So we'll see. MOUZ, is this the time to set up for something? Might be able to stop the teleport away here from... Oh, no, they don't. The Split Earth comes out a second too late.
Yeah, they are getting 4 blinks now on the side of MOUZ. Tomato has his already. Boom finished his. Copy has his flying out. Yonter has his flying out as well. So these 4 Blink Dagger timing, are they going to be able to deal with it on the side of Liga? That's definitely the question. There's no BKB yet from Violent. He's holding on to this Midas that he bought back just to keep his farm up. Blink won't do too much if you get gone on it immediately, but...
They're going to make a move on to Tomato here. Tomato, there is going to be the borrowed time immediately to get himself away from this one. Yeah, he has that Photic Shield there too. So, yeah, it's going to be the instant pop just to make sure he gets out safe. If you're looking at this here as well, it does mean that that's going to be maybe a bit of an opening, a bit of a window here, because that lasso was used as tied into... It is going to be the Ags coming out after the Blink Dagger. So let's see what they want to do. It's going to be the smoke coming through from the side of Liga, though. Making a move. Celery could be the one in trouble. It's a lot of damage coming through here, and yet Tomato won't be able to save Celery's life. So it feels like Celery, again, 3, 5, and 2. Just every time they go on him, I thought it would take a little bit longer to kill him off, but he is probably, he's hit that point of squishiness and doesn't survive too much when you've got 2, 3 heroes on top of you.
Yeah, and he hasn't been afforded... I mean, he was having a pretty good early game, but now he's kind of fallen behind on Celery, so he doesn't have a full 4-stat finish. Just going to use the BKB on a race. I don't hate this. Just go straight for a few extra kills. Wanted to catch Copy if he could. Actually means that Yonter blinks away. Should eventually catch him here.
Yeah, could have been to get the balance strike off now as well, or Lesh even connects onto him. Copy could be in trouble. Copy's going to be in a lot of trouble here. Corrupted gets the kill there, and again, MOUZ maybe just feeling a bit of synergy issues, maybe a couple of communication issues. Slimy could be in trouble. Celery trying to get the impetus damage off here. It's only going to be 1 point into that one, though, so the Batrider more than happy
Tomato's trapped.
Get himself away safe, and yeah, Tomato links himself up into an awkward position, and no Quelling Blade to get himself out of that.
Yeah, it's not quite a cliff, but it certainly feels like one. I suppose he's kind of peering out.
Nice and
Is a bit
serene.
awkward. Yeah, I mean, copy there. He really thought that a race was going to jump with the primal spring and just straight onto him, so he was trying to kind of predict, but was not the oracle that he thought he was. Eventually, kind of ultimately just feeds away another kill there. Fortunately, trying to save his friend. Toronto's still doing great, but again, you know, Liga team, I think they've been slowly cooking. They've been slowly setting the tempo in this game. I'm quite impressed with how they've played this first 23 minutes, and now they've got you know, pretty much all the tools necessary to make these fights go really, really well for them. And they're certainly not afraid to use them again. A race just seeing Jaunter on the Pudge and immediately popping BKB. Stepping up to leave here on Verse. Oh, no,
That
not
hook
quite
came in
enough.
half a second too late. They're going to be able to get this tier 1 tower out, at least so they get something out of this MOUZ. And yeah, like you say, forcing out a just being able to get your BKB, if they can, you know, try and force something, means they have the advantage. In fact, they're just going to go straight into the Roche pit. So this is going to be MOUZ taking the objectives, you know, forcing Liga maybe into a choice now. Do you want to try and contest this one, or you can look around the map for something else? The smoke is going to be coming through out of 4 of the 5 heroes, where Roshan already down to just below half of his health here. The Nagasar might be able to scout this one out. Do they want to commit onto this one, MOUZ here? Where's that pressure going to come from? Song is down. Wukong gets thrown out, but it's going to be on the other side of this one. Tomato still gets his Aegis. Do they still want to fight into this one? Violent. Well, I mean, they're caught inside that fissure now as well. Violent could be in trouble. Pops his own BKB. The balance strike comes out from the Monkey King. Violent, can he get himself away from this one? Phase boots on cooldown for another 3 seconds. He might just be able to run himself away. No. Oh, the hook. Again, the turnaround from Violent, and Violent just able to, I mean, it was a slow motion dodge, but the Ravage just come through. Will be able to get the kill onto Violent now, and Liga, a hero down, and an Aegis for MOUZ. What's the game plan for MOUZ gonna be?
I mean, it was a really nice move, period. I'm surprised that they were allowed to get away with that, to just do that Roche. Even once they got the vision from the Nagasar, I really thought that they would just kind of go into the pit, but I guess it was much faster than they anticipated from Liga team. So they actually lose a lot in terms of map space, in terms of giving away that kill onto Violent, because that was the BKB reveal from Violent. Certainly not the way you want your Doom's first BKB to be used. So that pretty much just reset. I mean, again, the game has been pretty slow. It's been pretty even. I think Liga team, again, has been sauntering, kind of getting a small lead as the game progresses, but that kind of set all their progress back to 0. And Tomato, you know, he went for this kind of blink aggressive build, and now he's getting straight into that Manta, so he hasn't been punished at all in terms of the farm speed, in terms of what he's gotten. He's really only gained benefit from just playing this much more aggressive style here, and I think this map is going to start feeling a little bit more suffocated for Liga than it was before.
What are you looking at in terms of the Abaddon's build after the Manta comes out? He's already got that blink. Does it, you know, are we going to see the Harpoon come out? Does he go back for the Orchid into the Bloodthorn? You know, how do you want to see Abaddon building up here in this game?
My favorite Abaddon build, I mean, as he quickly makes work of Verse, is you into the Orchid into the Abyssal, typically is what I really like, or ultimately your end build is that you have Manta, Abyssal, and Bloodthorn, because the damage can be crazy. Nice hook from Jaunter.
BKB is here.
The Dismember, though.
Yeah, Arace is going to go down. The Wukong comes out now as well. Is he going to try and go for the TP? Nothing to interrupt. The BKB was off, but again, nothing to interrupt in that brief, maybe not even half a second window where the BKB was down and the TP was still going. So they lose Pudge once again, but again, 2 heroes down the side of the Liga. So this is still MOUZ with the advantage here, with the initiative to make things happen around the map.
Yeah, and maybe that does kind of aid you towards wanting to get a basher potentially on Tomato, just to be able to stop things like that. But they do see a race now. He doesn't have the BKB anymore. Should be able to dance his way out of this. But yeah, I mean, Abaddon, again, universal hero, has the quickening, which is quite nice for items as the game goes on. It's having that little bit of extra cooldown as you kind of walk through the map, as you get kills in fights. He does have the basher queued up. Usually the Orchid, I think, is just a nice nice way to keep your mana topped up. Eventually you kind of start having issues with that. So I'm sure he will build into that slowly, and it is finally coming into a less than 1k lead, granted, but a gold lead for the likes of MOUZ. which
Oh.
they've, I believe, not seen yet this game. And
Slimy. He's going to be
Slimy?
chased down by Celery. Can he get himself away?
Where's
The
the
Blink's going to
Blink?
come out. 4 staff away now as well. So it looks like with the teleport, Bite Rider just found that little, just a little crevice that was safe to TP away from Celery. And Celery, desperate for that kill, to get something on the board here to try and maybe even up the KDA a little bit more in his favor. But yeah, just could not get the kill. Even with that 4 staff to blink away from the Bite Rider was just a little bit too far. And what are we looking at here? So Yanta's going to go for the Lotus Orb next. He's already got that blink most of the way, or he's already got the Perseverance at least. Is he even going to be able to steal away the Wisdom Rune? The Doom is close, so, but yeah, the Wisdom Shrine goes the way of Yanta, and that was half a second here, Violent. If he had a Blink Dagger himself, maybe he gets a kill into Yanta, turns that one around.
Yeah, he just got delivered on the courier, so unfortunate timing for him. Loses the Wisdom Shrine for it. Small victories for MOUZ, kind of, and bringing it back. They had a lot of small losses initially. After that rush, everything's kind of turned up a little bit better for them. They're not going to use this Aegis for too much. It's really only a tier 2 that they get, but in terms of the space around the map that they've gotten, I'm sure they're very, very happy. Tomato is pushing level 20, which is actually very, very strong talent, of course, to go along with the shard. TP immediately.
Doom out onto the Tidehunter here. The Tidehunter, he's already popped the pipe. Can he get himself away? I think the damage this time, is he going to be able to get the kills? He's going to jump forward, but
nice hook.
The pullback onto Erase. Erase pops his BKB. There's going to be Echo Slam coming out now. Yanta as well. Tomato, he's going to have that borrowed time. Not a lot of mana left. The lasso comes out onto Celery now as well. The song for the reset. Abaddon's already back, pretty much full health here. Can they get the damage out? They got the kill into the Tidehunter as well before he got the Ravage off. Fisher comes through. Tomato was able to get himself away safe before that Fisher connected out now. Violent could be in trouble. Copy's going to try and do what he can, but again, there's no borrowed time this time out. Tomato could be in trouble. What's he going to be able to do to keep himself alive? It looks like with the damage around those 3 heroes, they get the kill on Tomato, making a move towards Copy now as well. Copy, can he get himself away from this? Trying to run himself out, but the Fisher will connect just on the very end, and now the Boundless Strike, they have the control, they have the kill. 5 heroes dead on the side of MOUZ. This is not how they wanted this game to go.
I mean, it was looking good for them, but just suddenly, I guess they find an opening onto Boom, who did finish this Aghanim Scepter, but is still not very tanky into the Doom, which is very much part of the reason that they picked this up for Violent, is to just have that, press R onto Boom on the Tidehunter, and of course he has very little to do. And I will say I'm pretty impressed with Corrupted on the offlane Earthshaker. Obviously, this is very much comfort for him, the way they picked it right away. But he's been finding pretty consistent 2 to 3 man fissures, as well as 2 to 3 man Echo Slams in all of these fights. So he's, maybe he doesn't have as much kind of inherent value as Boom on the Tidehunter with his pipe and whatnot, but he's been really making it work regardless.
Yeah, and just being able to find those angles, like you said, just being able to get the block offs as well from the connections from the Fisher. So we'll see if he carries on. Oh, Boom, but the instant blink away here from Corrupted. Quick fingers coming out from the Earthshaker. Does he want to try and turn this one around onto Boom Boom? There is going to be, he has that Ag Scepter up, so it's going to be the AoE Gush coming through. Doesn't connect out onto the Earthshaker here, who just moves himself back, just gets himself away, and yeah. So what are we looking at in terms of your MOUZ, in terms of game? Because they just got pretty much collectively owned in that last fight. Is it a case of them having to get a smoke out, though, them being the ones to get the aggressive engage on, or was it just a bit of a positioning issue?
I mean, both of it definitely plays in. I think the fact that Boom was or nobody was really close to Boom when it happened was definitely an issue. But you do want to get the jump. So I think the smoke is perfectly reasonable. I would be a bit surprised if Liga gets too caught off on it. But they had this nice ward onto Erase, so it could actually pay off for them. If they get Verse, it's not your ideal catch, but you'll take a nice little sashimi dinner here. Not what you want off the back of a smoke for sure, but a kill is a kill is a kill. Yeah, I mean, mostly it is, whichever team gets the engage is definitely happy in this kind of game. There's 4 blinks on the likes of MOUZ. You'd really like to be able to use those.
Yeah.
In terms of just the amount of net worth you've spent. And obviously, Violent, if he just gets a Doom off right away before Boom gets anything else off, then you really are just negating the Tidehunter ultimately as a hero. So you really need to make sure that everything in your power is kind of being done to prevent that Doom coming out onto the likes of this Tidehunter. Even keeping him kind of high in mana against this Diffusal could be a pretty good way to render him useless for the likes of Liga team. There's a Harpoon finished on a race. He's level 20. Pretty strong on this Monkey King. And it's seen, you can't really fight into the Wukongs as the Abaddon by any means.
Yeah.
Not really as any of these heroes. And they are kind of leaning a bit more into the jump and then get a kill. Particularly because Copy went straight away for a Scythe, but they catch Jaunter into the side lane.
Do you
It's a bit
think
of a blood sacrifice.
that's going to hurt them here, like him going for that early Scythe over the BKB for Copy, because it means he's a little bit more defensively vulnerable once if MOUZ are the ones being engaged on?
I think I like it overall. I think it's probably the correct amount of risk versus reward that they should be taking in this game. But it very easily could play out poorly where he is just the first target initiated on. Slime just finished a BKB. Corrupted has his BKB as well. There's certainly a world in which you kind of get, the Scythe gets a very little value.
Yeah.
In terms of getting jumped on. So kind of doubling down on what you already should be doing. In that case, it means that it's also doubling down on your weaknesses if you get caught. Nicely reading the smoke for the time being on MOUZ.
Okay. And yeah, so 6K Network League going the way of Liga here, they do seem to be the ones control. Roshan could potentially be back up in the next minute or two. Hook comes in though onto the Monkey King. Is the damage going to be enough here? Wukong's command comes out and Violent jumps himself in as well, so they're going to be able to get a kill onto Yanta before that even really kicks off in the fight. Celery going to be in trouble now as well. Celery, the buyback, the BKB comes out from Slimy. Slimy's trying to remove himself away from this one. Can he get the damage off though on the Duke? Because Tomato's trying to run him down. Song comes out as well. Yeah, Tomato runs Slimy down. I'm hearing the song as well, so the TP's coming out. I'm going to be able to get at least Violent as well as Verse away from this fight. But this could set up the opening here. Again, Roshan, it's going to be about, I wouldn't even say 30 seconds away from this one. So if they can find the window here, there's no Batrider, there's no Lasso, there's no Song, there's no Wukong's command. This might just be they've got the Ogre there as well in the Roshan pit to see exactly when he respawns. This could be a good window for the side of MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, the first time they opened the game up around Roche, so I think perfectly reasonable to think that they might do it again here. They do have good control of it. I think both teams will know that it's just about to be up. And for Tomato, he actually is going a very interesting build here. He finished the BKB, and he's eyeing a Refresher, which is a pretty unique Abaddon build. Obviously, it gives you a pretty long duration of invulnerability, but that's presuming that, I mean, Violent is level 22. He's going to start getting towards that 25. The Doom applies Mute, in which case I don't like this build as much from Tomato. I like the concept behind it. I guess if you can force the Doom onto the Abaddon, maybe that's better than getting it onto the Tidehunter. But in either case, in this last engagement, as soon as the Doom came out onto Tomato, he pretty much just ran away, tucked his tail between his legs. So this is getting a lot of value from the Doom on Violent, and they don't have really any items to deal with it other than, I think, a singular Lotus Orb that's coming out for Jaunter, which is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting once he does actually complete it.
And the Doom, the ultimate's going to be back up for the Doom here now as well. Jump comes in, the Fish is going to be out. Copy. He gets the kill onto Slimy. Slimy's going to be down for the next 45. Lasso was back up. Song up in 15 seconds as well, so it looks like they might just give this. I thought the position was going to be well placed here for the side of Liga to try and contest Roshan after Roche took his midnight walk up the river into his second holiday home. But it looks like MOUZ, this might be the opening that they need here. No Lasso, no Batrider for 26 seconds. Can they get this Roshan away from the side? Because again, Liga, that position was great, but they pull themselves back, they TPs themselves away. They don't want to try and fight this one out. This might just be free for MOUZ once again. Yeah,
the roar is pretty annoying, I will say, for them, because obviously it is now known. It's kind of sometimes what sucks about getting the first Roche, but last time Liga team underestimated the damage.
Hook comes in, doesn't last. You're going to have the really good Raptor coming out here. They might be able to get the kill onto Corrupted. No, Corrupted. One more right click. Is it enough? It is. Celery from the low ground throws the snipe out. And I don't think the Earthshaker saw it. That's why he didn't activate the BKB. And yeah, that's going to be a kill from downtown. Now the pull back in onto Verse. But Yanta's going to be getting low. Violent gets killed. Really good balance strike coming out onto the two cores here on the side of MOUZ. Now what can they do? Woken's man is out. So I'm going to be cancelled out now. So Copy's going to get low. They get the kill out onto BB. And can they get any more from this one now as well? Trying to work the way outside of that Wukong's command. Violent bounces of BKB is going to be wearing off. The damage coming through from Celery now as well. Violent trying to get in range to get the damage out. Really good gush coming through. Celery's going to be able to live a little bit longer through this one. Is he going to be the sacrificial lamb? The sacrificial deer, he will be going down. 3 heroes dead. I didn't even see Tomato going down there. And this is going to be, again, maybe Liga. Oh, they get the split earth off. It doesn't matter. Copy goes down to Violent, and Liga in control of this Roshan pit once again.
Yeah, I mean, Tomato, he did get doomed, and I guess he probably ticked out to the very last tick there, because I thought he was home free.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate for him, but Violent is looking really strong. He's level 25 now. He finished the Satanic, by the way, and an AC. I didn't even catch when he did that, but he just turned his inventory into a lot of effective net worth, and I feel like this BKB from Tomato is a little bit lackluster. I don't think it's necessarily what kind of cost them the fight per se, but again, I just feel like they're not getting any responses to this Doom, and it's so strong innately against their draft. No Lincolns, no Lotus yet, because Jaunter is really, really poor on this Pudge. Spoiler alert. Not really able to find too much in these fights because of it. And I mean, honestly, that fight was going so poorly, even though they did kill Corrupted right away. Nice hook. A little bit of harass.
Oh, they're going to make a move onto Celery.
Celery?
Yeah. Celery's going to go down here, even through the heels. Wukong's command gets thrown out. It's going to be an easy kill. Erase gets the credit for this. This is kind of what I was talking about with about it in the last series, the OG series, that it's more of a utility carry that does well when you've got that carry on a different core. You have that mid-core carry, or you have the offlane carry potential coming through. But at the minute, Copy isn't really in a position where he can carry the game and pump out all that damage. So Tomato, he isn't really doing too much himself in terms of these fights. He's a nice distraction. He's nice, keeping his teammates alive, keeping himself sustained for a while. But it's just a case of, like the Bristleback used to be, you ignore the problem until everyone else is dead, and then you kill Tomato off, and it really is working out. The lasso coming through onto the Tide Hunter. The Tide Hunter on the strike now as well. The jump comes in. Verse gets the kill out onto Boom, and it's going to be a dead Tide Hunter. No Ravage for the next 75 seconds. This might just open up the base here for the side of Liga.
Yeah, I really am getting more and more surprised that there's no... I'm wondering if this Ags was kind of a bad pit stop for Boom. It feels like it hasn't accomplished too much, and maybe this is just supposed to be a Lotus Orb, right? Into the legs of how much they have to dispel, and of course, you're playing against Lasso and Doom. I feel like three Lotus Orbs is a perfect place to be. You want just as many as you can possibly fit into your inventory. At least 3 of them, I think, would help them a lot in a situation like this, because Boom, he's got Refresher Ags, which is really, really great, but he's the one getting jumped on. If he's ever doomed, it sucks. If Tomato's ever doomed, the fight is pretty much a wash. And I didn't mention it in this last fight, but what was pretty impressive is First has a full refresher, by the way, Blink, Refresher, Solar Crest on this Naga Siren. So he's able to press this, this song is already really problematic for MOUZ. He's able to press it 2 times in a fight, reset as much as he wants. It has been doing wonders for them. It means that if they aren't going on to Verse, then they might as well not be going on to anybody. Could be the song again.
All right, he's going to be able to get that balance strike jump away. You remember when everyone thought that shard was useless? But the song coming out here from Verse doesn't actually catch anybody out. They're pulling from onto the Ench now as well. Ench, do they want to continue fighting out? The balance strike comes in here from Erase. Going to be able to get the massive... No, it was looking like it was going to be the massive wood comes. Really good Ravage coming out here from Boom as well. They might be able to turn this fight around here on the high ground though. Ledge, like you said, that's going to be the refresher orb coming out. The refresh on the song, so the TP's away, and that is going to be, again, a great reset from Liga. Gets everybody away safe, and MOUZ, they spent some pretty big spells for that. The borrow time coming out, the Ravage coming out there as well. All for nothing apart from, okay, some spells on the side of Liga. But no Aegis, no kills, nothing like that.
Yeah, I mean, they got all the Naga Siren spells, the Wukong, but really that was definitely just unfortunate. I will say that they should have, for all intents and purposes, they should have gotten a race there. If Tomato was just a tad bit less unlucky with the bash there through that BKB. Very, very unfortunate to not get that kill there, because that probably would have just been a race dying twice.
Yeah.
Now they have a really nice ward. They know Tomato
It's 10 more seconds. Can they actually catch him? Wait.
See, they are making a move over to this one. The balance strike actually comes out into the creeps in the mid lane here. Slimy was looking, he had that Firefly going, but the Blink Dagger was on cooldown, so wasn't able to close that gap. And even if he did, you know, the Baron is able to pop the borrowed time. So this is going to be, again, there was some great positioning from Liga, just trying to set up and get something from this one. The bottom lane is pushing in, maybe take some base control, just take away the farm from the side of MOUZ as well. And this is, I mean, 42 minutes in, this is looking really good for Liga. But I was expecting MOUZ just to maybe be, again, just a step, not a step ahead, but, you know, just I was expecting a little bit more from MOUZ in this game.
Yeah, they have definitely fallen behind a lot in terms of especially the movements from Liga. I think they've been really, really on top of it on Liga to just find the singular target they need to get. They've been really good at kind of punishing Celery. I think he's probably. I think Celery is used to playing a lot more kind of free Ench games where he just kind of walks around, he kills your camps, you know, says what are you gonna do about it, and Liga's done I think a really nice job of just responding, saying, you know, we don't care if we have to drop, you know, however many spells, just to punish a single hero. We're gonna do it regardless. And really, Erase has impressed me a lot on this Monkey King. He has done a lot. And boom.
They're about to make a move there. Harpoon comes out from Erase now as well. They're going to be able to get the Doom out again onto Boom. That's a dead Tidehunter. And this is, you look at the net worth that they're building up in terms of the difference. 20k net worth. Are MOUZ going to be able to fight into this one? Potentially going to be 3 versus 5 now as well. Tomato got the borrowed time. Is BKB going as well? The song, but again, that BKB could be going for at least another couple of seconds now. Verse isn't dead just yet. And this is going to be, does he have the reset on the refresher, Rob? He does in 10 seconds. Will he live through this one? They get the kill onto Verse. The Ravage comes through. The buyback here from the Tidehunter, but Tomato's going to go down to Violent. And now it looks like Boom's going to die back now as well. This is going to be the Fisher. Refresher comes out for him. He gets the second Ravage, but it won't keep him alive. Well, Dismember out onto the Monkey King. The Monkey King, can he get his health back with that Jingu Mastery? Yanta taking a lot of right-click damage from this one on Erase. Wants to carry on going. They get 4, let's say 5, in fact, let's say 6 here with a buyback from the Tidehunter. And Tomato, I think bought back for this hero as well. He did.
Yeah, he did buy back. Definitely a huge disaster. Boom is just getting caught here on these kind of mid pushes, and it's very nice recognition by Liga team to catch him, but I just think he can't be the one frontlining here, and he even needs that refresher to do the second Ravage, of course, as he's going down, but there's nobody around to capitalize on it. Violent has finished his own refresher, which he'll pop immediately just to get that Doom up. Again, even even sets on the ground, just being a little bit cheeky. Race has, for some reason, a 2200 shield just from that rune, of course. Very, very balanced. Coming out from Ice Frog. A lot of effective HP. Tomato obviously can't do anything on his own, so he's definitely sitting here feeling that his buyback was completely wasted. At least he's 25, but man, this is came out to be a very hard game. Doom immediately.
This could be potentially the end of the game here if he goes down onto this one. Like I say, he's not going to have buyback left here, so the borrowed time's going to be wearing off sometime soon to get the kill. It's going to be Erase getting the kill onto Yanta now as well. The Doom from Violent gets the kill onto Tomato, and this looks like it might just be enough. Only Celery left alive, and Celery going to be trapped outside of the fountain. The buyback comes in from Yanta. It's ambitious, but I don't know. Yeah, he doesn't even last long enough to get himself out of the Wukong's command here. This is going to be, it looks like the GG going the way of Liga, and they are warmed up, ready to go, coming through the group stages, taking game number 1 away from MOUZ.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I was saying at the start of the game that Liga would be a good test for the likes of MOUZ, but it seems more like they're like a pop quiz that MOUZ did not study for at all. Absolutely beating their ass in this first game, really truthfully. So just, you know, sprung that pop quiz on them. They had, you know, they don't know anything about Dota apparently on MOUZ. They got absolutely schooled here by Liga team, but I mean, really, they just played it super well. Races 13-1 and 23 in a 46-minute game. Very, very impressive. I mean, both the you know, the carry and the mid, 2 deaths between them in 45 minutes. That is very impressive. I do think MOUZ looked a little bit disconnected, similar to kind of what we were seeing with OG, but this time I think some of it came back onto draft, and truthfully, the Jaunter Pudge, take it back to the drawing board.
Yeah,
you know, I like the idea, I like the spunk, but unfortunately in this game it just didn't work out. And Liga team, I think, were pretty privy to it. They just didn't let him get very much, and ultimately it kind of felt like they were playing much without a 4.
Yeah, yeah. It kind of, like you say, in the laning stage, there was a couple of cute hooks coming in. They weren't able to finish off the kills early enough, like onto Violent when they got the damage to try and run him down. Game number 2 is we already get ourselves into the draft. This time, the Naga Siren going to be taken away. It feels like everybody learns that lesson for the second game or the game after the Naga Siren appears. And it's probably going to be taken out here too. I wonder if they take away Celery's Ench. They absolutely do.
I do.
As I say it, Liga are listening in. So, Rojo, what are you looking for here? Yo, how did MOUZ bounce back in the second game? What are the response heroes, do you think, going into this draft?
I mean, the thing was the game was pretty close. I mean, all things considered, until it really broke open, which I think a lot of it was just due to that really, really excellent Doom pick, and of course, finding the usage out of the Doom. But definitely, I think we are on the same page that maybe workshop the Pudge, maybe come back after a few scrims with it. Didn't quite work out in that first game, I think, as well. I like Tomato Abaddon. I like Tomato. I like Abaddon, but just something about it I don't think was fully working in that game. Partially, I think they did give the Doom a bit too much value by going through with that. So definitely want to see that switched up from them. I think otherwise, maybe Copy wants to. And it's hard because you would typically say maybe you want to draft him a slightly different or better mid matchup, but it was supposed to be a pretty good mid matchup for him, and honestly, Race just kind of spanked him in it. Truthfully, he played it very very well on the Monkey King. So maybe just have a different matchup. Maybe get rid of the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the Naga Siren, I think, is certainly a good idea. Granted, how those things went. Very, very big focus on banning out Celery here for Liga team, which is probably smart. I don't think that Celery is hero pooled, but I definitely think that he has a decent drop off from his kind of top heroes, which these definitely are all of his top heroes for the most part. So kind of like this, just like single target focusing Celery. I don't know if that maybe leaves too much in the pool for MOUZ. Maybe they just want to go straight away for the Quap, or they could pick up the Monkey King for themselves. But guess we'll have to see what they value.
Yeah, and I mean the heroes that we've seen today already. If they want to, they could pick up that Shadow Fiend as well. That seems like a very popular pick. Again, TA is still there. They have, like you say, that Quap if they wanted to go into that one. I wonder if it's going to be the Dawnbreaker that they're looking actually.
Mhm.
So potentially looking
Yeah.
at the offlane Dawn coming through for MOUZ, and there's a reason we don't see that hero all too often, because the global presence once it hits level 6 that it offers, especially with the heal alongside of it as well, it is incredibly good at turning fights around. So split push into the immediate team fight potential here for the Dawnbreaker. Really nice pickup for the side of MOUZ.
Yeah, I think this might also be nicer for Boom. Just kind of allows him to play the map a little bit more, be a little bit more greedy up until he has to show up to a fight. They go straight with Disruptor, so they think that this is a good enough counter to the Dawnbreaker, I guess. As soon as you come down, you just get sent back to whence you came. Not horrible, not what I think of as the traditional counter. In fact, in some ways, I think it can be nice to have that save into the Static Storm.
Yeah.
Kind of goes that Disruptor can have. So I don't value this as a huge counter pick straight to the Dawnbreaker, but maybe League team just thinks, I did see, I think Slimyao himself plays a lot of the Disruptor, even on 4, from what I understand. So maybe they just value this hero very, very highly, which I can understand. If they're playing the tempo pretty well already in the first game. So I could definitely see this being part of enabling that playstyle even a little bit further.
Yeah, and pre BKB as well, you are coming down potentially into a disruptor static storm kinetic field Zero and 15 or whatever, you get the Storm Spirit that can get a roll. Something from the mid lane that has that high impact, that can effectively carry the game for you, that lets this Abaddon become the utility, or the Radiance coming out, has the saves with the Aphotic Shield, becomes more of a utility core than the main carry of the game. And Tusk coming through there as well, so it does look like it is going to be that Abaddon core in some capacity. Not sure if it's going to be that 1 or the 3 just yet, but yeah, if it is going to be a core, I think I'd prefer it as the 3 and let something a little more. You get something like the Lifesteal route, or you get the Gyrocopter, you get the Morphle out potentially here, something like that can play as the carry. But they do go for that Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
If the co-op again can have that good time, gets the quick build up into the items, very offensive items there as well, then I do think the Abaddon can work, like I was just saying. But we've not really seen the mid lane of the Abaddon's team really kick on today, so it is going to be up to a race how he plays this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, definitely he instills confidence, I think, to be one of the better people to carry from the mid based on the last game, because he really, really did well. I was quite surprised to see Quap get so far through the draft, so I am kind of glad that they just picked it up, and so far their draft is kind of flexible. Obviously, they have that 1-3 flex. I think they have a decent lane already for the Abaddon 3 with the Tusk if they want. They could even send the Quap somewhere other than mid if they really find a good pick for it, but overall, this is a difficult pick for MOUZ.